All we know about it is when he talked about it before, that he had talked about that this show was supposed to have her in it, and it was supposed to possibly set up a show of her own down the road and all that kind of stuff. We have what she said about John told her, get ready, your life is about to change, all that kind of business. And then everything comes to a screeching halt as soon as Kathleen Kennedy is brought back into the fray by Bob Chapek. Okay. That is when Kathleen Kennedy decided that she was going to take control, change things, and season 3 of The Mandalorian went off the rails because of Gina Carano being not renewed, let's say. But on that note, script has brought up before how Victoria Alonso was put into a position to be basically set up to be fired. Okay. Now, what if the same thing is happening to KK right now, like a coup of sorts? Now, I'm just speculating here because all these announcements came right after the Ray business. Remember, it's John Favreau's movie, Mandalorian. John Favreau created this character for her. And I get part of her reasoning for probably putting this, or her lawyers putting that she wants the job back in her court case is obvious because, you want to make it look like you still want your job, obviously, for many reasons. But wouldn't it almost be a good reason if Kathleen Kennedy is at the center of this controversy? And one of the main things that bringing Gina back would be getting that bitch out of the building. Right? So what if this whole thing Bob will use as a reason to fire Kathleen Kennedy from? And I'm just speculating here and putting it out there, but what do you think the chances are of this being
Yeah,
a coup from behind the scenes?
you could sell me on that, right? Like I could believe that. That's a plausible. It's a plausible theory. I could believe that.
Nobody else wants to comment?
Yeah, no,
I
I
mean,
I think that Iger very well could try to take advantage of the situation.
That's what I mean.
In that regard, yeah, but it was obviously
I don't think it was
thrust upon
completely
him.
orchestrated necessarily as he saw these chips. And he's like, if I let these chips fall into play.
yeah, I don't think Iger called Elon and was like, "Yo, bro." You
Oh
need to
no,
sue
this
me
is
right
not what
now."
he wants. He doesn't want Elon on this part of it.
No,
Like,
that's
he's not,
what I meant.
Yo,
Yeah.
no,
the
but
day
he's
before
looking
the
at it
earnings
from the
call,
situation
dropped
of John Favreau, who is clearly a Gina Carano fan, and I'm sure, and we joked about what if he does try to bring her back in this movie, right? Because he has not recast her as another actress, right? That is one thing we've heard from, a few sources is that he refuses to allow them to recast her because that was something that was discussed.
Yeah,
So I mean, I don't know. Just this all feels kind of
I'll
funky.
tell-
'Cause
I mean,
why
if I
would
were
she want
Bob
to come back
Iger,
and work with Kathleen Kennedy again?
I'll tell you this: if I were Bob Iger, I would say, "Here at the Disney Company, where we tell great stories, we're a storytelling company, and this is an example of another mistake that Mr. Chapek made. As to why the board brought me back because these missteps were happening all the time." Hashtag blame Chapek. Hashtag for everything. That's what I would do if I'm Bob Iger.
It's obviously going to be a lot
That's
of that
been the
because that's kind of
strategy.
like what I saw the moment that Chapek was named. Because this was obviously a Kathleen Kennedy decision, or at least that's what everything that we have ever heard or seen suggests that this was a Kennedy decision, which was made most likely without Chapek even being aware of it. But obviously, Iker is going to use that for everything it's worth and blame him, right?
They
To
do name-
everything
they
he
do
can
name-
to shift it.
they do name Chapek though. Just to be
That's
very
what I
clear.
mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
And
he's
that
named.
opens the door to blame Chapek for everything.
It does.
Even-
See, and
No, I said they even do, just to go in there, they even dropped the statement about his political comments in Florida about the Parental Rights and Education Act. Like they bring that up, Gina's lawyers bring that up in the case, which is very interesting regarding Chapek. So that's a very specific claim about him.
I think it's designed to imply incompetence at Disney. That's why.
Yeah, that would work.
And then basically show a pattern that they're so incompetent that they got rid of a rising star on their show, and so forth. Like to give us the domino effect of these events that have happened. Like I think that's a fair thing to do, and also puts Disney again more on the defensive than they already are. Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. The three things they cite there are termination of Carano, the contract dispute with Scarlett Johansson, and the political missteps in the Florida parental rights and education law. Right. So you've got three things there. Now I'll just speak to the last one because obviously that's my bailiwick. If anybody who's looked at that carefully knows that wasn't what Chapek actually wanted to do, at least on that one, right? On parental rights and education law, he actually didn't want to make the statements. He was, twisted into that. Right now, I don't know if you guys know more about the termination with Scarlett Johansson and how much that was or wasn't on Chapek, but
That was it wasn't on him at all. That actually was covered in detail by the CNBC expose. That was something that was specifically under Iger jurisdiction because he was the one who was supposed to cover everything entertainment. But on that particular thing, he was like, you know what? So Chapek wants to be CEO. All right, fine. I'm just gonna do nothing on this one and let him be a CEO. Also, without letting him know that there's an issue, and then she can sue him in public. That was Iger's role in that. And afterwards, with that statement blaming her afterwards, Chapek was unsure about it, but Iger signed off on it. And of course, then, probably aided by Iger's PRs, Chapek was blamed for the whole thing in the press.
Yeah, and I just asked because, like you pointed out, Chapek is the one who was in charge. I think he was named in the lawsuit or whatever. But I just think it's interesting that this is the one time Bob can kind of just sit in the sidelines for now. I think, other than maybe what they have to settle on, was my point.
And as Adam Wofford says, what Tom is saying, Bob fires KK to save face. Yeah, if it comes down
It's
to
like
him or
Victoria
KK,
Alonso move.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just like with Kevin Feige, if it came down to him or Alonso, then Alonso had to go. It's going to be the same thing here. Iger has taken a lot from KK, but if it comes between him and her, she's got to go.
And she might try to set up Filoni as a patsy, but it's not going to work. See, that's the thing. That's where I could see, like, because Griff's, you're I see where you're coming from on that, and creating Filoni, because remember you said that same thing about Filoni, what, a month ago or whatever, when the news came out, or we were talking about it, maybe 2 months ago, whatever it was.
It feels sooner than it was, but it was a while ago, yeah.
Was it that long ago already? But yeah, no, so like I can see this being a coup of sorts, because at this point it's like you look at Bob and he's like, well, I'm left with no choice now, damn it. Like, this finally got a reason. He's finally got a reason. The one thing he's got, because that's what we talked about before. He can't fire her, right? For many reasons, not just like legitimately he can't. There may be something in her contract we don't know about, but I'm just talking about the face value of it, right? You can't fire the most powerful producer in Hollywood, and it's a woman. You can't.
I am frothing at the mouth to get those contracts at some point. It's just, to see the contract, it'd be great.
That would be amazing. And I know that you have to be leaving, Andrew, but before you do, I just want to
and thank you again for joining us today and spending your time with us. We appreciate it.
No, it's all right. I'm trying to be a little casual before I throw the suit back on. And in the middle of the night here, it's obviously 2:30 a.m. in Bangkok.
Marek says for €10, Disney is so desperate that it has sent out a cartoon to shareholders where Austrian Duck explains shareholders that they have to vote on white paper for Disney and not for BlackRock or activists. Now, I want to have your thoughts on this, Andrew, because I know that this is something that you've been covered. And for those that or have been covering, for those that don't know, like that other duck, I don't forget his name. He's not Scrooge McDuck, but like some.
No, it was Ludwig von Duck. I mean,
isn't he kind of?
At one point, I expected him to say we're invading Poland or activating the Anschluss, but I mean,
I was gonna say, isn't he based on Werner von Braun or whatever his name is?
I don't know, but he came over. Probably came over
Sigmund Freud, isn't it? Isn't that their Sigmund Freud?
Oh, that's what it is. Maybe you're right. You're right.
Yeah, Vienna. He's supposed to be from Vienna, which is Sigmund Freud. But also, by the way, Vienna, one of the Stalin, the Habsburg Emperor, Freud, and like everybody was in. At some point, like everyone was in Vienna for like 3 years. But anyways, he probably came over in Operation Paperclip with Werner, so don't worry about it. But anyways, it was very awkward. It was weird. It was a weird disclaimer. It wasn't all the information you'd want to give out. The reasoning wasn't all there. Also, if you read through their website, Vote Disney, there is a ton of contradictions in what they're saying. So they argue on one hand, we're rejecting Peltz because he doesn't have experience, but then counter arguing, well, it's good that our people don't have experience because that gives them 360 insight or 360 brand activation, like it's some move in an anime. It's really, really weird. And they also tried to say that Jay Rasulo, that his experience with Disney is quote unquote stale, right? And less relevant than as to media than people that have never worked at Disney, period. It's very interesting. So the way they framed it is quite interesting. But yeah, the choice of the Germanic duck, not what I would have gone with.
Well, and I'm sad you got to run because I did want to cover some of this, but maybe
Also,
we'll have you back
given that
soon,
it's
but-
Peltz too, I mean, Germanic duck, I don't know. I'm just saying.
But I wanted to ask you real quick before we do lose you, because I want to bring you back for the Peltz stuff, because we definitely got to dig deeper into that.
Sure, yeah,
But
anytime, yeah.
Since the last time we talked to you, we got to say congratulations on being correct on the Reedy Creek deal, by the way.
Yes,
Thank
this
you.
is true.
Yeah, I haven't seen you guys since then. Of course,
Talk about a
I'm very,
slam dunk.
very busy and traveling, but it's a slam dunk. They said they're gonna appeal it. They'll lose on appeal too. It's something that, and of course, if they went to SCOTUS, they would get blown out. Assuming they win, but mind you, they lost on a motion to dismiss. They did not have, and they had 3 different reasons, right? For the governor and secretary, they didn't even have standing. And then for CFTOD, the district, they had no merit to their claim. It was a meritless claim. I mean, this is a total loss for Disney. This is not something where they even got the discovery, and I think they knew it. I think they at some point knew they were going to get blown out on it. They started to minimize it. They started to not talk about it. Ron DeSantis is no longer running for president, so I think they factored that in somehow. But I mean, it doesn't end the saga. And the bigger case is frankly the state case. And when the hammer drops on that, that's the real loss of power for Disney. And that's the real shift in the power dynamic. So once they lose that state case, which they eventually will, it is going to be a real groundswell. Now, how long it takes people to catch up on that, particularly financial analysts, I don't know, but certainly we're going to help it along with the coverage on my channel as well as on channels like yours, Valiant, W Pro, everybody else who talks about this. So,
Well, yeah, I just wanted to give you your congratulations
thank you.
on that.
Thank you very much. I know I ranted there, but that's what I do about this because I love this topic. And I love
Well,
it.
this is
Determined.
this is your forte or whatever you want to call it. I mean, it was inspired that you decided to get into YouTube when you did, especially when this just happened. It was almost like fate, right?
Well,
Like-
I never expected to be able to talk about special district
Right?
law in Florida. I was like, my experience is totally irrelevant in that area. I thought maybe I'll talk more about my time as corporate counsel because that is generally applicable to all large corporations. But then the property in Florida special district law became
Right.
wildly important. And I'm like, wait, this is wrong. And I know all these people and they're corrupt. I can tell you because I sat across the table and they screwed me over multiple times. And, you know, I know that when it comes to precedent in Central Florida, we talked about that inclusion standard that we pulled up earlier. You know why that's a problem? When I was at Universal, I was never working for Universal directly. I was working for a firm that represented members. But whenever I would do their issues, they would always say to me, almost always, what is Disney doing? And the first thing I would say is, in this situation, Disney does this like X. And if we don't do it like Disney, I have to justify why we're doing it differently. See,
Yeah,
that's a problem because when Disney, as the positions they're taking, is an industry leader, that becomes a problem.
I just also want to really highlight the fact that you have been 100% right about this
Yeah.
the whole time. And there's not just on your channel.
That's why I said
but
slam dunk. Yeah.
On our channel, your past appearances here, nearly all of which you can find clipped on Midnight's Edge live archives, as well as on Valiant Renegade with that Park Place, with WPW Pro, wherever you have been, and you have pleaded your expertise, which went against the narrative that was being presented in the media.
Yep.
The entertainment media complex, which bought into the bullshit line that Disney presented about free speech, hook, line, and sinker. Whereas you said all the time, no, it's going to get rejected because it's not a free speech issue. You were on the money. And the lesson that everyone should take away from this is that the corporate establishment media complex cannot be trusted for anything.
No.
Because head to you to us doing independent commentary right here, and our track record. In this case, it's your track record, but your track record and those that hosted you is spotless in this particular regard. Whereas those that you normally should be able to trust were 100% wrong in every detail about everything.
And by the way, that's how I got hooked in with you guys, because Mike, Mexican Iron Man, was like, I know this law because he's done municipal stuff in California. And he's like, I know what you're saying is right and what they're saying is wrong. It's just clear, right? And people that do finance, people that do law in these specific areas, they know. And it's like, that's just not right. Why are they saying these things that are wildly wrong? And that's why I'd love to connect with other folks, and I'd love to meet subject matter experts, because we're all sharing our relative subject matter expertise. And I think that's very valuable, because that's something that's not being done in mainstream media. What they have is a point they want to make, or they have talking points where they are clearly reading off, even on the finance shows, which has been the most shocking thing. They're reading talking points that are handed to them from the companies. And that is it's not even not journalism. It's not even good information. It's propaganda.
Yeah, exactly.
And
that's what it is.
Yeah.
And it's
So
a sad
everyone can do
state.
their own. Yeah, and the more people can do their own research, the more you can go out and look up this on your own, which I try to teach people, and I get a lot of very kind messages from folks that say, you taught me how to do stuff like pull stuff up on the property appraiser's website or search cases or whatever else. The more people can do that, the better. Just look at it for yourself. Look what it says. Like Gina Carano complaint. Everybody can pull that up and see what it says, right? If you think I'm lying about it, go find it. Like nobody's trying to hide it from you. And we appreciate people that have expertise and can push back with a salient point that they're citing, they're quoting, and they're providing evidence. So
When you say that, I'm reminded of what the entertainment media complex, or the media at large, were saying about another topic entirely, where the message was very clear, literally and explicitly. Don't do your own research. Don't try to read things, because then you might come across disinformation and be brainwashed. No, you want to listen to the talking heads, and you want to listen to the authoritative messages in Google and Facebook fact checkers, because that's where you get the truth that the establishment wants you to have. Don't do your own.
they said that. They said that verbatim.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That was the verbatim one. I just think it's a very sad commentary on the state of affairs when the media would talk down to the populace that way. And when we look at this case in particular, and the other one, which we're going to get into, they were 100% wrong.
But what I mean, that may be a disappointing part. Well, what's not disappointing is that we have thousands of people watching our channels and learning this information and gaining wisdom from this, because they're actually paying attention and getting good information. So to me, that's a white pill. That's a positive thing. And I hope that everybody is tuning into all of you to gain that sort of information.
Indeed, we had more than 2,400 watching at the moment. We still have 1,700 watching, so please smash that like, everyone. Also, make sure to follow Legal Mindset. You stream all the time. You had a great video about Sigmund Freud from Duck, the distant cousin of Werner von Braun, the Duck. Both of which
Ludwig
came over
von
as
Duck,
great
or
paperclip.
Drake.
Drake.
Ludwig
guy.
von Drake. Yes, there
We
you
don't
Yeah.
have him in Europe. I only seen him in like that one thing ever.
It's weird.
I
why you don't
wonder
have him in
why.
Europe. I wonder. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It's odd.
He's all over shit here. Like during the Wonderful World of Disney, he was almost on every episode half the time, like in between stuff and doing stuff. And
That's what
yeah,
the only time I've ever seen him, it's like in that one short or something, and it wasn't even any good.
oh no, he's done plenty of other things, but I can we were just joking. We can understand why they probably wouldn't use him over there.
We're gonna
Funny
not
how
go with
that
that.
works.
But anyways, guys, it's been great, and I will of course catch you in the future. Take care.
Wonderful.
Did you
Thank
get this?
Andrew
Did you,
Low. Blaster Hatcher 7 as he blows out the door with $10.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We did now 6.
Okay.
Yeah. He still said it though, and that's what matters.
I think he saw it. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then we have a couple of super chats. Kelechi Oki says for $5, why do you think Peltz has such an interest in Disney? Does he truly care about its legacy, or just see it as another company flipped under his belt? The latter. Maybe a little bit of the former, but 90% the latter.
How long has he had stock in it though? I mean, I know he's part like.
Since
what I'm
last
saying.
summer.
Oh, so that's it. Well, I mean, he watched. I was gonna say because he probably watched half of his stock go away. Like,
It's only recently.
or
No,
the
because
value.
he
I
came-
mean, sorry.
No, because he came in last summer. It was under the Chapek era. It was Ike Perlmutter that actually brought him on. He came in just a few months before Chapek was ousted. That's when he became a shareholder. And what happened is because of Chapek, he actually did see a share price increase for a while there.
Yeah.
It even increased a little bit under Iger, and of course then it collapsed. So I do believe that they are probably overall in the red now. But what they did do is that they went even more shares in Disney when the price was dirt cheap. When it was at their lowest, that's when they did a ton of spending. Now, what that means is that if they are successful, just look at where Disney has been. It's been at $200 per share. And if for him to invest, he's probably got to imagine that this thing can be worth $300 per share. If he's able to get it up to that, then this is going to be the biggest win of his career. And he's 80 years old, so who knows how long his career is going to be. But if he can pull this off, it's going to be the biggest success story of his career. Alternatively, it's going to be a very big loss. So he's going to go all in on this, because this is not just his legacy, it is the Jan Group's legacy and their commitments to their clients. And no one has a bigger stake in Disney than them right now. So they're going to fight tooth and nail. They have like $3 billion worth of reasons for why they want to fight tooth and nail for the soul of Disney. But ultimately, it's to bring up the share price, because that's the biggest motivation. If the Disney legacy and stuff like that, he doesn't need to care about it. He's going to want to restore the share price. Whether he emotionally attached to it or not is of secondary importance, I would say.
Maybe it has to
Yeah.
do with his friendship with Iger. Sorry, not Iger. Ike Perlmutter. They've been
Perlmutter,
friends for
yeah.
a very long time.
Andre kind of alluded to that, but
Yeah.
also, as I was stating, and I just looked it up, considering how things have changed over the years. As of things now, the Disney stock highest it ever was $201.91, and that was on March 8th of 2021. And who was in charge on March 8th of 2021?
That would have been one Bob Chapek.
But he is the one who's been the worst thing to ever happen to the company, right?
Yeah,
So I think
how that
that's
works.
the point. Is that's where I think the motivation comes in more for Peltz, is that he had a stock that was worth a lot. And as Andre said, this normally when it should keep going up unless something tragically goes wrong, and clearly something has tragically gone wrong. But if you'd actually listened to people like us, Valiant Renegade, all the sorts all throughout the years, you'd have known this was bound to happen, right? But maybe in some of the other news outlets will start to listen now, especially after the conversation we had with Andrew, considering he was spot on about the whole Greedy Creek thing from beginning, and none of the
100%.
none of the news outlets except for like a few of the smaller ones I think that picked up on Andrew's reporting were reporting any of that stuff, but they were sure going with Disney's bullshit on it, that's for sure. So I think that right now he's looking at a stock that he had at one time that was worth $200 some a piece, is now worth what, 90 something? I think it's at right now, sitting Culture. Do you know what's sitting today?
Right now, as we speak, it's 98.71.
Yep, there you go. So that's actually pretty good considering where it has been, but that's not good considering it was $200 some at one point.
And it's also pretty bad considering that it was thought inconceivable that it could sink to under 100 at some point there.
And not
And
only
I do
that,
believe,
they were downgraded in the Fortune 500. That was the other point I wanted to make too, is
Yeah,
from number
yeah.
1 to 4. Yeah, go ahead.
indeed, yeah, no, and also I'm curious how much of that recent bump has to do with increased share buying and
True.
Musk getting involved recently.
I was going to say,
Very
some people are
interesting, yeah.
reporting that he's been buying some shares. I don't know if this is
Well,
confirmed
he
or not.
better have, because otherwise he has no.
That's
no
what's supposed to be
vote
going
on
on.
his
Like, I
language.
know we talked about it earlier. I was going to say something about it, but I couldn't find anything like in a report about it or anything like that. So I don't know if people are just talking or if it's something that's actually happening. But I'm not gonna. We'll find out. What's your first thought? Sends in 10 Canadian. It says, I don't usually celebrate my birthday, but I have never had Bat Tom wish me a happy birthday before. And will Bat Tom bring justice for Batman and destroy the vile, ruthless, evil, Sweet Baby Inc.? Oh, he's got a thing or two to say about them. Let me tell you about Sweet Baby Stink, okay? They can suck it. They can suck it for what they did to me. Harley would never do that. She is a nice lady, even though she's a little misled by the Joker. I think she can be, like, reformed. So I think that was a travesty that they did that to both of us. And not only that, I got a contingency plan for contingency plans, okay? There's no way I'm gonna be brainwashed by some alien, okay? And if you're gonna kill the Justice League, who better to come to than me, okay? Because, like, I'll totally kill them. Got no fucks to give about that, right? Okay? They're competition. Anyway, it's your birthday, so I do a thing here. Here it is. I got it written down. It was something like this. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Insert kid's name here. Happy birthday to you. And I can't believe Sweet Baby Inc. did this to me. I'm coming after them. Let me believe you me. Nobody shoots me in the head with a gun. Can you believe that? They killed me with a gun? What are they trying to be, like, poetic or something? Bullshit. Anyway, happy birthday, kid. Hopefully you get all the cake and stuff you wanted in the pony rides. I like pony.
Well, look on the bright side. At the very least, they didn't piss on Batman's corpse afterwards like they did with Flash. Yeah, happy birthday. What's your first thought?
I was gonna say, you should be glad he left before you said that. I probably would have set him off even more.
Yeah. Oh, then, well, I wonder if Ezra Miller is happy about that. Or that just gets him up.
Yeah, that's what I thought was funny, is because it actually looks like the Ezra Miller version in there. Did you notice that not only that, the Batman, and once he takes his mask off, even though it's Conroy doing the voice, it looks a lot like Ben Affleck. Did anybody else notice that?
Oh, as much as they can get away with, considering that everyone's kind of like has to.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a 25% different Ben Affleck.
Yeah, yeah. Which can mean to me just why the hell do you even want to do that game in the first place? But still, I think it's interesting that they chose to urinate on a vanquished LGBTQIA+ character, or at least one that where the actor playing it that's very stunning and brave.
Well, didn't you hear that Ezra Miller has finally done us a favor, Andre? I think this missed your.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about him. What's he been doing lately?
He is now a he/him.
He's a he/him now.
Yes, no longer they them. So
But he's no
journalists
longer-
everywhere rejoice. Yes.
So he is no longer a mentally and healthy sound they them. That everyone must. Okay.
This was like 3 months ago I read this, but yeah, he's now identifying as a he/him. So I'm like, oh, thank God. Now we don't have to have problems writing about him or talking about him anymore. And everybody's like, what do you mean? There's more
Well,
than one
and I just
person
want to
here?
say that one time when I did use pronouns, you will note that because I got some flack for that. If you paid attention, you will note that I was taking the piss the entire time, deliberately doing it wrong. But yeah, that's another story. Yeah.
But happy birthday. And then we got Platonic Guardian, who says with $2, anybody know if Peltz has approached George Lucas? No, I don't know, but I didn't get to watch it yet. I imagine 6 you saw it. George Lucas just dropped, or there's a video done about George Lucas where he's talking about his career
I
that just came out
saw,
like 2 days ago.
I saw the video and I saved it to watch later.
Oh, so you haven't watched it yet. I was going to say, I wonder if he mentioned any of the modern Star Wars isms or anything like that, but yeah, no, nobody has said
my
anything yet,
list.
so I doubt it. So I think he's just talking about the past, but he looked pretty good in the video. That's one of the reasons why
He
I
looked
brought it up.
great, yeah.
Considering he hadn't looked so good in his last few public appearances, that's kind of good for him, I guess, or however you want to put it.
Maybe he was just having a bad hair day.
No, I seriously think he had something happen to him. Like,
That
I
could
was
be.
worried for
That
him.
could be.
Because when he came out at that ceremony, he did not look right.
There has been rumors that he has been of ill health as of late.
But yeah, considering how he looked in the video clip I saw real quick of it, I was like, oh, he looks pretty good. And I didn't get a chance to watch it yet. But yeah, so I don't know if he has, but I would imagine he probably has tried to talk to him through various people. And knowing that George is not probably happy with the way his legacy has been treated, he would be a good ally in this, I bet. Because George has let it be known a few times he's not too happy with the way things have gone. I mean, even though he's kind of put it to rest, it felt like in that one time when he did respond to the one kid's question at his at that one class that his wife was running or whatever, where he's like, well, what do you think about the new Star Wars? And he's like, well, they just do their own thing now. It's not my Star Wars anymore.
Yeah. he
Yeah,
wasn't looking
exactly.
So good there.
Yeah. And to be clear, I think that if Peltz has approached George Lucas, it is not first and foremost about Star Wars. Peltz has bigger things to worry about than Star Wars first and foremost. It's going to be about gaining his vote and the voting power of George Lucas shares. That's what any communication of those two would have been about, not about Star Wars. That's a topic for another day.
It is.
Peltz has to be able to gain control over Disney before he can even begin thinking about what to do with Star Wars.
And
So
I've been
no one is clear
hearing,
about that.
and I've heard that he's sold off some of his stock, so I don't even know how much he owns it. I don't know how accurate that is, but I thought I read somewhere that he had sold off some of it over the years here. So.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised considering the declining share.
Well, especially when it hit
price.
200. You can imagine how much money he could have made if he'd have cashed in it when it would hit the 200 mark.
Yeah, but the problem with it doing that is that if you think, oh, it's going to be 300 soon, and you sit on it,
Yeah, I
then
know,
it
but
collapses.
see, no, I'm that kind of gambler. I walk away
Yeah.
with what I walked in plus, if I get
Because you
double
never
that money,
know
then
in
yeah.
advance when it's going to shift and turn around. That's the problem.
Right.
And that's why the house always wins. Give you a little bit of a win to begin with, so you think it's gonna go up and up and up, and then
Oh yeah, I know.
it goes down before you know what hit you.
I had a friend who was a compulsive gambler, and I used to tell him that shit all the time. Like, they're only gonna win. You're only gonna be allowed to win as much as they're gonna be willing to let you walk out. And that's where I know. Once I double my money, I walk away. Right? Like, it's, I'm not gonna sit there and fuck around. And if I was George Lucas and I saw that, I'd be like, yep, now's the time. And I'd have cashed out a bunch of it. Because right then he probably made close to what he I mean, if you think about it, I don't know how much he sold, but like, I mean, it was probably worth almost double what it was when he got it in the first place. So that was a good point. Yeah.
But
Anyway.
let's move on. We have a couple.
We got
more left.
Pinochet's Helicopter Tours. Yeah, and I got to get over to WDW Pro's pre-show here. Pinochet's Helicopter Tour sends in $2, says Ludwig von Duck. Well, it's actually Ludwig von Drake, but I screwed up and said von Duck. Who would build the roads, Duck? Then Midnight, we got BPST over on the Rumble side, who sends in $20. Says Tom is multi-talented. Is there anything he can't do? Don't tell me he can dance too. Oh yeah, I can dance.
I've seen him dance.
I can dance. I'm fat, but I can dance.
Did you want to show us right now?
No. There's video out there of it.
Yeah, we'll save that for later. For
Yeah.
now, though,
Yes, it's time to go because I have to head over to WWW Pro.
yeah. And after that, head on over to Valiant Renegade. We'll be covering the entire thing live, so that should be a
Well, the
real
pro
good
show is the
event.
pre-show. Yeah.
Yeah. So this was the pre-show.
Yeah.
He does a pre-show, and then Valiant does the actual show. So that should be good and fun. So with that, I want to say thanks to everyone for joining. Check out all of the panelists. Especially check out Legal Mindset, whose track record remains.
Well, Andrew's over
unblemish.
there right now.
Yeah, check out for more videos to drop probably tomorrow. Probably we'll see exactly what happens. And Culture Script. Anything in particular you guys want to plug on the way out the door?
I just want to re-apologize to Tom. I was wrong. I was out of line.
Apologize
I should
for
not have treated you
yelling.
that
It's
way.
fine.
No excuses. I'm just wrong. And you know what? You are my brother, buddy. And
Water under bridge.
speak myself before you.
Sometimes brothers fight.
Yes.
We make up
Check
and
out
move
his
on after.
Patreon. He has a Patreon. Check him out there. He does a show on Saturdays on his YouTube channel. Check him out there. And anything else you wanted to plug, Scrib?
No, I don't want to plug, man. I just didn't want. I just shouldn't have done that. And no excuses, man. But I love you, and of course I'll still be in your corner every time, man.
No worries. And apology accepted. Moving on, we got Culture Casino as well. What do you got going on? Are you going to be heading over to the pro show or the after show or one of the shows? I'm sure you're on one of them.
Not that I know, but it's fine. I'll be watching.
You're
from the
not.
crowd
What?
I'll
You're
be
one of the
watching
Park Place guys. I know.
I'll be watching from the crowd like everybody else, which is just fine by me. And I dropped my video on Gina this morning in a premiere, so I was up really, really early for the East Coasters. You can check that out. It's worth checking out because it does have one of the several clips that I have from the live stream where Jay was dropping bombs that kind of led to where we are now.
That was your stream for those who may not remember, where Jay dropped the there's emails and other things.
Yeah,
Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but
I mean, and, you know, I know he has to own it, but apparently there's even more beyond that. So yeah, trust me, Jay, I love you, dude. And you guys can check that video out today. Probably the only video for the day because everything else is going to be this earnings call that we've been talking about.
Call,
yeah. So check out Pro Show. You're going to need it. Pre-show leading into Valiance. It's going to be on fire.
Yeah, and just stay tuned. We've set up redirect, so if you just keep watching, you'll automatically be sent over to WDW Pro. So do let them know that you came from Midnight Sex. So Midnight Sex rate.
I want to give an extra special big thank you and hug for all the support on behalf of Andre and Tom and myself, for Mr. Tickle Trunk, Mecha J, Red Shirt, Olaf, Natasha, Big Daddy, Daryl Brewer. Thank you guys all so much for everything you do every time the show is live, in the video premieres, and from myself especially today. You guys are the backbone of helping out this channel.
Indeed,
it's
we
amazing.
couldn't do what we do without you, the amazing mobs helping us out both here in the Facebook group and everywhere. So thanks to the mobs.
Indeed, we got one last super chat coming in here from Twilight Hope. It says, when did we get to 250k, or am I blind?
No, we did get to 250k. We have 250k subs now, and but we had it at the.
Wasn't it Christmas
not the
Day?
most ideal of timings. Yeah, it was the Christmas Day stream. That was also the 250k.
Well, that was a good
celebration
Christmas
stream.
present.
Yeah, or was it the New Year's Day? Either way, it was one of the two, and most people are busy occupied. But we celebrated with those that want to share. So next big thing will be 300k, I guess.
Oh, well, somebody shared something and it went away, or what was that?
I wasn't.
Oh, something popped out. Anyway, thank you again, Twilight Hope, for that last minute super chat, and thank you all for listening. And again, yes, thank you to all the mods for all your support and help. We appreciate it, and we couldn't do the show without you. So I'll see you over on the pro show, hopefully. Take care of yourselves, and Andre, as always, it is time for
some koalas in the rain.
Koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain, no fucks given. Koala, koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain, no fucks given. Koala.
Take on the part of Disney. Kara, I want to go to you.
That was all Perry, by the way. So give my man some credit. Great editor, Perry King. But yeah, they've got. So in my video, I showed the release schedule.
Well, another trailer for Stellar Blade is dropped. and it's looking stellar indeed. Very juicy. This game has so much riz. In the modern age, when Western game developers give us female protagonists who look a lot like the motorcycle champion Jake Gagne,
What the hell is even that?
Daddy, chill.
even Harley Quinn got beaten with the mid-stick. This is why Stellar Blade has so much hype around it. Not only does it seem like it has interesting gameplay mechanics in an age of looter shooters, but the female lead actually looks like a woman rather than Dylan Mulvaney. Uh-oh, he said the no-no name. Have you seen Fable's new trailer? Hell, even people on Twitter made the same exact joke. I'll be damned. Let's see, Japan hates the Xbox. Haha, concluida. Man, I can't even read his name. Sinjay Inu from Stellar Blade or Dylan Mulvaney, Xbox Fable.
You know what's sad? Dylan looks more like a woman than the character in the Xbox Fable commercial.
Which one do you take out on a date? I think the answer is very simple, gentlemen. It's obviously Dylan Mulvaney from Big A. Needless to say, Stellar Blade was met with a lot of fanfare and a lot of disdain by progressives outside and inside of the gaming media. Who would have thought?
Dude, I'm trying to tell you, dude, it's the same people that tell you you need to support OnlyFans workers.
They also have the energy of telling you that Stellar Blade is problematic. Yeah, me playing a video game female character in a full bodysuit, that's too much. Me giving a woman enough money to buy a pack of chicken nuggets for news, that's progress.
Remember that time when Digital Foundry found Stellar Blade to be offensive in our chair?
One thing about so the character designs and the character renderings, character models. So let's say that they're kind of from a bygone era in some ways, in many ways maybe.
Wow, what a waste. The poor children.
Ah, yes! The bygone era of gaming, when games actually had gameplay and weren't interactive movies and walking simulators.
So it's kind of interesting to see this mix of, I shouldn't say classic character designs, but character models from a bygone era put into a
It is
modern
weird.
game.
It feels a little out of place, I think.
Well, the game feels a bit out of place in some ways.
My God, what cavemen the people of 2002 must have been. Victoria's Secret models had all their working limbs without an ounce of cellulite on their bodies. Horrible.
Stop out! The one thing, I know you were talking about the character from the bygone era. I do think the character model was actually like very distracting in not a good way, because like with the camera angles chosen.
He's gay! Alex has an excuse for not liking the character model because he wants to see man meat. He wants to see buff dudes. He's openly gay, and that's all we're gonna say for now.
It just felt like this game seems like a game that came out in like 002 in terms of its, like character design. It's like a bit old and not flattering, I don't think, for a modern audience. In comparison to something like Forspoken, which has, yes, it has a much more realistic looking character designs.
Oh, no.
It's not these hyper proportioned something or another's, but it also seemed, I don't know, a bit more grounded in a way that I found much more appealing than what we saw here.
From a general standpoint, I do agree with you.
But the other members of Digital Foundry, thinking that she is odd proportions, these men are so estrogen filled that I doubt there's enough testosterone between all of them to muster up a strong right cross.
Once you go, neck down, there's a lot of issues on
Yes,
display.
that's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem.
Oh dear. Okay, well look. But realistically, judging by the way these men look, they have never touched a woman that didn't look like she was designed by a Bethesda game.
Seriously, Stu, these guys really need to stick to analyzing games and not having opinions about them. They were all about Forspoken, and that game was such wet dog shit that it literally killed the studio.
With my freaking mind!
Did I mention that Reddit was also tilted by this game? I'm not going to give you the whole thing because this is a lot of garbage here. But this is the part that stuck out to me the most.
Even liking the game because the character's half naked and it looked like a porcelain doll. Have I finally become out of touch at 28 years old? I thought this type of toxic discussion was reserved for niche forums and not mainstream gaming content. This is extra creepy to me because one of the female characters in the trailer looked like a child.
I better tell all the women that I know that are excited about Stellar Blade that they are creepy because a dude on Reddit said so. Oh no, what's this? Stu, Daddy Phil doesn't like the game either?
Stellar Blade is not stellar in my opinion. I look at Stellar Blade and I'm like, it doesn't look that good. And then everyone's like drooling over it. I'm like, I know what you're drooling about, the fucking protagonist, because you want to see some anime babe cutting things up. And I think that's stupid, you know?
That means you're gay.
What if they just put a guy with swords in there instead?
Oh my god, this is terrible news. Now, if that wasn't enough to sell you on this game, the dev team at Shift Up decided to fire DIE workers. This tweet was making the rounds all over Twitter. Boycott Stellar Blade. The company that made the game, Shift Up, removed the work of 2 women because they were feminists. I'm a victim and former employee of this game company. Well, sounds pretty base to me. A little more sniffing around online led me to Haru47's tweet. Keep your bloody eyes open for any potential bait and switch with Stellar Blade. Now, the reason why he's saying this is because Tencent became the second biggest shareholder in South Korean studio Shift Up. 20% stake in Goddess of Victory, Nike co-creator acquired. The too long didn't read is, even though the game is unavailable in China at the current time, the country has been blamed online for the censorship seen in-game, although many characters are still dressed rather revealingly. This Discord leak also warns of censorship, so it's something to keep in mind. Time will only tell what will happen. Haru also said, fun fact, that the person Shift Up fired was a contractor that happened to be feminist, complaining about fan service, and it happened during the shareholder negotiation at Tencent. Ah, classic. Someone who shouldn't be opening their mouth did at the wrong time. I'm glad people like Haru post on Twitter, so Westerners like myself have more context as to what's actually going on and what could happen. The original tweet was deleted and not even archived, which was strange to say the least. Now, some of you may say, good, the East doesn't care for DIE, but you'd be wrong. Korea did have an issue with a group called the Ministry of Women.
Talk about countries pretty much all over the world. On these charts, the x-axis is time and the y-axis is political ideology, with higher on the axis being more liberal and lower on the axis being more conservative. If we look at South Korea, we see a huge gap that's developed over time among men and women between the ages of 18 and 29. And if you look at that red line, you do see women are becoming more progressive and more liberal over time, but really the biggest change is young men becoming much more conservative, especially in the last 5 to 8 years. South Korean women are so fed up with the discrimination against women in their society that they're refusing to get married and they're refusing to have children. That has led them to have the lowest birth rate in the world in 2022 at 0.78 births per woman. There's even a name for this movement, which is called the 4B movement. The 4Bs stand for no dating, no heterosexual sexual relationships, no heterosexual marriage, and no bearing children.
This is fine. I don't know if they still have political sway, but it seems like for a few years, they had a stranglehold on South Korean culture, with wild claims mirroring some of the nutty crap we deal with here in America. And I'm not going to go into it because Big Brother YouTube is watching. But from these posts dated between 2015 to 2018, they tell stories of doxing, harassment, and the closing of family-owned businesses for a comment made online. We also have the typical vilification of men with little to no proof, while those in power watching normal people like hawks are up to no good. You look up K-pop stars and the word trafficking around the city if you want to know more. This tweet by Mike Honey gives you some examples of what was going on in Korea for a few years that we were obviously oblivious of, if you're interested in finding out for yourself and knowing more. And once you read those, it gives you more context. And this explains why Hotoko's tweet and many others like it that echo the same sentiment were made.
They weren't fired for being feminists. They were fired because South Korean feminists are actually cultists. Not even kidding. Not, oh, they act super crazy like a cult. I mean, they quite literally are a cult.
So after you see those tweets from Mike Honey, you now know what he's talking about. The grass isn't always greener on the other side. That's the moral of the story. It does seem like the ministry has been abolished as of January 2023, but I cannot say for sure. I don't have too many ties over in Korea, so I can't get a 100% confirmation on anything right now. So I'm just gonna have to say, take everything that we've looked at with a grain of salt. To end on a funny note, Some dude named Karim on Twitter, who identifies himself as some sort of content producer or something or other. He's been complaining about Stellar Blade for months. Well, recently he decided to have a terrible take, and he got absolutely bodied on Twitter.
The graphics of Stellar Blade and gameplay look great, albeit I can't get past the over-sexualization of Stellar Blade. It would have been passable if their female character didn't have the face of a damn child. Really freaking weird. And if you find this arousing, you need to get all your hard drives and phones checked by the FBI. Laughing emoji.
That's right, dude. Own the chuds. It then went sour for our boy.
How dare Asian women look young and attractive? Also, it's really telling that you look at them and say they look like children when they really don't. What? So now you're saying old people aren't attractive? This is why society has screwed up female views of beauty and got them going on TikTok, surging to make them look young only to make them look worse. What the fuck are you going on about? Your response is so unconnected to what I said. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Little bro trying to make himself the hero by bringing up women with brain rot from TikTok, blaming it on gaming culture. He obviously deleted the post because he looked like a damn fool. The smart move would have been to silently dip into the night, right? Wrong. This man's a habitual line step.
Another shocking example of how Stellar Blade's male character is scanned looking like the real-life counterpart, but the poor female was enhanced and looks nothing like the real person she was scanned after. I feel bad for her. This isn't right.
This is the oddest virtue signal I've ever seen, and all for 22 likes. Did this guy have the same energy when Western developers took attractive models and uglied them up for PlayStation games? Did he rush to Twitter when Aloy started to look like Nick Avocado? The answer is no! Maybe yes, but I'm not looking for it. It's not worth my life force. I've been here already too long.
Hellblade 2 face scans versus Stellar Blade's face scans. Which one is your favorite?
Blah, blah, blah. By the end of it, the dude was just looking for attention wherever he could get it, and I'm leaving it at that.
Seriously, bro, if I ain't getting paid or late, I don't mess with it. I don't understand this dude's thought process.
Stellar Blade looks like it will have a stellar launch, and overall consensus is positive for the game. It is one of the it games people are talking about and looking forward to, next to Dragon's Dogma. You can't get any better press than that. And on that note, I'm out of here. Adios, muchachos.
A giant coward because he won't debate.
What's up, geeks and gamers? Welcome to another episode of Geeks and Gamers Daily. We're going to talk about Gina Carano, Elon Musk, Disney, the disaster known as Disney. This is the first time we have talked about this. I didn't do an emergency Cobra cast. We didn't do Tuesday's main event. I didn't do a video. Ryan didn't do a video. So this is the first time you've heard it because we never regurgitate stories around here. But we can't ignore this one because this could be the biggest story we've seen in a long time. I haven't even talked to Ryan about this. Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Jeremy. Yeah, we have not talked about this at all, actually. We just all kind of did our own individual things. And then we end up here talking about it once again. But I figured the daily audience might not have had a chance. And there's obviously been a couple things between when you and Jay talked about Elon buying Disney yesterday on Daily. obviously had another little development, maybe just one little emoji on Twitter. That was before the Gina lawsuit and everything. It's been interesting to see the fucking meltdown that has occurred because Gina Carano announced a lawsuit. People coming out of the woodwork. It is really wild. The very same people, the fucking bitch-made beta cucks, right? These people who scream for diversity and scream for female empowerment have such a problem with Gina Carano, like all because of her very like mild political differences than the rest of her you know, Disney Lucasfilm co-stars. It's pretty insane.
It's the same kind of like, I don't know. It's just a weird mindset, but I do think that this could potentially be one of the biggest stories in entertainment for a long time, depending on how Elon ultimately navigates it. Now, again, the question I don't know is him, if he gets any involvement in like the ownership or tries to get any, you know, stocks,
or is he just fucking around?
Well,
like that's the question you always have to ask with Elon. Is
I know.
he serious or is he literally just fucking with you?
Right, and the other question is like, because him and his company are like involved in a lawsuit, does that affect his opportunity to purchase within the company? I don't know the answers to that question. You know what I mean? I have no idea, because obviously Elon Musk being the most followed person on Twitter and him talking bad about Disney in a lawsuit standpoint, that's devaluing the company or that's hurting the company's value in stocks. And if he goes in there and like, I don't know if that, you know, would create an issue for him. But I don't know. I guess time will tell. But it is interesting. And you're right. You don't know. And this is the same thing we asked with Twitter. Is Elon just trolling? Is he fucking around? This idiot ended up buying the whole damn thing and changing the entire course of social media in the process. And I think that there's a lot more to think about with Disney and him getting involved with that. But the Nelson Pell stuff, man, is the fact that he showed up there and then he's like, we're just hanging out with some friends, thinking about companies to acquire. You're like, holy shit, man.
Wearing the same jacket that he wore when he told
said
Bob Iger to go fuck himself. Like the same exact one. And we'll get into it a little bit later. And obviously, Disney earnings call is today. Right?
Yes.
Disney's latest quarterly earnings call is today. I think it's in the afternoon at some point.
Yep.
So, like the timing isn't exactly a coincidence, right?
Yeah,
the timing of the lawsuit announcement, the timing of him going and hanging out with Peltz. So, yeah.
Well, I asked this question, and I don't know if there's a definitive answer, but like, I think Elon Musk arguably is the most important person in the world right now. I think Trump's the only other person you could put in there. What do you think?
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think that's like going out on a limb saying the richest man in the world.
Oh,
who's
yeah,
like
I know.
who's like really committed to, let's be honest, really committed to a certain form of activism. Right? That's
Yeah.
what Elon Musk is doing. Now, it's activism for things that I happen to agree with a lot of the time in terms of, you know, I don't think he's a free speech totality, or I don't think he's a free speech extremist, meaning all speech should be free. I am. I think that you should be free to say absolutely anything. I don't think Elon Musk would go that far. I don't think he's trying to turn that. I don't think he's trying to turn Twitter into that. But certainly, he's trying to shift what has been the norm for a very long time. And he's got all the money in the fucking world to do it. And obviously, you know, Trump is a former president who's looking to become president once again. And as soon as when he steps a certain way, you know, people freak out. I don't know if you saw the Bud Light thing he talked about yesterday. And
Who, Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm definitely going to be disagreeing with him on that on CobraCast tonight. Definitely going to be disagreeing with that. That's a horrible take from Trump. Horrible take.
I mean, I think that it's, again, I think the Bud Light thing, it was just so funny because it got turned into like a very specifically Bud Light thing when Anheuser-Busch owns like 130 different types of like beers. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So people are like, I'm not drinking this anymore. I'm going to drink Modelo. Yeah, Anheuser-Busch. Or sorry, InBev, which is owned by Anheuser-Busch. So that whole thing was funny in general, but it's also really funny to see the people that have been shitting all over Bud Light as soon as Trump's like, hey, I think they're a good American company. They're like, I'm going out and buying a case today.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's a terrible take by Trump. Terrible. If Anheuser-Busch wants to make a public apology for it, then okay, but they haven't. And I know they've made some decisions that, like, I'm not mad at Dana White for making a deal with Bud Light. I'm not mad. Like, Dana White, it comes with the territory. You know what I mean? He's going to say things that you agree with and disagree with, but he runs his company the way that companies should be ran. But Trump saying, like, point blank, they're not a woke company, 100% wrong. He's 100% wrong.
Well, I think if you were to take it and compare it to, and this kind of was the point that Dana White made, he's like, when you look at a lot, like, I've dealt with a lot of these fucking companies. These guys do the most for, like, the people who we kind of agree with or align with. That was kind of his argument when it came to Anheuser-Busch in general. And that was almost directly something that Trump talked about. Almost the same exact thing Dana White talked about is what Trump talked about. Now, I do think that Trump owns a decent amount of Anheuser-Busch stock as well. So maybe that's in the cards as well with what he's saying. But it is clear to me that Bud Light is actively trying to course correct everything.
Yep.
Now, they've not come out and made a big public apology, but look at who they got into business with immediately after that. UFC, who is known as by far kind of the most conservative, or at least the most free kind of sports league right now. Got guys like Sean Strickland just shitting on transgender ideology like all fucking day with a Bud Light in the background. You know, like that's who they actively decided to get into business with.
Yeah.
I think that there's going to be a big commercial for the Super Bowl this year that is, I think the message of that entire commercial is going to be bringing back the Bud Light of old and trying to recreate what they used to mean. I think that's what they're going to go for in the Super Bowl commercial. There's going to be a lot of people, though, that without an actual, like, retraction or apology for having this one trans influencer, they don't want to go back, regardless of how much Bud Light tries to show, hey, this is really what we're all about, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you have to equal what you did. You know what I mean? You publicly put this crazy person out there and link this crazy person to your company. You know what I mean? So if you're going to publicly do that, you need to publicly retract or apologize for it. That's it. That's all people are asking for. Just like with the Gina Carano thing. You publicly defamed her. You publicly lied about her. You need to publicly apologize to her. Simple as that. You know? So, not a complicated issue. Not a complicated issue.
Well, I guess we should get into reading some of these super chats already. We've just been blabbering.
Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do.
Yeah, well, we got to fill an hour somehow, right? All right, let's take a look at some of these. We've already got Tomac with a $50 super chat. What's up, Tomac? Says, well, it looks like Stellar Blade pre-orders are up. Got to pick that up. Jeremy, did you manage to hit 4K last night? Good times.
4K on super chats. Well over that. Well over that. So, shout out to the 199 for that one.
There you go. Shout out 199. Tobias Nexus for 10. Thanks to Nerd Wars, I'm nearly done with the next podcast. I need maybe 20 minutes more of GTFO gameplay to round it out, but thanks for the advice, and hopefully it'll be up Thursday or Friday night. Shout out Tobias. Woo Nation for 199. Thank you. David Nelson, member for 6 months. Would it be possible for me to set up my tabletop RPG game again at the Vegas meetup this year? Hail the 199.
That's a Gary. I mean, any of those? Have you done that before at the Vegas meetup? Because it's pretty packed in there. I think they did it outside though, didn't they? I feel like they did. Either way, that's a
on
Gary
the sidewalk.
question.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a Gary question there. So I would you would have to point those questions towards him.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Although he did officially announce the thing, right?
Yes, he did. He did. And he didn't even have the time right. So it's like, it's either going to be a 6 or 7. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he did make the official announcements, though. That is happening. Vegas, second week April.
Yep.
Project Taco for 10. OMG. I can't believe you guys are working with Tony Sentmanot. So Real World Tactical Tony. He was my favorite operator in Modern Warfare. Also, I built my rifles using his advice. Also, if you spam chickens, you're a Queerdo beta cuck. Thank you, Project Taco. Yeah, Tony's awesome. We met Tony through John Bartolo.
Yes, and that so we're gonna be playing that game tonight over on I mean a lot of different channels. We got a lot of different creators. So I'll be playing it on my D-Day Cobra 199 channel where I play a lot of Fortnite, and this is a game within the Fortnite custom creator engine through Unreal technology, and we're looking forward to it. We've definitely had a hand in helping design and kind of create this game with Tony's team, and I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm excited. It's gonna be awesome. So probably around 5, I think it's 5 Eastern is when I have it set up for. I'm gonna try to get the event set up before the stream ends, and then I'll raid that stream with this one.
No. Just that clown for 2. Good morning, gentlemen. Morning. The Under Armour Gamer, remember, for 27 months, we lost a great American this week. R.I.P. Toby Keith. Did you guys talk about that at all yesterday?
Talked about it a little bit, and yeah, it sucks. I mean, Toby Keith is awesome. I've always been a huge fan of him. He's always been a class act, very patriotic, and yeah, 62 years old, man. And I know he's been battling it for a while. And yeah, just awful that he's no longer with us, man. So rest in peace to the legend, Toby Keith. And I'll be rocking some Toby Keith songs this week for sure.
Yeah, I fucking love Toby Keith.
He's awesome. He's awesome.
Jay's secret racism for 5. Jay was sad last night on TNME because Gina said, not until we get married. There you go. Project Taco, welcome to the 199. Thunderstrike for 5. Today is National Women in Sports Day. Does that include the ones with an extra appendage now? I'm sure you're going to see a lot about that today from people like Riley Gaines and everyone. So, for sure. Oh, Roscoe for $1 says, "Are you retarded?" Thank you. Woo Nation for 5. If Elon buys Disney, would it be a good idea to sell to another studio, start from scratch, and completely eliminate what Disney Star Wars did? Listen, man, it's pretty early to be wondering about that, but like certainly with what Elon did yesterday, between literally trolling Bob Iger while standing next to Nelson Peltz, we can go over that. I know you guys talked about this yesterday, this video right here. But you know, when Elon Musk shows up literally right next to Nelson Peltz on the red carpet, Nelson Peltz, who's been fighting against Disney for the better part of a year, basically saying, hey, I want a seat at the table, I want a board spot, I think the changes need to be made in this company, and Elon shows up randomly next to Nelson Peltz. That's obviously sending a message. It gets a little bit more of a message when he says something like this.
I just pulled this out of my closet, so.
It looks really cool, like a pilot.
Thanks, so I'm a pilot.
Oh, looking cool. So what brings you to the Lola carpet?
I'm just here with friends, you know, thinking about companies to acquire.
Whoa, like Fab TV? Maybe you can acquire Fab TV?
As he walks right next to Nelson Peltz.
This dude is such a fucking badass.
And then, of course, yesterday it got ramped up after the Gina Carano lawsuit announcement that Elon Musk is funding. An anonymous source just sent me this from Disney. It is mandatory institutionalized racism and sexism. Now, to be clear, this isn't like a breaking news or anything. This is something we actually talked about probably, I don't know, a year ago or something. But nevertheless, right, this is true. Like the on-screen, the leadership, the behind-the-screen representation, and what you require to make products at Disney, all this bullshit. And libs of TikTok, Elon, can you buy Disney and fix it? And this is how it started with Twitter. This is how it started with Twitter, and we didn't know if Elon Musk was just trolling or just fucking with people then. Certainly that became a reality. And now, a day before, this was less than 24 hours before Disney's next quarterly earnings call, which Bob Iger's already been sweating. And now he's got to deal with this. It's a masterclass in trolling Bob Iger.
It is, man. And he's clearly not. Look, man, Disney has just gone so far off the deep end with their identity politics and ruining so many properties. And now Elon Musk is not going. I think he's going to try to. I don't know if he's going to buy Disney outright. I think that's such a monumental decision. I think he would definitely get involved from. I think somebody said like $8.5 billion, which what he would need to spend to kind of become like a controlling share. I don't know. I don't know all of that. I mean, I know Valiant Renegade could probably talk a lot about that more. But
he could certainly like buy. He could just throw a couple billion down, you know, to get a foot in the door. You know, like he could do something like that to be basically in the same position Nelson Peltz is in, to be able to like have enough shares to legitimately be able to try to demand a seat at the table and just be more of a problem for Bob Iger.
Right.
But buying the whole company, obviously Elon has a lot of fucking money, but he also would have to probably liquidate a lot of things if he actually wanted to make a purchase like that. I don't see an outright purchase or anything like that like he did with Twitter happening with this.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, holy shit. Again, this is the same bomber jacket. That's why he was talking about what he pulled out of his closet. It's the same jacket he wore when he said this.
But go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
Well, let me ask. Freaking fantastic. So yeah, like that's certainly getting ramped up now. We'll see what happens. Again,
What do you think? Do you think he's actually going to get some ownership of Disney? Do you think so?
If I was betting, I would say no. Because just to be frank, if he was going to try to do that, I don't know if he would announce a big lawsuit against Disney with Gina Carano. Like, he would just like buy a bunch of fucking shit, get controlling interest, and then rectify that. Do you know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
kind of the way I view it. But maybe he would also be willing to have that lawsuit go out just to make the PR that much worse for Iger to potentially help him get a foot in the door. I don't know. He's obviously got a lot on his plate already. And even for somebody like him, eventually there comes a time where you have too many things that you're working on. So if I was betting, I would say no. And I think more of it is just to fight Bob Iger and give him bad PR throughout this entire thing. That's what my guess is.
Now remind me, because I do not recall, did you think he would buy Twitter?
I don't know. I don't think I did. I thought at the end of the day, it was probably just that he was probably going to like pull out of it at the end and not go through with it. But he did go through with it.
Yeah. My gut feeling is that he's going to do something with Disney. I don't know what, but I mean, I think he's going to do something with them. I don't think he's been flirting with this idea for way too long. So I think he probably will do something. And this is all because, again, I was not convinced he would buy Twitter. I was convinced that he was trolling. Now that we're in a post to Elon buying Twitter and turning that into the Everything app, the Everything app. Now that we're there, I see him doing this, and I'm like, he's probably, I feel more confident that he will get involved with Disney now after Twitter than I did prior when he was flirting with the idea of Twitter. So I guess we'll see.
Someone in the chat said the odds are he bought it months ago when it was in the 80s. Like, if he bought a significant amount, it would probably have to be publicly disclosed and everything.
People would know that.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I doubt that that's the case, but I ain't an expert. My fucking stocks are like money under my mattress. So, Legion for $10. Good for Jeremy standing against Bud Light. They can buy the way out of simply because execs is giving a fundraiser to Trump. Then companies like Disney could do the same in the future. Bad precedent. I don't think it's so much about them fundraising with Trump. I'm pretty sure Trump has like a lot of Anheuser-Busch stock and has for a while. And that's kind of why he was quiet during the entire Bud Light thing in the beginning. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I regardless, I mean, I just think it's a horrific take, and I'll talk more about it on CobraCast tonight. There's a lot to talk about. We got a time for the Tucker Carlson interview, which is dropping tomorrow. I will be covering that live as well. I think it's at 6 p.m. I just saw the stories going around. I think it's 6 p.m. tomorrow, so I'll be doing a live reaction to that. It's going to be nuts.
Scotched Earth, member for 7 months, says buck. Thank you. David Smart for 2. All hail the 199 and screw Bud Light. Thank you, David. Ministry of Wrong Think for 5. Investors sue Disney all the time, remember? Never stopped anyone else. I think it's a little bit different if you're doing this right before you're trying to make like an acquisition of the company, like literally like the day before you hint about buying the company. I don't know.
Yeah, hang on. We got a 50 from Disco Cobra. I'm rolling. Super chats just keep rolling in, baby. Morning, guys in chat. So what's the deal with this Fortnite thing you got going on? I need more info on that. I was half joking when I said I would donate more big boys. I would like to see some variety on that channel. Not that I hate it. No, totally. So there is this, they have this creator option for Fortnite where you can use their Unreal technology and create your own custom island within Fortnite. And there's a lot of creators that are making a ton of money. It's an ungodly amount of money some of them are making. This is the top tier people. So Tony and his team have been working on their own custom game within Fortnite for a while. They've been working with us to get some feedback on that, and we've helped them kind of design and kind of create what the game type will be and some of the things that we can do to make it fun for people. So today at 5 p.m. we're launching that island code, and it will be available to the public. We're all going to be playing it on stream. It's a 4v4 scenario, and there's a bomb within the match. It's a triple layered map, and it's pretty cool. And so we're going to be playing that tonight, and we're going to be urging everyone to go over there, and hopefully you guys enjoy it. We want to get your feedback on it, and so we continue to make it better and better. But I mean, some of the creators on Fortnite are making I think the top independent creator on Fortnite is making like 10 million a year. It's fucking crazy. You know what I mean?
A lot of money.
It's a lot of money. I'm looking forward to hanging out with you guys, and that'll be a lot of fun.
All right, where are we? Gary's Beer Dingleberries for 5. It's true what they say. Behind every successful man is a woman. You see, it wasn't his fault. It was all the mischief of Ava Braun. Thank you. Repeat for 5. Ever since Geeks and Gamers went to the Red Coconut Club, it's now known as Orlando's #1 fig bar. Good going, you stupid figs. See you next MegaCon. Well, all I can say is I hope it doesn't suffer the same fate as Orlando's former #1 gay bar. So, just saying. All right, Mo Zamboni produced shareholders sue their companies often. Nothing new. Heroic Kitten for 20. Bob Iger is trying to sell Disney to Apple. I found out because I have a family member that works there.
Say that one more time.
Heroic Kitten for $20. Bob Iger is trying to sell Disney to Apple. I found out because I have a family member that works there.
Well, the Apple Disney
those rumors
have been going forever. Those have been going back to even when Steve Jobs was still alive. That has been a thing that everybody's been talking about. So I don't think that, am I buffering? Somebody said I'm buffering. I don't think that that's something that's actually going to happen, but it has been discussed for a long ass time.
Well, let me know who you're, don't let me know, but like, who does, Disney has a lot of employees, so I don't know exactly who you're talking about that works there. But Tobias Nexus for 10. Disney needs major fixing. Make good stories, support those films, stop pandering. I know Jerry doesn't like Zootopia, but it made over $1 billion. The only merch I saw was fan-made or Chinese park stuff. I'm sure you were had your eyes out for any Zootopia merch, Tobias.
I hated Zootopia. I couldn't stand it.
I'm sure that's the case. Let me see here. I think I'm supposed to look at a picture. Here we go. Order Black Epic as for Ryan's pleasure. That's rough. This is a sharp afro, though. Mike's afro looks like shit. It's just too big.
I want to live in a world where this does not exist in any capacity whatsoever. That's the world I want to live in. That is horrible. That is horrible.
Dan Vask for 99 Brazilian, so 20 cents. So after YouTube takes their cut, we're looking at 14 cents. If he paid through Apple, that's another 30%. So basically, it's 10 cents. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. However, I can't run a business on these margins, Dan. I don't know what you're doing here, man, but it's not helping. Not helping
Dan,
at all.
after just putting out it's gonna be his last attempt, right? This is the last hurrah for Dan Vast to beat Gary to 1 million. He went all out.
Listen, I talked to Gary. Gary's got another video. Dan, he ain't gonna beat. Dan's not gonna beat him.
Yeah, I think Gary was like trying to put out a video yesterday.
No.
Like,
He's got another one.
Oh wait, Dan does? Or Gary
No.
does?
Gary does. After this
Okay.
one, Dan ain't gonna beat him.
All right, we'll see.
I'm sworn to secrecy. But unless Dan is actually gonna listen to me and Ryan and fucking make, what is the song from Barbie?
I'm just Ken. Like, he should have done that fucking forever ago. He missed that one. He missed it, right? He probably doesn't even know, right? This is the guy who thinks that Skyrim for the Xbox 360, like, you find that in a rapper and that's like a desirable thing to have, right? Dan is too late to the party. He should have done it a long time ago. He would have already been in the market.
Yep. So we will see. Hey, Miss Peaches too.
Yeah. Those are
Miss
so
Peaches,
easy.
He would probably be like 1.5 million at this point if he did those two. To be fair.
Slappy McSlapster says Elon Van Skyver sends his chickens. Hail the 199. Thank you,
Hail the-
Slappy McSlapster.
The 199 sends their super chats. Let's go.
Legion for 5. Ryan, Jeff Miller's the main lobbyist for Anheuser-Busch. He's holding a fundraiser for Trump next month, 10K per ticket. Posted on Twitter. Well, there you go. There's a connection right there, certainly. Heroic Kitten for 10 says, obviously I'm not going to say who told me, but no, Bob was there recently discussing it.
All right, you don't get to spam like over and over again. If that happens, I will get the mods to get you out of here. So if that's all you're gonna do is just spam over and over again, then you're gone. Mods, you got the approval. If they're just going to spam it over and over, gone, out of here.
So yeah, I wasn't asking like say who it was, but let me see if I can figure out this super chat. Obviously, I'm not gonna say who told me, but no, Bob was there recently discussing it. I would say probably like 2 months ago, there were articles coming out being like, could he sell this to Apple, blah, blah, blah. But because that's always been a question is Apple has so much fucking money. But the question is, for me, the question has always been, does Apple want to get into that business? Because we're not just talking about, oh, look, Apple's got their own streaming service and they're making movies and TV shows now. This is a theme park business. This is so much bigger than just like a movie studio.
Yeah.
So
It's
that's
huge.
always been the question to me, is that something that Apple actively wants to get into?
Yeah.
And it's never really made sense to me from that perspective. But,
yeah, absolutely.
But Bob Iger always has had very good connections with Apple, which is why for literally the past 5 years, at least once a year, it comes up the idea of them selling to Apple because they have the money and because Bob Iger has that relationship.
It is a huge decision, man. It really is. And I mean, again, has Twitter really operated differently though since Elon walked in there and fired 90%? Like, and I don't mean differently, like in terms of not just like in terms of.
You mean in terms of technically?
Yeah.
Have they suffered at all?
Yeah, they haven't. Not really. Have I noticed anything? I haven't. You know what I mean?
Like every once in a while, you'll open the app and it'll be like everyone's tweets are from the 31st of December, 1969. For some reason, little stuff like that, which I'm sure happened well before he bought it as well. But no, there's been no noticeable technical differences for Twitter since they laid off 80% of the people.
Yeah. And so again, man, like there's enough system in place for Disney. It's not like Elon has to hire all new people. He needs to fire the woke lunatics, which is that's a pretty big task, you know what I mean, within Disney. But I don't know, you know, taking on Twitter and 90% of their staff and it still runs pretty damn good. So I guess we'll see.
A lot of useless people there, apparently. I know you guys talked about it last night on Tuesday's main event, but obviously the big story for us yesterday was the announcement that Gina Carano is officially suing Disney. This is what, almost 3 years after she was fired by them. That happened like February of 2021, somewhere around there. So it's been 3 years since she was dumped by Disney, really over having a different political opinion than everyone else in the woke Hollywood echo chamber. While there's other cast members posting their political opinions that are perfectly fine, Gina Carano's, that was a little bit different story. She announced yesterday the bombshell that she's suing Disney over her being fired, and Elon Musk is the one that's funding this entire thing. He also made it perfectly clear if anybody else thinks that they were treated wrong by any Disney or any Disney affiliate like Lucasfilm, Marvel, whatever, get in contact with him. He's willing to fight your lawsuit as well. But this was huge. Obviously, we just got off of MegaCon, which was a massive, huge deal, not only for us, but also for Gina Carano. She had long lines the entire time. She's doing a bunch of conventions this year, but pretty fucking cool to see it happen and to see everybody freak out over it.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this opens up so many directions they can go in. Have you read through the lawsuit?
So I've watched a couple people that have skimmed through the entire thing. I have not.
Yeah.
I've not read myself through the entire lawsuit. I'll do it at some point though.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if you look at something like, ultimately, it does seem like the whole goal is she'd like her job back. You know what I mean?
This is what it is. To me, what she really wants is, because for them to come out and hire, it's basically a big apology, right? Like that's what the fucking deal is. Hey, we treated you fucking unfairly, and we want a court order to force you to hire this person back to show that what this company did was fucking wrong. Is there any other way that it could be settled? I don't know. I'm sure there's potentially a way it could be settled, but from my perspective, and I certainly don't know what's going on in Gina's head at all, I don't think that this is about money. I think it's about her name being dragged through the mud. And, like, essentially, she wants a big public apology and a big thing saying that Disney was fucking wrong to do this. That she is not this terrible person. She doesn't hold these views that they labeled her as. And her getting her job back with that very same company would show everybody else in the industry that that's the case.
Yeah, I just think that there's so much more that this could open up, but it's a pretty detailed, well, I say it's pretty detailed. It's not like I have a long history of reading lawsuits and things like that.
Yeah, you're the expert.
Yeah, I'm total expert, but it's interesting some of the language they use in it. You know what I mean? Like when they call it the Force is female, you know, and like a long time ago in Galaxy Far Away or something, whatever, however they opened it up.
In like opening summations like that, it's fairly common for them to kind of use language like that as opposed to like the strict legal shit and everything else.
Like memes?
What do you mean?
Like they're memeing in it.
Well, I mean, throughout the entire thing, a little bit they are, yeah.
Yeah, they're memeing in it. You know, it's funny. It's funny as hell. So, but there's truth in it. And again, I really can't wait to sit down and watch somebody who's actually got some like legal mindset or something like that who can actually break this down, because I do want to know, like, because from me on the outside, like, it's like a slam dunk case. Like, it's clearly defamation. You know what I mean? Well, it's clearly defamation what they did to her. It's that second line in the release that they made. It's not the first line. You could say, like, someone's not part of our company anymore, blah, 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 blah. You can say that all day long. It's the second part where they straight up lied, and then that has had a negative impact on her public perception and her career. And I think you can point to that.
I agree with that. However, in terms of legally, I don't know if it's a slam dunk legally, because I think there's going to be a lot of things that have to happen in terms of intention and things like that surrounding those words. So I don't think that it's some like, oh, what they did was wrong. I think 100% was wrong, and I think I understand exactly what motivated it. However, proving that legally is a little bit different story. So I do think it's going to be a difficult thing for her to win overall. What I really want to see is the discovery that comes from this. And that's something that Disney probably doesn't want to happen.
Right.
Because once we start to see the emails of all these different people involved and what they were saying, what they wanted her to do behind the scenes, all the fucking shit that's there on those email servers of people discussing internally what to do about Gina Carano and how they decided to put that statement out, who was involved in putting that statement out. Those are all the things that I don't think Disney wants anybody to see. That's why there's no way they want this to go to Discovery, in my opinion.
Yeah, and all those emails and all the juicy stuff. Yeah, you're right. They definitely don't want that to happen. So I guess we will see how it all plays out. But Elon Musk Elon Musk being behind this, that is Disney's worst nightmare right there. That is Disney's worst nightmare. So we will see what happens. Shout out to Gina Carano. She continues to be the badass that we've always known her to be. And now she's making Disney's life miserable right now because, look, man, they deserve it. They deserve all of this. They've done this. You bought properties that had these huge fan bases, and you ruined them with your own nonsense, with your identity politics and your agendas. You did that. You brought those fans into the equation. It's not like those fans came to you. You went to them. You brought those fan bases in, and then you trashed all of these IPs with all of these fans. So, of course, people are pissed off now. Of course they are. And they deserve it. So now you got Elon Musk and Gina Carano on you. Hell yeah. Love it.
All right. Let's see. Tanaroo for $10. What I would give to see just one video of somebody calling out Kathleen Kennedy in a restaurant or on the street. How do we not have any videos of these people getting called on their shit? I mean, I'm not one of those people. Like,
what's that going to accomplish?
Yeah.
What's that going to accomplish?
Other than make her into a victim.
Yeah, like, I don't know what that accomplishes. Like, to me, that's like, that doesn't accomplish anything. Like, what accomplishes it is, you know, people continuing to, you know, use your voice in the right way. But do you think Disney's gonna like look at that and go, oh man, somebody came up on the street and yelled at her, we must stop? That does nothing but hurt what you're trying to do.
David P, member for 7 months. Chicken Posters pre-ordered Starfield. Well, thank you, David.
Oh, dude, the pre-order Starfield meme is fantastic. So.
Mike Rogers, member for 2 months. Apple doesn't want Disney. They have too much debt. They have a lot of debt. Matrix and Roadshow. What's up, John? Member for 42 months. I call for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Iger's leadership. Gina Carano, 2024. What's up, John? Our man from Black and White Sports over there. Da Beast, member for 12 months. Aloha to the Fellowship of the Snake Pit. Glad I found y'all. Thanks for these morning shows, boys. Remain blessed, all.
Thank you.
Let's see. Over on Rumble, Lord of the Ree for $1. Jesus. Did someone fuck either man Skyver's mom when she was pregnant with him, and in doing so, dent his skull, making him retarded? Just trying to understand why he's such a petulant man-child. Hail to 199. Well, thank you for the super chat, Lord of the Ree.
The way to do it, don't acknowledge. That's simple. But if you want to send me money and talk about it, you can. But my attitude for the last few years is just kind of just don't acknowledge, because it's not really the only thing it's the only benefit to me is now the money I'm making. So from that perspective, it's pretty damn good. But
the Killer Spotlight for $5. Hail the 199. Gonna wait till tomorrow for my birthday to play the Final Fantasy VII demo. Hope you're all well. Thank you, Killer Spotlight. Malvale. What the fuck is this name? Maldale 2218 for $5. My friend works for Disney. They're totally buying Apple. Trust me, bro. I spoke with Bob Igor. Thank you. Tobias for $5. Is it still a house cleaning if you need to burn 90% of it to the ground and rebuild? That's about how a Disney house cleaning would need to be. Yeah, across all aspects, you know. Golden Nuggets for $5. Elon's got to play it cool like a ninja. Ninja, Jeremy.
Ninja. Not the other N-word that I've never said in my life except for that one time on stream. It's the only time I've ever said it. I've never said it.
You can tell that he's just so used to saying it that it was just at the tip of his tongue.
It's the first time I've ever said that word. It was a slip up, and I just apologize to Ryan. It hasn't been more.
That's right. Only I get to dictate who gets an N-word pass, all right? Mighty Megatron for $2. Did you guys ask Dan Vaz yesterday about the Argentina winning all the soccer trophies yesterday? I missed some of the stream. I want to see his reaction on the replay.
No, I did not. But we're mainly because Gary decided to troll Dan and hop on main event last night, which was pretty damn funny. Yeah, it was supposed to be Dan Vaz night, and Gary pops on the stream. It's like, holy crap.
Of course. That's pretty funny, actually. But if you guys haven't checked out Dan's latest video, you should definitely do that. I don't know about subscribing. That's up to you. But you should definitely check out his latest, My Heart Will Go On, metal cover. Cool. Chico's Memories for 2. Alex Jones was right. Frogs are gay. Thank you. Patrick Kelly for 5. Disney destroyed Gina Carano to protect their criminal behavior. I will always stand with Gina Carano against criminal enterprise Disney. Yeah, me too. I love the fact that I love the fact that the lawsuit dropped the way it does. Elon's funding the whole thing. It's fucking incredible.
Earnings
and,
fall.
I hope it goes the distance. Yeah.
Dude, this is the best. Like, to me, this is the best, like, diss of anything. Jeremy pre-ordered for Starfield. So somebody said that last night. I think Cellular Dreams said something like Dan Vass pre-ordered Starfield, and we all just died laughing. It was so funny. So yeah, good stuff.
Kara Lynn, what's up, Kara, for $5? Thanks for helping make MegaCon an overwhelming success. We love y'all. Yeah, MegaCon was, again, there's really no other way to describe it than like a complete and total success.
Yep.
It was
across the board.
It was bigger. Like everything that could have possibly gone right went right. Anything that had possibly gone wrong didn't. So that usually doesn't happen when we're involved in planning things.
It usually does not. But hey, man, once in a while we get things right. So we'll take our dubs. So
that's right. The Angry Badger for 5. Such a weird timeline. Imagine being able to super chat the news 20 years ago and call Dan Rather a fig. You guys are the news now. Hill the 199.
Dude, I've been on streams like on CobraCast. People have super chatted me and turned to like this massive topic because they told me like, hey, this just happened. It's an amazing. It's amazing, man. Really.
Those Zamboni for 2. I only use that word in traffic every day. Jeremy. Yo, that's a me thing. I think that's a quote from me for sure.
Yeah, that is a quote from you.
Yeah, when those things come up.
Yes.
You know, what am I gonna say? I gotta pull up actually one of Gary's more recent videos because there's a video that's starting to go viral. Like get to Gary's channel. Go. Let's watch this
Orange
one.
Gonson says Tuesday night's main event, episode 69, the betrayal of the Vask was epic. Yeah, that was a hella good episode. That was
betrayal of the Vask.
Yeah, last night was good though. Last night was good. That was dude. I think that if you take Locals, Streamlabs, Rumble, and YouTube into account, I think GG made like over $6,500, and the majority of that's because idiots are trying to troll.
That's crazy. That's a lot of fucking money too.
And people think I'm mad about people trolling the chat. Like, I literally will take that. And if you think, and I know some people are gonna be like, oh yeah, that's just, dude, that's not the biggest stream we've ever had. Okay, we've had this stream right here. Me and Ryan have had we've made more money on this stream than even last night's, but that was definitely a top 5 G&G stream.
Oh, that one day when people just kept gifted memberships, I just wanted to fucking end the stream and leave. I just wanted to be, because I had shit to do. I'm like, God. And everybody kept me there. I did want to talk about this, though, because there's a clip that's been making the rounds. I've seen a lot of different people post it. I've seen it going on TikTok, on Instagram. People are posting this little snippet of, like, people finally come to the realization of why the MCU has gone down the drain in such a big way. Because they continue to hire people that don't care about the source material. They just want to put activism in everything. And ironically enough, the video that is getting clipped out is from Gary's fucking video that has about 700,000 views over the past week. And it's made by the great Harry Chan. So I figured we could react to this a little bit because now everyone's talking about it. But it's about 40 seconds. Might pause it a couple times in between. But just, this gives normal people who haven't been paying attention an idea of why Marvel has gone so downhill.
I have to be honest, I was not very steeped in the comics.
I didn't read any comics or do any research.
I wasn't familiar with comics. I wasn't familiar with the movies.
We didn't lean into a whole lot of the history of the comic books.
Yeah, candidly, we were not enormous comic fans.
I wasn't super into comics when I was a kid. I read a lot of like indie press stuff.
First thing I was told is don't read the comics.
Really?
Like, It's just the fact that you can find this many clips from everybody associated with every one of these fucking movies and shows is nuts.
Yeah.
But this is the reality. These people don't give a fuck. Like, they don't give a fuck about what they're actually making.
Nope, they don't. They don't.
Now
it's almost like people that come to other people's chat and start trolling. It's like really SJW behavior. But as long as you take full advantage of it, like Gary has with Marvel and we have with trolls in the chat, I'm okay with that. You know, take full advantage of people that are trying to infiltrate things they do not care about.
As a creator, they put you in a bubble. They don't let you talk about any of the other projects, right?
You know, they're up for anything. We ultimately decided to redefine it for the series and thought that it worked better for the story that we're trying to tell.
That's someone talking about why they changed Echo's powers to what they were in the comic books to something that had nothing to do with her in the comic books and instead was all about her being an Indian, her being Native American, because they really wanted to push that shit. And of course, the final one's the great Taika Waititi.
And thought that it worked better for the story that we're trying to tell.
Did you ever read When the DVD comes out, I'm going to read a Thor comic book and just see where we went wrong one of these days.
Now, that's Taika Waititi during Ragnarok, just to be clear, right? Which is when a lot of people should have been wise to the fact that even if you like that fucking movie, you like the tone was different, that it was funnier, that holy fuck, this is not a guy who gives a shit about the comics or about the character. And then we saw what happened with Thor: Love and Thunder. But these are just a small snippet, 40 seconds, right? 40 seconds of normal people being able to see why everything has gone so wrong with Marvel. And it's funny that that clip from Perry on Gary's video is making the rounds everywhere right now.
Yeah, and I mean, again, man, like, no one's saying that you just should be hiring just fans. You know what I mean? You should be hiring qualified people that, even if they aren't fans of the property, are willing to do the work to understand the property once they're hired. That's all you're saying. Like, you know, and these companies have actively told the people they're hiring, you don't need to worry about the source material. You know what I mean? It's like, well, why wouldn't I worry about the source material that you're hiring me for? What shouldn't I do the research? You know, shouldn't I understand the world that I'm writing or creating or anything like that? And they're like, no. And of course, the people that they are hiring don't have any standards. So of course they're like, oh, great, I don't have to do that work. It's insane. You know what I mean? It's truly crazy. But again, we've known this for a long time now. Whether it's something like going back to, again, my first memories of this, I don't remember if it's Mad Max Fury Road or Ghostbusters. What came out first?
Or Ghostbusters was 2016. I know that.
And Mad Max Fury Road,
2015.
There you go. First of all, we got green-haired anti-liberal, 5 gifted memberships, and of course, Alec Baldwin's finger, who we hung out with, met again. It's like second or third time now. Met you, Alec Baldwin's finger, and he don't miss. 50 gifted memberships.
Oh yes, I met Alec Baldwin's finger for the. I think I met it for the first time at TP. I don't think I had met him before the TP USA thing I went to a couple weeks ago.
Well, he was in Vegas. He was at Vegas. He was
okay, then I had to have before. Okay, yeah.
He was in Vegas. It was a couple years ago in Vegas. He was there.
I got to hang out with him for a while at the TP USA thing, which is cool.
Okay. 50 gifted memberships. Let's go. Turn that chat green. That's the man. I love seeing chat. Shit show. You got chicken emojis. You got gifted memberships. You got super chats. And G&G and the 199 winning all day long. Another massive dub. Let's
what were you saying about Mad Max Fury Road?
So yeah, so Mad Max Fury Road and Ghostbusters 2016. Those are the first two elements that I saw identity politics creeping into stuff. Now, I hated Mad Max Fury Road. I fucking hate that movie. I despise that movie. I think most people love that movie. I think most people do love it. I fucking hated it from the moment I saw it. Then you look at like Ghostbusters 2016 and Paul Feig getting involved with that. And like those were the first elements of all of this. And then of course it just took off from there. And I think everybody realized it obviously with Last Jedi, you know what I mean? But if you go back to looking at The Force Awakens and listening to the build up to The Force Awakens, listening to Disney executives, What were they talking about? Well, we definitely wanted some representation in this film, and we definitely wanted to have, you know, people of color and female representation. That all was there, but we weren't like, it wasn't on our radar to think like too much of it. I remember thinking a little bit. I'm like, it's a little. Why are we hiring on identity? But again, identity politics wasn't this thing that was overrunning the industry now. You know what I mean? And now here we are, all this time later, and the whole thing has been ruined by these freaks. A whole thing. And that video puts it into perfect perspective. That 40-second video puts it in perfect perspective. That's Ghostbusters 2016. That's The Force Awakens. That's The Last Jedi. That's The Rise of Skywalker. That's Solo Lost Money. That's the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Right there in that 40 seconds.
Yep. Ryan's Egyptian ancestor. What's up? For 20 bucks, I pre-ordered Starfield. Sorry, Ryan. But it's a miracle that I made it then, huh? You had sex with a woman at some point. Oh, thank you. Gremlin Anku for 20. I'm a bit behind on the stream. Shit cell phone. But I don't think Musk wants to buy Disney. I think he wants to cripple it like they tried with X. That's a good point.
No, I think he wants, like, here's why I think he wants to. Because he's made quite a few comments about about Walt Disney and how much he respects Walt Disney and how much he appreciates what Walt Disney created and the legacy and the history. He has talked about that. So I think he does have an interest in that, personally. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe I'm wrong.
Tanneru for 5. It would make me feel a whole lot better, that's for sure, knowing there's more people out there like me. I guess some of us go harder than others. I don't know exactly what you're referencing, Tanneru. It would make me feel a whole lot better, that's for sure, knowing there's more people out there like me. I guess some of us go harder than others.
I don't really know what that means. But
I mean, I get what you're saying. I just don't know exactly what it's in reference to for what we
specifically what's
talked
it's in
about.
reference to. Yeah.
Maybe he meant people that say the N-word. I don't know. McTwiz for 5. Gina and Elon joining forces. Basically the overdue Avengers movie we needed now. LOL. Much love, Jeremy and Ryan. Thanks, McTwiz. Yeah, fucking awesome.
Oh, here. He says he says my first super chat, stoners.
Ah, well there you go.
We go. Okay, we got you, brother. We got you now.
Well, maybe he means the first one that he sent, or is that his actual first super chat, or did he send an earlier one?
We are retarded.
Yes. So here we go. Tanneru.
Okay, there we go.
What I would give to see just one video of someone calling out Kathleen Kennedy in a restaurant on the street. How would not have any videos of these people getting called on their shit? That's what he was referencing.
Okay. Got you. I get it now. Thank you for the clarification. I
love how Jeremy's like, oh, you just fucked up your first super chat, obviously. Oh,
No. He was just saying, I thought he meant it was his first super chat saying he appreciates that he found people that.
I know.
So
yeah.
Whatever.
Jeffrey Richardson for 2. How's Beardo's bladder doing from yesterday?
I have no idea. What yesterday, like the meetup?
Probably TNME.
Oh, because he had to pee. That's right. Yeah. So he'll be. I don't fucking know. Fuck him. That's how I respond. Fuck him.
Unknown 199. Higher POTs. People of talent. Yeah, I agree. Just That Clown for $1. Thank you, Just That Clown. James Norman, member for 8 months. Somebody backstage needs to make you know what I mean. Counter donate the equivalent in money to charity.
I don't know what that means.
Someone backstage needs to make you know what I mean. Counter donate the equivalent in money to charity.
I agree.
Yeah, I love charity. Thank you, James. Mike Sauros for 20 Canadian. Shout out from Pembroke, Ontario. Hail the 199. Thank you, Mike. And I think we're all caught up, Jeremy.
No way. The Plot Strikes Back, who I got to meet at the meetup, dropped 5 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. Let's see.
I wanted to I wanted to say some Nagarnal in the Rumble chat as well early on. I forgot to say it earlier, but he said, tagged y'all with my photos from the con and meetup. Got home like an hour ago. Have not slept yet. Figured I may as well catch this stream while I have some steam left.
Hell
Put
yeah,
that over
brother.
in Rumble. So
Hell
shout out.
yeah. Nah, man, it's good seeing. I saw him multiple times. He always the first day I saw him, he had the Snake Pit 199 Battalion shirt. Those shirts stand out, man. I kind of want to put those for sale again. Maybe do a campaign of those. Those shirts are fucking badass. So we may have to do something with those again because those shirts stood out. 199 hats stand out, and I am working on. Hopefully, today's Wednesday. I'm going to try to get everything set up for Friday. If not, it'll be early, like first thing Monday. I'm going to do another campaign with the hats. Now, a lot of you said you want fitted hats over snapback. We had 50-50 on the poll last night. 50% wanted fitted, 50% wanted snapback.
Those are tough because then you like the snapback, obviously you just get one side, boom, get it broken. The fitted ones are much more difficult to handle.
I know. You know what I mean?
This is what is what James said. Every time you say you know what I mean, you need a counter and then donate that to charity. That's what he's talking about.
There's a lot of things that I'll that I'll repeat over and over. I think that kind of goes for every streamer for the most part. You know, we kind of have our words that we just kind of lean into a little bit. So
yeah, everyone has pause words or phrases or things like that.
yeah, like Ryan always, when Ryan wants to, like when he's looking for something, he goes,
To be fair.
Yeah, to be fair.
Oh yeah, when
or
I'm
he just says the N-word.
if I don't have anything to say and I'm looking something up, I'll try to just make a couple noises to like not get dead air.
Yeah.
I do.
dead air on
Yeah, everyone has little phrases that they use a lot, which can get annoying to some, depending on how much you say. Ronan the Crusader gifted a membership. Thank you, Ronan. Kevin gifts 10 Geeks
Kevin!
and Gamers membership.
You mad lad, Kevin. Holy crap. Hey, Kevin dropped $500 super chat last night.
Holy shit.
Yeah. He said nothing. Said nothing.
Just that clown for two says Elon pick. Thank you. I was like, what the fuck? There it is. There's Elon. Thank you.
So I tonight again at 5 p.m. we're gonna be doing the gaming stream with the game we've been working on. Looking forward to that, Undercity Warzone. And I'm gonna, when this stream ends, it's gonna raid my D-Day Cobra 199 channel. That's where the stream will take place, so you guys can continue your conversations over there if you choose, of course. But we still got more super chats because again, the more people sit there and try to spam the chat, the more super chats we get. We've already made nearly $1,000 today. Thank you guys. This is a good problem to have for me. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, and it has the added benefit of pissing me off because now I can't leave.
Oh god damn, man. You're making me money, you're making Ryan mad, and we are destroying the trolls. Like, it's a fucking massive win for me. It's the greatest thing ever.
Project Taco for 2. Some Queerdo haters' names are green. Like, if you accept a membership, that means that we actually get the money.
Hell yeah.
Awesome. We appreciate
Let's
it.
go.
SBZ for 5. FYI, chickens in the chat will not bother Jeremy. They only empower him. If you truly want to bother him, put whale bones instead. Hashtag DanVast 2024.
I usually only comment on them when I see them not showing up anymore, because when they show up, I make money. So people are like, Jeremy, chill, it's just a joke. Yeah, I know. Calm down. I'm just monetizing you. It's okay.
D's Webos for 199. If you spam a chicken, you're a hotao in Spanish. I don't know if that's some slur, but there you go.
If you have not been banned from my chat, it's because I have allowed you to stay here so I can use you for money. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
Alicia Baker for $2. Got my new 199 backpack, my new bug out bag. That is awesome. Yeah, people are loving the 199 backpack.
Yes, we've gotten a lot of great feedback on those. I told you guys that those 199 backpacks are fantastic. The quality is amazing. And again, this is why we work with 221B. I think everything that we have gotten from there, I think everybody has been happy with the quality. I'm not going to make as much in profit, but that's fine because we pay for really good quality stuff. But my goal is to have the best quality we can get you guys that's going to last. And that's why we're working with 221B. So shout out to Suresh.
Elite Neo for 20. Sucks that Vic Mignogna's appeal failed due to Ty Beard not submitting crucial TCPA defeating evidence on time. Given how much Funimation and others dragged Vic on Twitter, you guys think you should reach out to Elon for recourse? I'll be honest, I have no idea exactly like the details of what you're talking about there. I remember following along with Vic's case, like on Nick's channel and stuff like that for a long time. But I met Vic Mignogna in person. Nice guy. Yeah. I think if he feels he still has legal recourse, then he could try. With everything going on, obviously Elon's looking to get justice for people who they feel were, unfairly targeted. Yeah, for sure. Disco Cobra for 20. Wanted to update everyone. I got both my G&G backpacks in the mail, waiting for a good opportunity to use them. Took pics as well. They look premium.
They are premium. They're badass too. I wish we could have had people have them at the con, but we just could not get them out in time, and I do apologize for that. We tried, but just couldn't quite do it.
CJ for 5. I'm here to spam the chat. $5. Thank you, CJ. Julio Cal 69 for 10. I bought a pop-off doll off a dork that gave me attitude when I asked if he had a Cara Dune. I'd love for her to sign it. Does she have a PO box or she'll do that? I've always wondered. I don't know about that, but she's doing a lot of conventions all across here and even Canada, and I think somewhere in Europe. So I would say check the schedule. She's coming to a con near you. Hi Guy Reviewing, member for 4 months. Holy crap, I hit a milestone. Hail the 199. Hey, shout out to you, Hi Guy Reviewing. Ian, let's go Bucks, member for 8 months. The video you referenced about Cara Dune being an SJW on TNME was 100% real. I remember watching it, didn't know it was deleted though. That's crazy.
That is crazy, isn't it? My video's still up talking about Cara Dune and how Gina Carano is a badass.
Yeah, I mean, my episode 4 Mandalorian season 1 review is also still live. I often get lumped into that group of people that somehow change their minds where mine's still live on my channel. I wouldn't recommend watching it. It's a fucking terrible video. When I first started YouTube, it's a fucking awful video. But when I get to Gina Carano and Cara Dune, I talk about how much I like Cara Dune. And I like the character. I like the way that they were able to show her and understand that it's believable that this chick would have good fighting prowess and this experience and stuff like that. So I'm glad that that still exists, that that's still public, that that's still live for everyone to see, to know that we shouldn't be lumped in that group of people.
Yeah, my video specifically.
Not to say that people can't change their minds. Of course you can change your mind on shit, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Gina's a badass. I know she's got a lot of new fans suddenly, but some people didn't have to delete their videos in order to pretend that they were always Gina Carano fans. Namely me and Ryan. There you go.
Fran Vat Gulati for 100. I don't know what this is. Something Chinese or Indian maybe rupees. I'm not sure. For 100 of them. I get the animosity between you and EBS, Jeremy, but why don't you take his name? Started following you the day Last Jedi released, and he has been real since.
Why don't I take his name? What do you mean, why don't I take his name? I say EBS's name all the fucking time. At the end of the day, if EBS wants to spend his time talking about me and sending people to my chat, I'm fine with that. I'm not going to do the same because it's not worth my time. But when I have to see it in my chat, then I'm going to respond and I'm going to take advantage like I would anybody else that's ever done it to me. But I would never, ever ask my chat to go to his or anyone else's chat. I've never done that. I did laugh at Tim Pool when Tim Pool's own chat was meaning on him. But I never send people to people's chats because it's literally against terms of service. So I'm not going to ever ask anybody to go spam another creator. I know how terms of service works. Trust me, there's a lot of things I like to do on this platform. But YouTube is very fucking finicky about that shit. And they have algorithms and bots that are watching everything. So keep that in mind. It's not a good idea to break terms of service openly, consistently every day. I'm not going to do it because I'm not retarded.
Green-haired anti-liberal for $20 with a bunch of emojis. A bunch of hatching chicken emojis, and then eventually it ends up being fried. I think there's something about chicken in the chat. I feel left out. I figure I should call attention to it. Y'all know what it's about? People really like to eat chicken or something?
Chicken is good.
Emojis after that.
Zaxby's is personally my favorite.
Oh, they're opening up another Raising Cane's here.
They did, and I still haven't eaten there yet. Now, Raising Cane's is good because of the sauce and the bread. Now, the chicken's good. The chicken without the sauce and the bread, like, it's still good. It's really
No,
good.
hold up. Literally everything about Cane's is superior to Zaxby's.
I mean, listen, the chicken is really fucking good at Cane's. I'm just saying, I don't know how I feel about it in isolation compared to Zaxby's in isolation.
Well,
when you add the
I don't
bread
have to
and the
say I
sauce.
don't know. I will say definitively, every single thing at Cane's is superior to what you can get at Zaxby's. The benefit to Zaxby's is there's more than just chicken strips, right? There's a lot of other things on the menu you can order. But the chicken itself is better. The fries are better. The bread is better, and the sauce is better. So Cane's is superior in every way to Zaxby's.
Okay, so I'll give you the fries, I'll give you the sauce, I'll give you the bread. I think the chicken is the one thing that's debatable, Zaxby's versus Cane's. It's debatable. I'm not saying there's a definitive.
Fucking then say it then. Do you think it's better or worse?
I don't fucking know. If you tell me you can only have the chicken from Cane's and the chicken from Zaxby's and none of the other added stuff that comes with it, I might pick Zaxby's just on chicken alone. But when you give me the whole...
Say might. Say you would or you wouldn't.
Fuck you. I don't know which one. It's not like if you say Culver's Burger versus Five Guys, I'm going to take Culver's every day.
Fucking
Are they
nerds
close?
arguing
Yes,
over
I'll
chicken.
take Culver's every day.
See, now, I could see that argument if you're talking like price, because Five Guys is so expensive.
God, it's
Yeah,
like
there's
fucking
almost nothing
Texans
better than
arguing over
Five Guys burger.
brisket or
Culver's
Californians
Burger
over
destroys
tacos.
Every burger
God.
that's considered fast food, except for In-N-Out. In-N-Out's the only one that's close. In-N-Out's the only one that's close.
Dude.
In-N-Out's the only one that's close.
You're fucking wild.
No, I'm not. The butter burger is fucking.
It's
S-tier.
really it's fucking good. It's really fucking good. Yeah, yeah.
the
It doesn't
S-tier.
blow away. It doesn't blow away a Five Guys burger.
It's the S tier.
God.
Yes. Now, so
No,
the top
no,
three
no,
burgers.
I'm sorry. I'm
fast
sorry.
food,
Okay.
You know, places.
I'm
however you
pausing.
wanna- It's
I'm gonna-
Culver's,
oh, God, I gotta
In-N-Out,
rant.
Five Guys. Those are the three best burgers.
These guys are talking about
you can
fucking
find
burgers.
for,
I'm like, oh hell
you know,
no.
like national
They just
chains or
didn't.
just, you know, big chain places that would.
They just fucking didn't. Oh god, I'm gonna have to go out on a fucking rant. Alright. I keep forgetting the name of this goddamn burger joint because it's been a while since I've been there. They still exist, last I saw. So hopefully they still exist. But it's a alright. So the hamburger is technically it's lean. It's just a lean cut ground beef, obviously. And before you say, oh, lean cut ground beef, it's all bleh. No, that's only 70% of the burger patty. The other 30% is fucking bacon, ground bacon in the patty, okay? Fucking ground bacon in this hamburger. It's not religiously, it's not kosher, but god damn, it is the best burger I ever effing had. And I always get it in a motherfucking double patty, cheddar, sharp cheddar. Not this fucking American cheese bullshit. Fucking sharp cheddar. Like, you have to have sharp cheddar. Because it's such a goddamn, like, good, like, oof. Alright, so, so it's a 70% lean ground patty, 30% freaking bacon, ground bacon in your goddamn burger. And then, it's seasoned man fantastic. Like absolute, like, ah, God. Ah, and then of course you gotta have a really, like, not a light beer with this burger. You need a fucking, like, 3.5% dark fucking ale. You know, you need a fucking really, really, really just chunky burger, or a beer, to go with this burger. And, you know, as a traditional bun, it's not, I hate buttered brioche buns on my burgers. I know some people will disagree with that. I hate brioche buns. What I really fucking like are pretzel buns. I really love pretzel buns. But a straight up brioche bun, nah, it just starts getting too buttery, and I just start tasting fat and not enough meat in my burger. and like I said, a fucking 30% ground bacon in this burger, and it's like, like I have a few friends that are kosher, right? And I'm like, God, this is the best burger ever. Well, they're like, oh, we can't eat that. There's fucking 30% ground bacon in it. I'm like, oh. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. It's a religion, you know. I'm not gonna say, don't be a pussy, you know, like freedom of religion and everything. If I believe in, if I'm fucking hardcore American, I'm gonna be like, all right, yeah, freedom of fucking religion, yeah, I'm not gonna fucking trample on that. I'm not gonna say, don't be a pussy and violate your religion. You know, that'd be just assholery of me. But, oh. I mean, no one's gonna fucking watch this stream. No one's probably watching right now. I don't give a fuck. But holy fuck, it's like, alright, I order it on a pretzel bun if they got pretzel buns, because they don't make pretzel buns every day at this burger joint. But they do make their own in-house buns. They don't buy it from a bakery and get like however many like delivered for the day, right? They do everything in-house, and it's, oh god, it, you know, and this is their basic patty. They straight up say like, yeah, these burger patties are not kosher. And this is our mix, fucking lean, like a 90% lean ground beef, and then they fucking like, yeah, and then we're gonna add 30% bacon, and it's like fatty bacon. It's like not, it's not this super lean bacon flake. It's like fatty bacon. And it just creates this weird awesomeness, like, with the patty. And when I say a weird awesomeness with the patty, it's like, oh god, how do I really describe this? Man, I should stop getting punched in the face. It's a really just, okay, but it does, like, I mean, it's fat, you know, bacon fat. You know, but it renders out, it juicifies, coats the meat, and then when it's on the grill, it's also making a nice crispy patty. And it's almost like, I don't know if anyone's ever had like a deep fried burger patty. yeah, you're showing you're a real fucking American kid. Yeah, I know. Go devil. So yeah, I don't know if you've ever had like a deep fried hamburger, right? And I know that sounds absolutely disgusting. It's fucking amazing. But that's what it's almost like. You know, it's got that nice crispy burger patty, right? And the crispy burger patty, I think, is what makes that burger really good with its, you know, 70-30 grind. And oh, you know, it's a small little place, California, Los Angeles area. And the reason why I know about that place is because they make a hamburger that they use Carolina Reapers to make this burger, and Carolina Reapers are like, it's a hamburger that for most normal people that don't like spicy food, it will probably send you to the bathroom immediately. For me though, because I love spicy food and I actually love Carolina Reaper cheese, yeah, I love eating Carolina Reaper cheese, but I disagree with these nerds on Geeks and Gamers about what the, you know, Five Guys. No, fuck Five Guys. I've had Five Guys. It really doesn't hold a candle to this place in fucking SoCal. You know, sure, I might be biased. I might live in SoCal. which is still a regret. Big regret. Okay, I already got that. Because I really don't like. As much as I dislike this state, there's still some great things about it. Oh god, I just did not know. Jeez, I don't. So the one thing I like, disagree with these nerds is where the best burgers are from. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I've had a lot of good burgers from different places, but Five Guys does not make the best hamburger. They make good burgers, but they don't make the best. Actually, another good place, like locally, like close to where I live, is Hook and Anchor. It's a burger joint. It's kind of nautical themed. My little nephew was like, "Oh, it's like a pirate. It's like a pirate place," and he picked it because we were gonna eat somewhere else, like meeting up with our nephew and everything. He's like, "I don't want to go there. I want to go there." And he looked at the Hook and Anchor, and I'm like, dude, that actually looks pretty good. And the burgers were almost as good as this place I'm saying is the best. Almost. But, man. But the only thing that's a downside about the Hook and Anchor is I think their patties are like 20% too small. If I had it my way, they'd make like a bigger patty. They'd just make a bigger patty. I don't know what size patty they have, but no, I've seen it. Fuck your bazooka. So yeah, I'm just getting resources for stuff. So yeah, Hook and Anchor, I'd say it's not the best. And that's not the place I'm talking about that has the 30% bacon grind in their patties. It's somewhere else. Oh god, no. Aren't you, Pen Pen? I'm just gonna get to the last outpost. Oh, I think I got the maximum attack boost, so I don't think attack boost cards are gonna drop anymore. Damn. Oh well. But yeah, Gamers podcast go again. These nerds are arguing about fucking burgers, and I had argued about burgers too. I'm a nerd too, so fuck it.
Be considered fast food style, right there.
Like of those to me, it's Five Guys, Culver's.
Down here is In-N-Out.
Just for the record,
it's Culver's, In-N-Out, right here, and then Five Guys.
You know why I think maybe you feel that way is because you don't like anything on your burger other than like
That's
meat
not
and
true.
cheese, right?
It's not true because, well, so coincidentally enough, when I'm at Five Guys, I put A1 and barbecue on my burger.
That also is weird that you put both. Like that is like that's one of the fucking like most insane things I've ever fucking heard.
I put A1 and barbecue on my burger at Five Guys.
That's one of the most fucking wild things I could imagine. But I more meant in terms of like not a single, like not usually any type of vegetable or do you like bacon on them?
I don't. I obviously I love bacon, but I typically don't like to put bacon on the burger, and really it's because I'm picky. I like bacon crispy, and a lot of times it's not crispy. You know what I mean? It drives me
I agree
crazy.
with that. I agree with that. Like, if you have a floppy ass piece of bacon on a burger,
it's terrible.
It sucks. Yeah,
It's
that
terrible.
can suck.
Man, me and Ryan just agreed on something. Oh, yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, floppy bacon is terrible.
Yeah, people that like floppy bacon are disgusting individuals.
Yeah, like I judge them harshly. Can we get bacon?
I agree. I agree with them. On
When
the
I go to
bacon.
places,
I like
I
crispy
ask for it to
bacon.
be extra crispy because I don't want to, by happenstance, get a floppy
I don't like
piece
floppy
of shit.
bacon.
Spider Unlimited for $20.
It's like they
Just
make the
wanna say
bacon
thank you for
crispy and
keeping
then
up the
let
good
it sit in
fight.
the fat
Apologies for
and it
canceling
becomes
all
all floppy.
memberships and less
I hate
interaction.
that.
Biden's America/recession. I fell in tough times financially. Still listening and supporting every day. Dude, Spider, never feel any pressure or anything to donate for sure. We appreciate you watching. Appreciate all the people in chat.
Fucking bacon and chicken in the chat. Bacon, chicken, and super chats. Welcome to Geeks and Gamers.
What's your favorite breakfast food?
I don't like eating breakfast in the morning. I like eating breakfast in the evening. But I like scrambled eggs. Pancakes and waffles, I'm always back and forth on that, but I tend to like pancakes more than waffles. So I like scrambled eggs, I like pancakes, and I like bacon. And usually like a biscuit with gravy.
By hash browns?
I don't like hash browns that much. They're okay.
Oh my
They're
god,
okay.
I fucking love it. Especially
Okay.
the shredded potato hash browns that get given you in like a rectangular clump that's like cooked on both sides. You know what I'm talking about?
Fuck yeah, Ryan.
Those hash browns. My mouth is fucking watering just thinking about it. Dude.
Listen, sausage, egg, and cheese, McGriddle.
No, bacon, egg, and cheese better.
No, I like sausage, egg, and cheese.
Bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddle
Sausage, egg,
is
and cheese
F tier.
McGriddle is so fucking good. It's so good.
I
It has
hate
no
McGriddles.
business being that good. But the sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddle.
I fucking hate
is
McDonald's
S-tier.
breakfast food.
100%.
Bro, I used to go and get 5 bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddles and 5 hash browns.
Oh my god.
I'd eat that for breakfast in high school. Oh my gosh. Alec Baldwin's finger for 20. This 199 backpack is badass.
Hell yeah.
Alec Baldwin's finger.
Hell yeah.
Nearsighted Cyclops, or Cyclopes, would be multiple, but I think it's Cyclops. Member for 6 months. McDonald's is S tier according to y'all, just saying. After that vid, all your fast food takes are suspect.
I can't argue with that. I can 100% take that. Someone said, "Why aren't we bigger?" I listen. It is a very strange thing that the way that I eat, and I've actually been losing weight. And I know Ryan's lost a lot of weight recently. What, in the past 6-8 months, probably. You know, like you. I'm not saying you were fat, but I'm just saying like you definitely trimmed up. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Well, after the holidays, I need to fucking trim down a little bit before MegaCon. You know what I mean?
Like, yeah, I've lost about 15 pounds in the past month and a half. So, because I was over 200 for the first time ever. That was the first time I've ever been over 200, and I'm like, bro.
When he said, "Why aren't you bigger?" I thought he was talking about the channel.
Oh no.
Not
Why aren't we
not our
bigger?
pop.
Because we're fucking stupid. So.
Yo Pops for 2. I don't know, Jeremy. Sometimes you're retarded. Project Taco for 2. Not done till we say done. Jeremy and Ryan, you seamen. Thank you. Yo Pops for 2. Chicken fingers are not good. Change my mind. Go eat at Cane's. They'll
Chicken
change your
fingers are
mind.
good.
And if you want a chicken sandwich, they do a chicken sandwich. They just put 3 tenders on it.
Yeah.
Ministry of Wrong Think for 199. Jeremy takes Culver's every day. 5 guys every night. Hayden for 5. The best chicken is Chicken Express. That seems to be a Texas thing. It's much better than Cane's.
Chicken Express. Never heard of that.
I don't believe you, and I'll never eat there, so I can never confirm if you're right or not. Linko Kenobi for 5. What's up, guys? Got my backpack yesterday and posted it to Twitter. I'll be taking with me to Vegas. Hail Gina Carano in the 199. Love you guys.
Hell yeah, that's right. So we're gonna see a lot of those backpacks in Vegas. That's gonna be awesome. I can't wait. Hell yeah.
Yo, pause for 2. Ryan's gay. Take on In-N-Out. Oh, Ryan's gay take on In-N-Out. I get it.
Yeah, I kind of
Ronan
agree
the
with Ryan.
Crusader for
In-N-Out's
5.
not.
Five
I mean,
guys at number 3. That's why you're
even
a
though
big Jeremy.
everyone says, "Oh, In-N-Out's nah,"
Elite
In-N-Out's
Neo for 5.
fallen, dude.
Fast food tier list take 2, aka Burger
In
tier
the
list.
recent
Not
years,
win, never.
it's not as good.
We got more backlash for that than I did for my fat interview.
Like, there's
Yo,
better
pause
burger
for 2.
places that have
Your guys'
come
palate
out.
is out of a
They're
5-year-old.
just not big chains.
Agmar WK for 5. Jeremy, you need to try the grilled cheeseburger from 5 Guys. It'll change your opinion.
I do like a grilled cheese, so grilled cheese burger. Is that what they said?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll have to look into that.
You know what's really good? The Frisco melt from Steak and Shake. Highly underrated sandwich.
These dudes
Go
are gonna keep
try
talking
that if you're
about
ever
food,
at
or they're gonna
Steak and
get back
Shake.
on news
Frisco
and
melt.
games.
Fucking amazing.
Man, when I was younger, I haven't had to change my diet too much, but there's two things I've had to stop in my older age, and that is, I used to drink a lot of chocolate milk. Holy fuck, man! I used to drink a shit ton of chocolate milk because
That is like baby shit.
Oh my god, chocolate milk's amazing. But I don't do milkshakes with food anymore, dude. I can't do it. Like I used to could do it. I can't do it anymore. Milkshakes and like a burger fucking just wrecks me, dude. I can't. It makes me feel like dog shit, dude. Can't do it.
And I love milkshakes. Tobias Nexus for 5. I remember a story. Zach Hazard had been cooking bacon using the heat between the barrel and heat shield of, I think, an MG42, crispy and lethal. That's pretty funny. I've seen a couple people wrap that around a barrel and cook shit before. So, Lee Cranmer for 2. Arby's chicken cordon bleu sandwich is the best. Never had that one.
Never had that one.
Steiner
I do like
Math-
Arby's though. I like Arby's.
Steiner Math for 5. When is the wrestling stream? Maybe dedicate it to the one and only freak in the sheets, the Big Bad Booty Daddy.
Big bad booty daddy, Scott Steiner. Dude, Scott Steiner's so awesome.
Elite Neo for 5. Speaking of great breakfast, shit on a shingle. Ryan is a former military man. You should know what that is. Shit on a shingle. I don't know.
Oh my God,
I don't
Ryan.
know if I've heard that one, Elite Neo. Eric K
Shit
for
on a
2.
shingle
Jeremy is on a
is
high
fucking
protein diet.
classic.
Gay Cruz.
I had that out in fucking
Gunny Z
Pennsylvania.
for 10. Jeremy, thanks for correcting the length of the drawstrings on your hoodie. As an old Marine, that grabtastic look was getting on my last grade nerve. Angry Badger, welcome to the 199. BZ for 5. In and Out bottom tier. What's next? You're going to say you pre-ordered Starfield? I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying it's overrated. That's always been my thing about In-N-Out. It's fine, especially for the price. Like if you're factoring in price, I could see reasonably why people move In-N-Out.
Yeah. In-N-Out's
But
a
I
fair
think it's
burger, yeah.
I think it's like a 6 out of 10
you know what?
burger standard.
Damn, can't believe I agree with Ryan on his
CJ
take
for
on
5.
In-N-Out.
They don't have the best burgers, but if you include breakfast, the fries, the shakes, and McFlurries, I agree. McDonald's is S tier.
Yeah, I think that's the way that we approach it. It's just,
Nah,
that's so
McDonald's
many
just wrecks my
options,
stomach
you know what I
nowadays.
mean? And again, if you
I don't
do
know what
get,
the fuck
like,
they did with their
fresh
burgers,
McDonald's,
but
which is very rare.
every time I have one of their
fucking
burgers, it
so good.
wrecks my gut.
Taker for 5. If the defamation awards against Trump, Giuliani, and Alex Jones are anything to go by, Gina should easily be awarded hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Lower Lips Liquor for 5. Sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin and added hash brown in the sandwich. I like the if I'm gonna, I'll do McGriddle before anything else. If I don't do that, then I do the biscuits at McDonald's. Project Taco for 5. Chicken Express is shit you freak, and I'm Texan. Get the fuck out. Don't eat there if you're in Texas. Agmar WK for
I'm fucking Texas
5.
dumping on the
It's-
Texas chicken
it's
place.
on their secret menu. Get some Cajun fries while you're at it. Page 1 for 5. Colors is coming soon to Orange Beach. So happy. General
Orange
Duality
Beach is
for
awesome.
2.
I love Orange Beach.
Have y'all had Freddy's? They have really good burgers. Raising Cane sucks, and Chicken Express in the Dallas-Fort Worth areas has solid chicken place.
Freddy's is good.
Literally fuck everything that you just said.
Freddy's is good.
I had a really bad experience at Freddy's, so.
Oh, poor fucking you. Who gives a shit? Still a
So
good
fuck-
food.
so fuck it.
Oh, I had a bad
Terrible.
experience. It's so fucking gay to say that.
No, they fucking
I had a bad experience. You had a bad experience every fucking place you go.
But I've been to Freddy's 2 times in my life, and both times it was fucking horrendous.
It's
It was
you.
different Freddy's.
It's
Yeah.
you.
But I'll have a bad experience at McDonald's 4 out of 10 times. Right? If it's every time I go someplace, I'm fucking out.
4 out of 10 is so bad. Like, how do you have a bad experience? 4 out of 10.
Have you seen McDonald's workers? I'm just being real. Especially because it depends on my laziness. There's a McDonald's that's closer to me that I know will probably fuck my shit up because I can literally go in there and look at the workers and I'm like, this ain't gonna go well. But it's closer to me. There's one that's like another 10-minute drive, where I look at those people, I'm like, wow, this is gonna be like a Chick-fil-A experience. And I know it's gonna be better, but it's a little further away. But I think we're caught up.
All right, we're caught up. Thank you.
No, we're not. Fuck. Orozco for $1. It's all about the Lord's chicken, you filthy heathens. Thank you. Elite Neo for 2. Shit on a shingle equals creamed chip beef on toast. Oh, yeah, I've never heard of that one. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Is that it?
Yeah,
That's it. All right. Thank you,
beef
guys.
gravy
All
on
right. So this
toast is
stream
fucking
is going to
delicious.
raid my D-Day Cobra 199 stream. That's where we're playing the brand new game within Fortnite.
If I had to liken it to something, it's
City
probably
Warzone.
close to like
A lot of us are going to be there playing it. It's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see all of you there.
well,
and
British beans on
and
toast.
I
So,
hope to see you
I
guys
liken it to
playing
that.
there as well, because the island code is going to be public, and this is just the first kind of. I'd actually, it's just like this is the second step of us kind of getting into the gaming world, but I'm really excited about it. So a lot of people are hungry. So, all right, guys, thank you. Have a great day, and I'll see you at 5 p.m. over on D-Day Cobra 199. Bye, everyone.
all right, new podcast. What's the link? Well, they're still broadcasting, so. Oh, Yahtzee video. Let's go.
It's a shame that being a straight white Northern European dude means I don't get a special holiday every year celebrating the time when my country was liberated from people like me, but I can always take solace in the fact that the entire world literally exists for my benefit. And if I'm bored, I can just go sail to some exotic land and take all their spice and proceed to not use it because it smells weird. And it's also gratifying to know that the current nostalgic wave of retro early 3D styled games is squarely aimed at appealing to me and evoking all the classic PC gaming golden age FPSs I played the shit out of in the 90s. But at the same time, it also makes things impossibly awkward if I don't like them. Because I mean, who the hell else is going to appreciate its heavily pixelated brown textures besides scat fetish Lego enthusiasts? We made this just for you, cry the creators like a grandmother brandishing a new Christmas scarf, except it's made entirely of brownish grey wool and it's got the word retard stitched into it, because that's the kind of transgression you 90s kids find hilarious, isn't it? Thanks, Grandma, I'll play it every day. Oh god, why did I say that? Now I need to make sure it's in my Steam recently played list every time she fucking comes round. So we've had our nostalgic Doom ripoff with Proteus and our nostalgic Blood ripoff with Cultic, but we still didn't have our nostalgic Hexen ripoff, so here comes Graven to fill the niche. Named after how a road accident victim with a speech impediment might describe the drab-coloured commercial vehicle that hit him. Yeah, sorry, that's the best I've got. In Graven, we play as a bearded murder priest who had a daughter or something, who some other murder priest tried to murder, getting really confused as to why we'd have a problem with that. I mean, we're murder priests, dude. You should have read the sign over the door. And after a big kerfuffle, we're exiled from our order and find ourselves lost in a stricken land full of death, monsters, and brown. To its credit, Graven gets the mandatory 90s FPS sewer level out of the way right at the start, and then, just in case you miss it, proceeds to carve the rest of the game out of shit. I only remembered the whole plot point with the daughter because at the end of the first act, there was a cutscene with your boy going, "This land was safe, but I was no closer to learning the fate of my daughter." And I was all like, oh yeah, plots, I remember those. I completely forgot about the fucking daughter thing because I spent the last 12 hours going back and forth across greenish-brown wildernesses trying to figure out where in John Romero's Forsaken hair care regimen I was supposed to go next. Thanks for reminding me of the plot by informing me that it hasn't budged forward a fucking inch. See, Hexen was a pioneer in that it was one of the first FPSs to embrace hub-based exploration and backtracking, but this was also in the era when FPS-level designers fell back on key hunting every time their Mountain Dew glass was empty. And Hexen was all like, what if, instead of having to backtrack across a semi-labyrinthine map looking for the door opened by the key you just found, you had to backtrack across 9 of the fuckers, and that's the spirit Graven is keen to evoke. All progress was tainted by the knowledge that it was only a matter of time before my next walking tour of the entire fucking game to date, trying to figure out where the cocking turtle key goes. Turned out it was underwater. Oh, sorry, I was kind of getting the message to stay out of water, because it was the colour of diarrhea, and visibility was poor, and there was no air, and it was full of huge fleshy carnivorous eels trying to start a conversation with my enormous knob. I get the sense that Graven is one of those games that tries to hide behind the deliberately retro thing. Of course there's no map. Where do you think you are? Fucking Six Flags? In our day, we drew our own map, and that's how we liked it. Oh, I expect you wanted a fucking objective marker instead of having to deduce where to go from dialogue and context clues like we expect you to have more intelligence than a chimp with a banana dangling in front of its face. I might give you more of a pass, Graven, if the dialogue in question wasn't usually along the lines of go to that weird house behind the bike sheds when said house is in the middle of a hedge maze and the bike sheds are locked by a machine that's missing 3 gears, 2 of which are in different buildings and 1 in a particularly hard-to-notice borough of Inverness. But fine, okay, I mean, Hexen wouldn't even have had that amount of text. What I'm pretty sure nobody liked in any era of gaming is the combat being shitty, and Graven can't banana dangle its way out of that one. Initially, it's melee-focused, with our boy having to see off shambling groups of zombies with corrective taps of the walking stick, which isn't much fun, because enemies don't so much attack as briefly get seized by the urge to do the thriller dance, and if you're close enough to read their name tag, you just lose a third of your health. Later on, the combat gets more range-focused. You'll know, because you'll be hit in the face with a blast of toxic snot from the fucking flying lizard thing 15 miles away that you mistook for a speck of dust on your contact lens. Your own ranged weapons start with a wrist-mounted dart launcher with all the satisfying sound and action of a queefing stick insect, and a variety of crossbows and ballistas that for God knows what reason all take up 4 slots on the quick select panel, which doesn't mean you can't use them, you just have to pause the game and rearrange your whole inventory every time you need to switch. And I have no clue why this has to be the case, unless it's to prevent your healing potions from getting bed sores. There's no room on the quick select for more than 1 of the actually useful guns, since I also needed room for my sword and potions, and it wouldn't let me unequip my walking stick or my magic book. Yeah, while we're on the subject, Graven severely overestimates how much I'd want to use that fucking magic book. Oh, I see you're still full on mana restoring potions, but here's some more anyway, in case you missed the fact that mana refills are coming out of the fucking walls. Then your magic fire attack feels more like very threateningly holding out a cigarette lighter. I think overall, Graven illustrates that nostalgia is all very well, but there are certain quality of life improvements I'd rather not go back to life without. Like a colour palette that means you can tell the difference between explodey barrels and the regular kind, when you're blindly smashing up the furniture looking for potions in low light conditions. Level design that's more intuitive than trying to identify rabbit turds in a bowl of chocolate-covered raisins. Incredibly dramatically introduced boss fights that do more than just sit there while you systematically carve off their 17 purple tits. As LP Hartley once wrote, the past is a foreign country, presumably one of the ones where you can only buy music on cassette tapes and women aren't allowed to own shoes. It's nice to visit now and then, but one soon grows tired of being woken in the morning by the musical trill of dial-up modems.
Another sci-fi film I can recommend is the 2000 film Frequency, starring Dennis Quaid and Jim Caviezel, directed by Gregory Hoblit and written by Toby Emmerich. I really like this movie actually, a strong father-son story involving time travel of sorts. I recently rewatched this one and found that it was actually better than I remembered it to be when I first saw it. Maybe the timeline was changed. The film tells the story of Frank Sullivan, a firefighter in 1969, and John Sullivan, a police officer who's in his 30s in the year 1999. Frank was killed in '69 while attempting to save a young woman from a burning building. John was only a young boy when his father died, and his absence in his life had a profoundly negative effect on him. In fact, it impacted upon him emotionally as a person, even affecting his romantic relationships. John still lives at home with his mother. His mother's name is Julia. She's played by Elizabeth Mitchell. One evening, a friend of John's comes over and they find John's father's old ham radio. He gets it working again and starts playing around with it. And before too long, he starts talking to someone about baseball. So they bond over this and discuss the amazing Mets and the World Series. But it becomes apparent that the other man John is talking to is referring to baseball events as if they haven't happened yet, events from many years ago. The man John is talking to is of course his father. The radio signal is being sent back through time because of some timey-wimey superstring plot device caused by a localized aurora borealis phenomenon. The details don't really matter. What matters is how believable the idea is, how well it's sold to the audience. And I have to say, it's executed brilliantly here. John tells Frank where he lives and his name, and Frank becomes suspicious, thinking that this is all some sort of practical joke, or maybe that John is a stalker or con man. Frank says goodnight to the younger John in his time, referring to him as Little Chief. Younger John asks his father to sing the baseball song before bedtime, something that older John remembers his father always did. Older John in 1999 hears this and begins to realize that he is indeed speaking to his father, the day before he's due to die in the fire. He tries to explain all of this to him. Frank is obviously disturbed and accidentally burns the desk with his lit cigarette. The burn then begins to appear on John's desk in the future, but it's as if it had only just happened. This kind of temporal transference happens several times in the film, like a ripple effect, but for some reason only John notices these changes. It's as if his usage of the radio somehow allows him to notice previous versions of history. It doesn't really make too much sense from a logic perspective, but like I say, the execution of the idea is so brilliant in the film that you can't help but get on board with it. He urgently tells his father that he's going to die in the fire tomorrow and how to avoid it, but the signal breaks up. The next day, John has drinks in a bar with his colleague Satch and his friend Gordo to commemorate his father's passing. Meantime, in the past, which is a sentence for obvious reasons shouldn't really make sense, Frank uses the knowledge John gave him to avoid being killed in the blaze. As Frank escapes and falls into the water, this change to the timeline begins to ripple forward, affecting history and also John's memories. Suddenly, he begins to recall new memories of his father. The memory montage, juxtaposed with the shots of Frank escaping into the water, are really exceptionally well shot and edited, showing us that with each change to the past, a butterfly effect ensues. It impacts upon the future. Now, history records that Frank died in 1989 of cancer caused from smoking, but he did live long enough to see his son become a cop. Frank and John chat again over the radio, overjoyed and now fully aware of the miracle that has somehow taken place. John has memories of both versions of history, so it's all very heartfelt and wholesome and everything's great, except that this change to the timeline has other unintended consequences. John discovers that the details of a murder case from 1969 have now changed. A serial killer who was never found, nicknamed the Nightingale, had killed 3 women, but now that's changed to 10 women. This is because a man named Jack Shephard, played by Sean Doyle, is also now alive again, having been previously dead in the original timeline, and tragically one of the victims since the timeline changed is John's mother, Julia, who is obviously Frank's wife. Julia is a nurse, and in this changed timeline, she saved Jack's life. So the plot really kicks up into gear at this point, and John and Frank begin working together across time to track down the killer and stop the additional murders from happening, and of course trying to save Julia's life. John instructs Frank on what to do in the past, imparting his police skills. Frank manages to save some of the women by benefiting from John's future knowledge of when and where they will be. At one point, Frank manages to get Jack Shephard's fingerprints because he touched his wallet. John tells him to wrap it up and store it somewhere safe that no one will find it for 30 years. He stores it under a loose floorboard, under a window seat, and John picks it up in the future. Very clever. Julia is once again restored in the timeline, but the killer attacks Frank and almost kills him, and proceeds to frame him for the next murder. Satch shows up at the family home to take him in for questioning. Frank resists, and the result is that there's a struggle and the radio is knocked on the floor and it's damaged in both timelines. Frank explains the truth to Satch about what's going on, and suffice to say, he's not believed. But Satch watches a baseball game on TV and sees that the predictions Frank made and the very specific details he told him about actually come to pass. Frank manages to escape the police station, and when he returns home, he repairs the radio and finally decides in that moment to stop smoking. This will obviously make another change to the timeline later on. But Jack Shephard shows up, incapacitates him, and proceeds to assault Julia and then later, young John. Future John struggles with the future version of Shephard at the same time, more than a little coincidental. Frank shoots Shephard's hand off in the past, and it causes future Shephard's hand to begin withering away. Reality begins to change with the house transforming around John. Shepard is killed in 1999 by Frank, who is now alive and well in the present, albeit 30 years older. Turns out his decision to quit smoking in the past, on the advice of future John, resulted in him not dying of cancer after all. He and John embrace, and the film ends with the family all together enjoying a game of baseball. Frequency is not a hardcore sci-fi time travel movie. It's not Primer, it's not Tenet, or 12 Monkeys. The particular time-bending aspect of this film doesn't make a huge amount of logical sense at times. For instance, why does only John retain memories of both timelines? What is so special about his position in the future that allows him to remember the past as it was prior to being changed? Is it his proximity to the ham radio or something? Seems like a bit of a stretch. While no one physically travels back and forth through time in the film, the time travel is achieved through John passing information back through time to his father, and his father acting upon that information. But the way in which the changes manifest in the future are less scientifically rational and more magical. Frank and John are talking on the radio. John is in 1999, Frank is in 1969. Frank uses a soldering iron to carve a message for John into the desk. The writing begins to appear in real time, letter by letter, as if the past is happening live. But this feels like a different treatment of time when compared to Frank's survival from the fire. When Frank changed history by surviving, it altered John's memories in the future all at once. But now Frank is changing time by burning the desk and writing on it. Why then is John seeing the letters gradually appearing before him? Surely that change should have resulted in John having memories of both the letters always being on the desk and not being on the desk. But regardless, he shouldn't be able to see them appearing gradually before his eyes. I suppose this could be explained by the open line to the past that the ham radio is creating. The radio is functioning as a kind of real-time, two-way conduit in time. Nevertheless, there's these little inconsistencies that don't make logical sense. Frequency is a film where you kind of have to just suspend disbelief and go with the particular rules of the time travel plot device, regardless of how clunky they may seem at times. Ultimately, the film succeeds in exploring the butterfly effect and the consequences small changes can make in time, leading to causality chains that result in unforeseen outcomes. The strength of the movie comes from the brilliant performances of Dennis Quaid and Jim Caviezel, the heartwarming relationship and chemistry between the characters of Frank and John. This is really what makes the whole film work. It's also beautifully shot and directed, with a striking visual contrast between the warmer colour tones of the past and the darker, colder colour grading of the future. It's rare these days to see a solid and positive father-son story, but Frequency is certainly an excellent example. I think if you haven't seen this film in a while, check it out, and if you've never seen it before, I think you're in for a treat. So let me know your thoughts on Frequency in the comments below. Take care, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Melanie Mac about.
God, trying to get deep in exploration takes a long time. I should probably make some Birth and X.
Brilliant.
God, so many people are broadcasting right now on podcasts. I don't know who to watch. Film Threats on. It's a Gundam's on. Who's got a topic I want to listen to? Here we go. An episode by Clownfish.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And it's time for another daily dose of Dismal Disney. Could they be splitting Disney up? Is that a plan that is viable? Apparently, Blackwell's floated out the idea that they want to split the company into 3 parts.
Yeah, or at least they want to, split it into 3 different things. Yeah, that's the way it sounds. They put out their official notice that they were going to attempt the proxy fight, and they put out a press release, which we're going to look at here in a few minutes. But a part of that is they want to split some things off in the company.
Yeah, I mean that it's kind of weird, but it's also not. I mean, you look at other companies and they do have separate companies. Now, I thought Disney had, I guess they're all under the same umbrella. I thought they had like the Walt Disney Travel Company and like different companies. But
I don't even know if they are separate. Like but then that's kind of I think they're all still the same one. Like that's why they have like. This is like parks experiences, and that is one thing, and that's where you get the cruise lines and the travel agent and all that. You know what I mean? I think that they're still under the same. I just don't know if people are going to be okay with it.
That I don't think people are going to be okay with. I do believe 100% that Disney needs change. I think they need to get some other people on the board that actually want to change things, change the direction for the better of the company. And Jay Brazulo, I think, would be a fantastic choice.
Oh, they piss on him too in this.
Of course they do.
But here's the kicker though. They say that it's too much for one successor, so they basically want to split it up so they can have more than one person in charge.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a problem because look, as a shareholder, I'm gonna look at that and I'm gonna be like, wait a second. So my Disney stock might not be worth as much long term, or Disney as a company.
How are they going to split that up? They have to split it.
Or you got to take the most profitable stuff and spin it off into one division, and that's where all the money's being made, and then everything else gets like dumped off.
They're arguing that your stock could be split, or you could have 3 different. Like if you own stock and they split it or whatever, then you'd be going into 3 different places, or you could have 3 different. So you have 3 times the chance of making more money.
I don't like that because
I don't think people are going to like it.
I think what's going to happen then is they're not going to look at Disney as a whole. Investors aren't going to look at Disney as a whole. They're going to be like, okay, well, we're just going to invest in the park side. We're just going to invest in the streaming side. We're not going to, all this other crap. And then I can see Disney just being like, yeah, all of our unprofitable crap, we'll throw it into this other division and let that just burn down.
Yeah, which is what they probably do. And the thing is, like we've talked before about, they could sell off ABC or whatever. The difference is you're selling it to somebody else, or you're selling the company to somebody else, let them oversee it. That's not the same thing as taking the company and splitting it into different parts.
Right.
So, I mean, there's a lot of, I'm sure there's pros and cons to this, but we're going to look at what their letter said and what they put out there and what they're offering. But before we get into any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, you get woohoo if you do. Woohoo.
Yeah, so this just kind of popped up today. Now, I guess it's tomorrow is the investor
Tomorrow
call?
is the investor call. Well, it's the first quarter of the 23-24 year, because it goes from October to January. It's the earnings call for that period.
Right. So lots of speculation as to what that's going to be about, and then this comes up like the day before. And of course, we did a video yesterday talking about Disney freaking out, trying to make sure you vote white.
Right.
Vote white to.
That's right. Don't vote for blue or green.
So Blackwell's, that would be the green card. So this is another group. This isn't Nelson Peltz's group. This is another group that's proposing this split. So let's check this out and see what's going on here.
Okay. So Deadline had posted about it. We can go out to the letter here in a minute. Okay, so they're talking about it here, and they break it down a little bit more, and we can look at their letter, but this is actually going to summarize it for us. Blackwell's Capital today made its fight with Disney official, urging shareholders in a definitive proxy statement to elect its 3 nominees to the board of directors as the company navigates through a vast and novel opportunity set offering a near limitless potential. Meaning, if we split up, we could get more. I don't know. The purpose of our campaign is simple. We want to ensure that Disney has the right collection of minds around the boardroom table, working constructively together to make decisions that will benefit all shareholders for decades to come. They're opposed to Nelson Peltz, and they're opposed to the Disney board, and now it's a 3-way fight, which the problem with that is you're going to have a 3-way split, which is going to dilute, a lot of people who are going to side with Disney either way. And there's probably a lot of hedge funds that are going to side with Disney either way, because some of the people that are on the board came from those places. So you have that going on. And then you have now the other side of it where the investors are angry, and you have those people. Now they're going to have to be split in 2 about who they're going to decide to go with.
Yeah, and the problem with that, I mean, I'm kind of looking at look at the election in 1992. I know it's you gotta get the Wayback Machine. You gotta get in the Wayback Machine. People believe that George Bush lost because Ross Perot, third-party candidate, he came into the picture, and they think that he lost mostly because of that, because Perot pulled conservative voters away. And this could happen. This could basically be like everybody's like up in the air about we know Disney needs to change, but we're kind of split on whose plan we're going to go with. And then meanwhile Disney wins because
everybody's and the people that don't pay attention are either not going to vote. They're going to make it hard to vote. Even I was very concerned, and I mentioned it to Neon after the video. Was in this here, I was a little concerned because the way it reads down here about how you vote. Okay, if you want to go to the meeting, okay, in order to attend the virtual meeting, you must register in advance to go to the meeting. But you have to go to this website and select attend a meeting, and you'll need the 16-digit control number on your white notice. You should be able to attend the meeting even if you don't vote for Disney. So that's a little confusing because basically it reads like you want to attend the meeting, you have to, the notice is on the white card. Use the white card number so that we get the vote. Yeah. I thought that was a little bit skeezy, but back to what we're talking about here. So yeah, and I think it's going to be divisive. I think that, I know they're waiting to see what happens at the meeting tomorrow. So tomorrow is the investor call. A lot of people are on the fence, a lot of shareholders. I think they're waiting to see the results of the investor call tomorrow. Now, it's all going to also depend on how Disney spins it, because Disney's really, really good at spinning it like it's doing great, even though, the sky is literally falling around them. So I'm sure they're going to try to spin it in a positive, even if it's negative. But they're waiting to see, because that's what a lot of people are waiting to see how it's going. Is the company getting better?
Yeah.
I wouldn't go by one report, because it's been consistently not doing great.
Well, that's the thing. That's what they're kind of looking at, what they're going to talk about tomorrow. And I guess one of the big things people are looking for, does Disney have a plan? Because you look at the immediate future and it's like, okay,
It's the building phase now. Just disregard everything that came before.
But that's going to take 10 years.
It's the building phase.
Next year, Epic Universe opens and it looks freaking awesome. Disney does not have time to play catch up, short of them opening a whole nother gate, which they can't do. And it takes them 5 years to build a roller coaster. How the hell are they going to compete with Universal?
Well, they're going to give a new Country Bear show with IP songs and throw a new Tree of Life production show up.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna beat Nintendo. That's gonna beat Harry Potter.
Right.
Sure it is.
And How to Train Your Dragon, which has a movie coming out next year.
Yes.
You know, it looks like they're playing, chess, and Disney's caught with his pants down. Anyway, not that's how you play chess, but you know what I mean.
Well, sometimes maybe.
Some people play chess that way. So,
King me.
They're
that's
checkers. So they're talking about the different, the people they want to put in. Jessica Schell, which was, from Universal. Craig Hatkoff, Leah Sullivan. And they're talking about they each have a different specific sector that they specialize in. Hatkoff is a real estate executive, extends to exploring all strategic possibilities with cold eyes, including the potential separation of Disney into 3 entities, beginning with a management reorganization and leadership selection for each business, and resulting in standalone public companies. So they want to take Disney split into 3 standalone public companies, each with their own leadership.
I think that's a terrible idea.
I think that's too much too fast.
I think that's a terrible idea. I think that Disney would be better off selling assets that they clearly cannot manage to people who actually could manage them, and then paring the company down and focusing on, let's be the best Disney we can be. Let's go back to being the best animation studio, the best theme park provider.
What's funny to me, though, is they have 3 nominees for the board. They want to split into 3 companies, 3 different groups, and each one has its own specialization that just happens to focus on the 3 things they think Disney needs to become.
Yeah.
I'm just like, okay. Disney may simply be too complex for any one successor to Mr. Iger to manage holistically. Well, like you said, then if it's too big, sell off some chunks of it and then use the money to put back into it.
Yeah, that would be the smartest thing. Like, you can't do Star Wars. Obviously, you can't do Marvel. You don't know what you're doing with the Fox stuff.
Oh, they're not going to get rid of those because they use those in their parks.
For merchandise, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, there are other things.
IP for their parks.
Yeah, but they can make a deal. Like, if they would sell that stuff off, they could still make a deal that they get the theme park rights.
They're never going to sell those off. They're not going to, because they would lose too much. It would hinder them too much to sell those off. They're going to look at other things they can spin off, but those aren't going to be one of them. I guarantee Marvel and Star Wars, Lucasfilm are not going to be two they sell off.
I think that is the only thing that could save those companies. Sell the Muppets back to the Hensons. Do something.
Well, that's not going to do enough, but I'm just saying.
But no, I'm just saying, like,
they're going to hold on to that with everything they got.
But that's the only stuff that they have that has any like.
If they're going down,
value.
those IP are going down with them. Kind of thing. Yeah, the only thing that has value, so they're not going to let go of it. It's also floated the idea of Disney separating its owned real estate, which it says represents about 44% of its market cap at cost, into an independent, publicly listed REIT, or a series of investment vehicles in which the shares, cash, and/or interest could be distributed to shareholders.
Oh God.
See, like we're trying, says that they want things to do better, and they want to do better, the parks to do better, and they want to do the streaming to do better. They're coming in, they're like, we need to split this all thing up and
get more money. If we have
more money.
Basically, they're looking at this like, if we have 3 Disneys, we'll make 3 times as much money.
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily.
Especially because the parks usually was what made up for their movies not doing well and things like that.
That was one of the. That was one of the things that worked about Disney, was because they were multifaceted. If one area was not doing well, the other area picked up the slack. The problem is, all of their cylinders are broke. They're not firing on any cylinders right now. So there is no slack being picked up.
Plus, they've added too many cylinders.
Yes.
There's just too much they've added. Every time they think that they need a challenge, we start going, well, let's add another challenge. Okay, so here's the letter that they sent out, or the press release. Now we'll get to the letter. The press release came out, and they're saying, their nominations. They're saying Jessica Schell, Craig Hatkoff, and Leah Sullivan bring invaluable expertise and experience to Disney's board as it faces the challenges and opportunities of a generational transformation that they want to push through.
Yeah.
Voting the Blackwell's nominees will ensure the board has the support it requires across critical areas: media and content, real estate and asset optimization, and proficiency to guide Disney through a new world where physical, spatial, computing, and AI-driven experience converge. Each one of these people for each one of these things, and they want 3 companies, and there's 3 things. I mean,
that's weird.
It's not weird. You can see where this is going.
Yeah, Schell is the one that came from Universal and Warner Brothers, I think. So she actually does have experience, but it sounds like I don't know. You're talking about like turning Disney into like a real estate and a tech company and the media company, and it sounds like a cluster.
Each one of those need infrastructure and everything else. I just think that could not happen anytime soon if it's even possible. Plus, these are just 3 seats on the whole board. They can't just determine this because they say so.
Right, but then beyond that, like you thought it was confusing to shareholders to get them to vote white. Try explain to them, we're going to take Disney and we're going to split it up into 3 parts, and this part's going to do this, and this part's going to do that, and this person's going to be in charge of this, and they're going to be like, what? That's stupid.
They have one point they make later that I do agree with them on, but I'm thinking this is too much.
Yeah,
I mean, I think
too soon.
And I think if the company's already in a precarious position, you do this and make extreme changes that quickly, you're going to collapse it from the inside. But beyond that, again, I would say the same thing with the Triangle partners. There are only 2 seats. These are only 3 seats on the board, where they can be part of the board. They don't get to dictate. So no matter what everybody promises, what the end result's going to be if any people get on the board is going to be they get a couple seats on the board, so they have a voice in the conversation, and they can try to talk people into agreeing with them. But that's still only a fraction of the board. They don't control everything. And Iger's still going to control all his friends. They're probably going for the ones that are the most, like I think the ones that have the most connection to Iger. They take them out of play. Then those are some of the people that he depends on to control. He can get them out of the way. But either way, it's still only going to be a fraction of the board.
So they totally dunked on Peltz and Rizzullo.
Oh yeah, they do up here. They said the board lacks qualifications that our candidates possess. The Trine nominees for their part are uninspiring. Mr. Rizzullo was a former Disney employee who plainly lacks relevant expertise.
He was the CEO.
I know.
I can't.
Unlike, the real estate dude. Mr. Peltz has spent the last 2 years begging Disney for a board seat and seems to focus it's not even a year, focus his efforts on soliciting endorsements from Elon Musk, who doesn't own a single Disney share. Don't know what he owns because I don't know. Look, I don't see the portfolios of everyone, so I don't know. But I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
But Rizzullo was they were making out like Rizzullo was like mopping the floors or something at Disney. He was the CFO under Eisner, and he was actually next in line to be the CEO of the company.
Well, we're gonna talk about why their people are best. Okay, we're gonna get there in a minute.
Okay.
So they're talking about the letter, and I'm not gonna read the whole part because the beginning part was just what we already talked about. Here they said, if elected, our 3 nominees to the board have pledged to continue to support Disney's transformation efforts under the leadership of the current board and Iger. Basically, if elected, our nominees, promise to go along with the board and Iger.
So what I'm getting from this is don't vote white and don't vote, where are they? Green? Blackwell's is green. Don't vote green.
Because
blue.
because basically they're saying we want to get on the board and we want to split the company in 3 parts, but we're going to go along with Iger and the board. How can you do both?
Yeah.
How can you come in and you're promising to change and promising to divide the company up and all that?
Yeah.
If you're admitting that you're just going to go along with the leadership of the current board and Iger, I don't understand. In addition to an approach of constructive collaboration, our 3 nominees will bring unique skills, expertise, and perspectives to the board that draw on a range of experiences that the future of Disney depends on. Media and content, real estate and strategic asset review, and Disney's physical, spatial AI crap, okay?
Right.
And here we're going to talk about how each one of these people are that person. Media and content. That they said that Disney has the preeminent media company in the world, but they lagged in adding meaningful media expertise to its board. And they said he lists only 2 non-executive directors on a board of 12 individuals that have significant media experience. Disney did not even have a skill set marked for media experience. But that's okay because our nominee, Jessica Schell, is one of America's preeminent experts in content monetization and will be a valuable addition to the board. 20 years in strategic and operating roles at 3 major entertainment companies, Warner Brothers, NBC, and Walt Disney, focusing on impact of technology change and content distribution and monetization. And then she was the executive VP and general manager of Warner Brothers and home entertainment. And she did DVDs, which they don't even make most of the time anymore. They're trying to get rid of.
Yeah.
She led Warner Brothers' top entertainment
demand
franchise to market, enabled new technologies, virtual reality, Internet of Things, connected entertainment devices, NFTs.
And
wow, you're really selling me now.
And how is Warner Brothers doing?
I know, and NFTs. I'm not. I mean, look, I'm not trying to make fun. I think she would probably be a good person to have on the board. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, but I'm like, it's like, oh, she'll know what to do in the boardroom on day one. I'm like, and Jay Rizzullo, who worked for the company when it was a much more prosperous and more focused,
and was Disney.
He wouldn't know.
So they said that her expertise will contribute insight on day one, like you said.
Yeah.
We believe there's no better suited person for the rest of the board of management to leverage as Disney navigates the complex issues of integrating Hulu and Disney Plus and the unbundling and transitioning of ESPN to a DTC service, and doubles down on producing extraordinary content, blah, 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 blah. And it goes on.
You have any money, you can't produce extraordinary content, can you?
No. And then they said her contributions will help Disney attain Netflix-like growth rates. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't see how Disney can.
They can't.
And not by the end of this year. Attain Netflix level growth rates. Nobody else can either, because Netflix is Netflix, and you all are just coming in after the fact. Years too late.
Yeah, they're well, and Netflix has the benefit of they had years ahead, and they also were using everybody else's content to build up their platform. Disney, honestly, my personal opinion. This is my personal opinion is Disney should get the hell out of the streaming game.
So many materials.
And they should focus on making the best damn content they can, and then giving it or selling it to the highest bidder, whether it's Netflix or somebody else. If they want to be the ones to take the chance on the streaming platform, you're like, fine, we'll put our content on Netflix. We'll make a very lucrative deal. You deal with all the infrastructure and all the headaches and all the whatever of that, because we're losing money on streaming, and we'll just make really good shows for you. And we'll put Mandalorian or whatever on Netflix.
Well, this is their projection here. And they're like going about Netflix but in 2027, Netflix is still #1, and ESPN still this little blip. I don't know. Anyway,
I think it's stupid.
Real estate and strategic asset review. Okay, now here comes the other guy. Disney's real estate is also the potential source of long duration capital to address balance sheet income statement challenges and opportunities. Basically, we can use the real estate to offset losses. So we have Craig Hatkoff, who is a real estate and capital marketing experience, provide invaluable to the board in evaluating and implementing unique world-class hotel and hospitality real estate investments. He said for the last 13 years, he was independent director of SL Green, Manhattan's largest office landlord. And they're like, and he could look at it with cold eyes, like fresh, new eyes. And he's going to look at it and he's going to see what they need to do. And they can make more money that way if they split off their real estate. And then we got the Disney's physical, spatial, computing, and AI-driven experiences. And now this is by the other person. Because Disney is arguably the greatest opportunity to set any media company in the world as it pertains to AR, VR, given its breadth of media content. Imagine a Disney World where you could have a lightsaber spar with a Jedi on Tatooine, or team up with Simba to traverse the African plains. So screens.
Yeah, right.
That's a ride. Here's the thing. This stuff here, why are people going to pay to come to your park when you could just use VR headset and do it anyway?
I'm sitting here thinking yeah, that's great, except they don't have Tatooine in Disney World.
That's true. No, they're saying with your VR.
Oh, okay.
And AR,
so
augmented reality and virtual reality.
So that's how I thought it was like you walk into Galaxy's Edge and you can, use your augmented reality.
That's probably what
device.
They're meaning.
But I'm like,
there is no Tatooine in Galaxy's
No,
Edge.
and they can save money because they can be like, hey, you don't like Batuu? Well, we'll just skin it on your device to look like Tatooine. There you go.
Well, here's the
It's
kicker, though.
cheaper.
Here's the thing, though. There's no place you can traverse the African plains with Simba, though. Unless you're like, oh, well, look, we're on
the parking lot.
No, I was gonna say, look, we're on the safari, and instead of looking at real animals, just slap your VR headset on. Now you can see the cartoon animals and the IP animals. We don't even need to pay for those real animals.
Don't give them ideas.
And we don't even need to do conservation efforts, because one thing I'll give Disney is they have been doing a lot to save animals. That's one thing I really, really, really like about Disney is that, and I support, is that they've gone out of their way to do different things, working with different other groups to save and restore animal populations, save animals. So what are you gonna do? Get on the safari, put your things on. The safari guys can be like, and if you look to your right, now you can see Simba. Hi, Simba. And everybody's looking out the window with their VR headset, and there's like Simba, and then you're not seeing Simba sitting with the other lions, but you're not seeing them because all you see is fucking Simba.
Oh my God.
comma there. I'm sure you can see the lions doing that too if you hit the right day.
Well, no, they won't have any lions. They're too expensive.
Yeah, they need fed. We could take the area we house animals and have the people work on conservation efforts and use it to make another expansion with
DVC.
more IP.
A DVC.
A DVC. Yeah.
We'll turn it into a DVC. We'll just take the aquarium.
We don't even need DVC. Just give them a trailer and put your VR headset on. Just never take it off. Now you're in the most luxe hotel room on property. You're just in a trailer.
My God, it's gonna be Ready Player One.
And I was thinking they stack them up like yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Go to the Value Resort. It's just a trailer with an AR headset.
So here, Leah Sullivan has built her career on imagining and creating. She is precisely the candidate the board needs to continue imagining the future of Disney as we navigate a world that sees physical, digital, and virtual worlds converging. Again, if you have digital and virtual versions and you have the thing at home, you don't need to go. The point of going is to see the architecture, to actually experience the attractions. If it's just going to be all VR, and it's fun to go on a couple rides where you wear the headsets and you like make the 3D or VR, and you're like, it's one attraction. To do the whole park like that would seem kind of a waste of space. Like, why would you do that? It's like that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if you're offering that kind of stuff for people at home to go to visit the parks at any given time, you can go visit the parks that day, and you could be using your headset to do it. That would probably do well. But using them all the time in the parks, it's going to be, people are going to see that as a cheap ass, it's like screens everywhere. It's considered cheap. They're not going to like it. Not for the price you're paying. So they're talking about she's always in the AR and VR trends, a general partner at Fuel Capital. She's surrounded by AR and VR spatial computing technologies. Prior to that, she was at TaskRabbit Inc., where she founded it. Okay.
We sold to IKEA. Oh God, that's.
So I know, right? So here we go. There's 3 things that Disney to do. 3 ways we have to split them up, and we have 3 nominees that we are not at all telling you we need to be in charge of it. When we say we need to focus on new leadership for each of those divisions.
Are they in cahoots with Disney? Because I'm like, this is not gonna fly. I think
I don't think so, because Iger and them wouldn't want to split it all up.
Yeah, but it's so ridiculous that they know nobody's gonna vote for it.
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't imagine anybody vote for this. It's stupid. It's a stupid idea. Disney needs to pare down. They need to stop buying everything. They can't manage what they have, but splitting it up into 3 different companies is stupid. It's a stupid idea.
Well, here they're talking about, so Blackwells has been vocal in support of Disney board. So you're in support of the shit that's been going down. You just basically said we've been vocal in the support of Disney board. We want to replace 3 people.
Yeah.
Okay?
However, we're going to leave Iger in charge.
Yeah. However, the board can benefit from critical experience and expertise that our nominees exclusively represent, that would happen to be in charge of the 3 places you split it. The board today has an abundance of former large company CEOs and executives from industries such as automobile manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, banking, etc. But only one entrepreneur founder, Amy Chang. But we need someone here that worked at Fuel Capital instead. Even a gifted leader like Mr. Iger requires oversight and accountability. If there had been oversight and accountability on Iger a few years ago,
I know, right?
The company probably wouldn't be in the position it's in.
Yeah.
The current Disney board is especially reliant on management's expertise and assurances about the company's strategy and execution. The board has also struggled with succession. There hasn't been succession. There hasn't been anything. You brought Dan Iger back,
Well, I'm telling you, Peltz will hold Iger's feet to the fire. There will be accountability, and Rizzullo will be the successor as the CEO.
That's what they want. But that's what they're telling me. What these 3 guys do. 3 people. I usually use guys as a gender neutral term, just that way.
You're allowed to.
I do. I got in trouble for that when I teach. Like, I had the only thing that my supervisor found was I'd say, "Hey guys," and I was supposed to say guys and girls.
Oh my God.
I just like to say guys because
now you can't say either.
No, it's all problematic.
Hey y'all. Hey y'all.
The board has also struggled with section. Okay, well, they're talking about the haphazard exit of Mr. Chapek as CEO. But to be fair, I don't think Mr. Chapek was the right choice to begin with. However, I also think that Bob Chapek kind of got, he kind of got sabotaged, and I think Iger was one of the ones who did so, and the board itself. Recent concerns surrounding any information sharing. Okay, this is where I agree. Okay, let me explain this before I read this. So Value Act was the other place that looked like they were going to try to do a proxy battle before Blackwell showed up. Okay. And then instead they said, oh, we're going to work with Disney and we're going to make it. Disney signed an agreement with them to help them to do better. But now basically Value Act gets access that other people don't get, is what they're complaining about. So they said recent concerns surrounding an information sharing agreement between Disney and Value Act, who is another, they're like Blackwell's or Trian Group, they have investors and stuff, are proof positive that independent and new perspectives are necessary. Disney's share price suffers from significant information discount, as recently noted by several key market analysis. Sharing one shareholder with information that is withheld from the other shareholders will only make matters worse. I do agree with them on this point.
Yeah.
I mean, they make a deal with one place that's a shareholder and a group that represents a lot of different people with Disney stock, and they don't give it the same access to everybody else. It's going to cause a problem, and it could be. It's looked at, as a conflict of interest. I do agree with them on that one.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like if the goal is to get new blood on the board and the goal is to oversee Iger, I think throwing something this extreme out there is not going to work. It's actually going to hurt the chances to affect any change. What'll happen is people will be like, oh, that's complicated and whatever. Let's just vote white. That's
the thing that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I guess it's going to drive them to vote white.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're basically saying they want to ensure that shareholders or that the Value Act agreement is terminated and they're all given the same information. So I agree with them there. That's the one point I think they actually have. Everything else is just, and they go on about withhold to the Trian nominees and blah, blah, blah.
If they were working together, if Blackwell's and Trian were working together, it would be a totally different story. Be like, yeah, okay, we're going to work together. We're going to get Jay Rizzullo and Nelson Peltz. Maybe we'll get another seat in there for Jessica Schell or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That would make sense. Like, oh my God. But now it's like, okay, yeah, these guys are fighting with each other, which makes it more. I'm going to be honest. I'm looking at this now, and this is such a ridiculous proposition that I think it's actually, you just seal the deal that Disney is going to continue as is.
Involved with that.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds so ridiculous. Like, make it look like you're trying. Throw out some ridiculous thing that nobody's going to vote for, but you look like you're actually trying, and that's actually going to get more white votes.
So here's the thing that I think is the bigger takeaway from all of this, is the fact that we had Value Act was threatening to do something and then just join forces with Disney.
Yeah.
You have Blackwell's Capital and you have Trian Partners. There's 3 different groups, well 2 now, that are coming out against the current board, which tells me that shareholders in general are tired of the current board and they're tired of the issues. And people aren't just brushing it off anymore like they used to. Like, it's actually taking notice, because it's not just one group threatening. Now we have another group coming in too, because at the end of the day, none of them think it's going right the way it is. They all have different plans for how to fix it. Again, I want to point out that's only 2 seats or 3 seats. Just because they promise they want to do something on either one of them doesn't mean that they're going to have the power to do everything they promise, because they're going to be on a board diluted with other voices on the board, and some of the
never really played
Iger
Lily Rainey.
kind of has control over. So,
Mostly out of spite because
but
all
the
the
fact of the matter
Sarah
is, there's
Crepos
all these
back in
different
the
groups
day.
that want to take it to a proxy war standpoint. They're all declaring proxy war on Disney because, as it is, it's not working.
No.
And that's across, all these shareholder groups. So it's not just, us saying Disney's fucking up. Now they're out there saying Disney's fucking up too, and I'm just like, yeah, it took you guys long enough. But, here they are.
Yeah. Yeah, so, we'll see what happens. Look, personally, I think Disney has to change, but now I'm even less sure that they're going to change, because I think this might actually complicate
Well, I think
things.
this is going to complicate. I think it's going to take away from Trian.
Yep.
And they're like, you're just like trying. Like, look, I'm going to be honest with you. Nelson Peltz, I think, is a big mouth, but that doesn't negate the fact that he has experience, and I understand that, and he has some valid points, especially involving this Disney Plus, Disney
Kind
streaming,
of sucks too, because
and
Lily
ESPN
is like one of my
I think
favorite
Jay
characters.
Rizzullo is the best choice for the board. I'm going to be completely honest. I even think that the girl from Universal is a good fit for the board.
I
I'm not
end up being a
understanding some
Sarah
of these other people. I think you're really reaching on them. But I wish you could pick one person from here and one person from there, 2 people from here, one person, you know what I mean? And do that, but they won't. You can't do that, I don't think. But I would wish you could. You only can vote by the card.
There's a mission.
Because I think there's a couple people that are good that I think would work with other people well. if put in the position.
Is that Chapman? Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'd
vote
really,
blue. I'm just gonna tell
really
you straight up. When I vote, it's gonna be blue.
I think at this point, like I'm not holding my breath. I actually had some hope. I thought, well, maybe they can get Peltz and Rizzullo in there. Maybe we can get Rizzullo as CEO, get some accountability for Iger. Maybe they actually will turn it around. But now that we've got these two guys,
well, they're just flat out saying we're just going to work with the board and Iger.
Yeah,
and I'm like, because why? They're
He's all platinum for the brook.
Yeah,
and it's very, very, very.
Anyway, we're gonna wrap this up.
We're gonna wrap this
period in
up.
Germany.
Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. We'll talk later.
Say it. The iconic aesthetic. So yeah, I'm keeping up on that Disney situation. It's crazy, man. Oh, Hana! Wait, do I gotta play as Hana or the Buck? Or not the Buck? No, I forget what her name is. Alright, I am actually gonna use the bathroom really quick. come back. I actually used the bathroom, went to go get a water and a snack. So I was enjoying my snack. I was letting the loading screen load while I did all my other stuff. I come back and I just see Hannah Fritz on the screen. I'm like, do I get to play as Hannah in this mission? Because, you know, I got her equipment. Freaking 3,000 health. What are they going to make me do? But listen to... Oh, actually, no, wait. Alright, like, I'm staying on top of this Gina Carano suing Disney and Lucasfilm. So I'm staying on top of it. So I'm gonna listen to another video and do this mission. They're doing a fucking crawl for the intro.
And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil. Yeah.
I'm just here with friends, you know, thinking about companies to acquire. Whoa!
I mean, this is what they're afraid of. They're afraid of one voice. Imagine.
Nerderotic.com.
Welcome you over 967,000 rebellious hellions and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. We haven't done this in a while. We've got some breaking news, and I'm not going to bury the lead on this one. Gina Carano and Elon Musk are suing Lucasfilm and Disney for discrimination due to Gina Carano's wrongful termination. And I don't think it's a coincidence that this announcement comes one day before Disney's quarterly earnings call. So good. Honestly, this is Christmas in February, but let's do a brief recap because I'm sure Gina won't forget, and a lot of you haven't forgotten, what Disney put her through. After Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy proudly announced that the Force was female, one of the most famous firings was a female, a little lady who got out of line. Now, supposedly, she was fired for this post. But what she was really fired for was not putting pronouns in her bio and replacing it with beep, bop, boop, all while completely ignoring her co-star who bitched so much about being under a mask that he agreed to. He became essentially a voice actor, Pedro Pascal, when he demonized half of the country. And Disney looked the other way when Gina received thousands of threats. But it's not like Disney wasn't willing to work with Gina Carano. Gina wanted to take the offended people out to dinner and talk to them face to face. Disney, the company that thanked a concentration camp in China, shrunk Finn's face on the poster for The Force Awakens in China and covered up Chadwick Boseman's face on the Black Panther poster for China, had a better idea. They wanted to put her through a struggle session, but it wouldn't be that bad because it would be on Zoom with 40 people.
So they wanted me to get on the phone with like 40 of their LGBTQ community, not on the phone, on Zoom. And I felt like you're all these people, all your employees are slandering the hell out of me right now. You think I want to get on a video where they can then film it?
That's when Gina rightly told Disney to
go yourself. Is that clear? Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
And then Disney decided to fire Gina, but not just simply announce she was fired, besmirch her character on the way out to a point where it might be actionable. Do they have a case? Well, obviously Elon and Gina think they do, and you might think so too after I remind you of this statement from Lucasfilm back in 2021. Gina Carano is not currently employed by Lucasfilm, and there are no plans for her to be in the future, a Lucasfilm spokesperson said in a statement Wednesday. Nevertheless, continued the Lucasfilm spokesperson, her social media posts denigrating people based on their culture and religious identities are abhorrent and unacceptable. Gina was also dropped as a client by UTA, an agency spokesperson confirmed to The Hollywood Reporter. Normally, something like that would come from an anonymous source, but they put a name to it, a Lucasfilm spokesperson. Don't know who it was, but they came from Lucasfilm. And the woke cancel culture mob, along with their willing and able partners at Disney, had another scalp. Fast forward to today, February 6th, a day that will live in infamy for cancel culture. No matter what happens, because Elon Musk and Gina Carano are fighting back. Gina Carano dropped this today on Twitter, which I refuse to call X. Sorry, Elon. Today is an important day for me. I am filing a lawsuit against Lucasfilm and Disney, and she adds them both. After my years of building a career from scratch and during the regime of former Disney CEO Bob Chapek, the fall guy who got fired in the middle of the night on a Sunday at an Elton John concert, Lucasfilm made this statement on Twitter, terminating me from The Mandalorian. And again, she repeats what Lucasfilm put on Twitter. And I'd like to remind you that Disney showed far more patience with Jonathan Majors, who was accused of something pretty horrible, and they fired him after he was found guilty in court. That's how it's supposed to happen. Gina didn't commit any crime, didn't do anything wrong, and they called her a racist out the door. Again, this comes from a spokesperson at Lucasfilm. Her social media posts denigrating people based on their cultural and religious identities are abhorrent and unacceptable. Gina says nothing can be further from the truth. The truth is I was being hunted down from everything I posted to every post I liked because I was not in line with the acceptable narrative of the time. And now that this is publicly out there, Gina was asked by Disney to unfollow Geeks and Gamers, among others. My words were consistently twisted to demonize and dehumanize me as an alt-right wing extremist. It was a bullying smear campaign aimed at silencing, destroying, and making an example out of me.
Translated.
The thing is, I never even used aggressive language. I shared thought-provoking quotes, pictures, memes, and occasionally I used my own words. Not with aggression, but with respect and the occasional comedy to keep the mood light in dark times. Now, before anybody claps back with she broke some sort of morality clause or whatever in her contract, this was all happening while Pedro Pascal was calling half the country National Socialists, and Pablo Hidalgo at Lucasfilm was attacking fans like Star Wars Theory without even getting a talking to. The only thing we ask for is consistency. If Gina was allowed to say what she wants, and Pedro's allowed to say what he wants, and we're allowed to say what we want, Pedro Pascal's a bitch, that's a good thing. Look with your own eyes at what I posted and ask yourself, for example, where did I compare Republicans to Jewish people in the Holocaust? I didn't. Ask yourself why they were calling me racist. Was there any merit behind that or history of it whatsoever? No. Look at why I was called a transmission phobe. For making droid noises from Star Wars. Beep Bop Boop was obviously directed to the online bullies and did not in any way denigrate transgender people. Were my questions about masks, lockdowns, and forced vaccines okay to ask and push the subject into light? Should we have been allowed to publicly discuss those topics at the time without being harassed or censored? Absolutely. Hollywood says they support female representation and equal rights, and we know they're full of shit. Why then were my male co-stars permitted to speak without harassment and re-education courses or termination, but I was not afforded the same right to exercise my freedom of speech? Artists do not sign away our rights as American citizens when we enter into employment. As long as you have the right politics, Gina, you can say what you want. Unfortunately, you didn't have the right politics, and you know what? Maybe people would be a little more understanding from all the bloviating we hear from the adult pretenders in Hollywood if we heard an occasional opposing point of view, which we never do. I have spoken to all my co-stars since I was fired, and there is nothing but care and kind words between us. I respect their right to free speech and do not have to think the same way on every issue to be their friends and work with them, and I know they feel the same towards me. Unfortunately, we did not hear any of that publicly except from the late, great Carl Weathers. May he rest in peace. This is where Elon comes in. A couple of months ago, Elon Musk tweeted that if you have been fired
I think I like the Lubra command
for exercising your right to free speech, he would like to offer these people legal representation. quite the noble offer, but never in my wildest dreams would I have thought anyone would take on my case against Lucasfilm/Disney. Still, I did respond back, I think I qualify, and thousands of people agreed. But I did not expect anything. To my surprise, a few months ago, I received an email from a lawyer who had been hired by X to look into my story and many others, and I love that many others. And now Gina is looking to clear her name. But I will tell you right now, Disney Star Wars needs Gina Carano more than Gina Carano needs Disney Star Wars. If I was her, I wouldn't accept a settlement. I wouldn't even simply accept my job back as Cara Dune. I wouldn't do anything without a public apology. And if she could add one to the fans, that would be great because they are owed one. Oh, and that apology needs to come from Kathleen Kennedy. It's bad enough that Kathleen Kennedy has single-handedly destroyed the formerly most lucrative cinematic IP of all time, Star Wars, and destroying Indiana Jones in one damn film. But I think a pretty damn good argument can be made that after the disaster that was the Disney Star Wars trilogy, they had won some fans back with The Mandalorian, and the firing of Gina Carano is something Lucasfilm has never recovered from. And let's not forget that Gina Carano has been the only person who used to work at that godforsaken company that defended the entire fandom, not just a small segment of it. Gina Carano is the bravest person in Hollywood. She has the biggest set of metaphorical balls that town has seen in a long time. And do not forget that her union did not defend her, and she was fired by her agent over social media posts. And again, fired by a company named Lucasfilm that was completely okay with giving former Harvey Weinstein assistant Leslie Headland a job. Carano also alleges Disney engaged in a post-termination smear campaign. Alleges that's what they did, citing the abrupt removal of an episode of Running Wild with Bear Grylls, in which she disappeared from the show's scheduled lineup in an effort to malign her. Though the episode eventually aired, Disney allegedly omitted any mention of her name and likeness in promotional materials. The suit faults Disney's termination of Carano as the impetus for the UTA and her transactional lawyer dropping her as a client, as previously mentioned. Carano brings claims of wrongful discharge and sex discrimination. I do recall that Disney is currently being sued by a bunch of women for not getting paid equally. So apparently the force is female. We need to believe all women, but we just don't need to pay them. She, Gina Carano, seeks a court order that would force Lucasfilm to recast her at least $75,000 per episode, I hope, and she deserves more than that. Now, that $75,000 she's asking for could be just compensation for projects that were promised but never happened, like Rangers of the New Republic, plus punitive damages, and I hope part of those punitive damages include an apology from Kathleen Kennedy. And since I'm asking for the impossible, why not throw on Kathleen Kennedy's resignation? Some of us have been unjustly singled out, harassed, persecuted, and had our livelihood stripped away because we dared to encourage conversation. Oh my God. Ask questions and refuse to go along with the mob, Gina Carano said in her statement. In closing, Gina says, "I am grateful someone has come to my defense in such a powerful way and look forward to clearing my name. Thank you to all the people who have supported me and made your voices heard. I pray God blesses every
what the hell?
one of you with
Ow,
love."
ow, 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 ow,
and it certainly feels like the tide is turning with this announcement of
What
Gina
the
Carano
hell?
and Elon Musk suing
How do you-
Lucasfilm and
how
Disney,
do-
but we've seen it in
I'll
other
fight
places
again.
too. Shane Gillis recently returned to SNL after being fired for some supposed racist jokes. Joe Rogan got $250 million from Spotify, and he's returning to YouTube. And let's not forget, a couple of cosplayers tried to cancel Gina Carano from a comic convention in Canada, and that convention responded by adding Gina another day. But there are still many out there whose lives were absolutely destroyed, including one Roy Price. Who's Roy Price? Well, he helped start Amazon Prime Video and was in charge until he made a dick joke at a party and was canceled. Again, the timing of this couldn't have been better. This announcement came the day before the quarterly earnings call at Disney. Disney is currently in a proxy war with Nelson Peltz. It reminds me of what my old pops used to tell me. Never forget to kick a man while he's down. Oh, and right on cue, here comes the Access Media to defend their corporate masters. This is going to be a tough battle for Elon and Gina, but most everyone is rooting for you. And hey, You never know what could happen. And it looks like they're even having a little fun. That opening crawl you saw at the beginning of the video, it's from the actual complaint. So there's still a lot of work to be done, but this is a very good start. I just had the opportunity to talk to Gina Carano this past weekend at MegaCon, and she is simply the sweetest person you could ever meet, but she's also tough as hell. And she's also the perfect person to spearhead a movement that is long overdue, because it's time to cancel culture.
Nerderotic.com.
If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard, well, sometimes the truth hurts, Disney. I will see you in the next video.
Podcast is up on the ball.
Lucasfilm is
yeah, skip that intro because I'm like.
Thought we'd leave it on that one because that's going to be quite apt for later. A little bit of Disney, a little bit of Lucasfilm. Hi everyone, welcome to Ripping the Silverback episode 18. Eric is back in Dallas Shire from the MegaCon.
Oh yeah.
How was it?
It was awesome, man. It was quite the experience. Just all around, man. It was, I mean, it was an event, man. It was an event. Let's just say that. It was an event unlike anything I ever could have imagined. But man, I had so much fun, man, meeting all the people, kicking it with them. It was just an awesome time all around.
Yeah. Next year I might just be that.
You should. That should be actually what we're working towards. That should be the plan. Mm-hmm. You should 1000% be there.
I think that might just be happening.
That has to happen. game.
Your boy.
Let's do it.
Ripping a Silverback panel going there.
Oh man, that'd be pretty sick. That'd be people have a blast with that one.
I'll see how many people I can get to stand up and walk out.
Shouldn't be easy. Or should be easy.
Oh, it should be easy. Yeah.
Should be easy.
Well, good to see, man. Good to see. And yesterday, just everything blew up yesterday in the most delicious of ways possible. And if you haven't already heard, of course you've already heard, Gina Carano is suing Disney and Lucasfilm with the money of Elon Musk. So that is some awesome news to see. Gina is an absolute sweetheart. The way that they treated her, a couple of 3 years ago now, was an utter disgrace. It's one of those elements where you bide your time, and then boom, when the right opportunity arises, you can just simply go, there we go. Oh, dude, come on, man. That is out of line. I fuck your mum on a regular basis. In the ass. No lube. Get up. Wipe my dick on the curtains. Get her to make me a sandwich. A cup of coffee. Don't say a word to her. And I just fucking leave. After throwing my plate in the sink and letting it smash. Okay. Yeah, woo! On top of that, somebody in the... you're never going to believe this, Eric. But somebody in the mainstream comic book industry decided to weigh in on this and made themselves look an absolute fucking buffoon.
Yeah.
Are you shocked?
No, these guys never fail to be, I would say impressed. I'm not really impressed. It's more of like we kind of expected. Yeah, of course they were going to chime in because they thought they were invincible, right? That's what this was about. This whole thing was like, hey, we punished her for wrong thing, and how dare anybody fight back against us? So yeah, they will get mad when the tide starts to shift just a little bit. Of course they're angry.
Actually, let's start with that.
Yeah.
Let's start with that because this is, folks, this is one of the most incredible moments of owning yourself. One of the most incredible moments of showing exactly who you are and why you probably shouldn't be allowed to function in a society. Marvel Comics writer Fabian, made up surname, claims Gina Carano deserves her blacklisting and tells fans to stick a comic book up his butt. Big fan of Dan Slott, by the looks of it.
Sounds like it.
So let's just take, without the editorial, John, no offense, but without the editorial, let's just go to the straight facts of what was said, okay? So here's the Twitter exchange. I don't follow Star Wars, but exactly what exactly did she say that was so bad? So this is where Fabian decides to insert himself, probably in the rectum. I didn't pay much attention. That's his opening line.
So he starts it off, pops it off by letting everybody know he's ignorant.
Yes.
By literal definition.
Yes.
Ignorant.
Literal, self-confessed ignorant.
Yes.
I didn't pay much attention. Apparently he got baited. We'll get to that in a bit. I didn't pay much attention. I think
this is what got Disney in trouble in the first place. With this, it's narrative. Want narrative to be true? Repeat shit.
Yes. Yes.
No matter how foul.
Hear narrative, go along with narrative. Even if you don't understand narrative, have no knowledge of narrative, and don't want to educate
I'm
yourself
not-
more
I'm not a
importantly
good
about
Cosmic Blade
narrative,
player, I really am
let's
not.
just go along with the cancellation.
Yep.
I think it was anti-vax, anti-alphabet stuff, but I was pretty indifferent to that noise. 2 sentences. And 3 times in 2 sentences, he's already told everyone he don't really know what's going on at all.
You don't know shit.
Don't know shit. I don't know shit about shit. 3 times in 2 sentences, in his own words. We're not twisting them.
No. This ain't on us.
We're not twisting them. We're not trying to make something there that's not there. This is self-confessed 3 times in 2 sentences. I don't think Disney fired her. They chose not to renew that option on her contract, and I care more about the lawyer's BS than hers. So, this, I think, is a very, very fair response. So you don't know what she said, but you think she got what she deserved.
Yes. Look, guys, anybody that's watching this and you're dealing with more specifically, the authoritarian left, this is just how they've operated for years. It's not about truth. That has never been the case. It's more of like, what can they convince people to believe? Unfortunately, a lot of people, even some non-leftists, operate with this shit as well, where it's like, we need something to be true. Make it up. Fuck it.
I would go so far as to say, somebody told us it was true, and therefore that is now my opinion because somebody told us to do this.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, now the penny dropped. Okay.
Yeah. That's for sure more accurate. Yes, they were told what to. We've seen a lot of that. Told what to think, and not even trying to vet the information because they don't care. Well, it reached a conclusion, and I was told that it's somehow, I don't know, helpful to whatever bullshit it is that I'm trying to produce and put out there, and therefore we're gonna run with it. And that's what gets me about these fucking people, right? It's not that they disagree with people on a given subject. It's the admittance of ignorance, right? And I say this all the time. People that watch me, I've worded this the same exact way a million times, and I say every individual on this planet is ignorant on something. That ignorance crosses over into stupidity when you knowingly are speaking on things aggressively when you admittedly don't know what the fuck, that you're ignorant on that topic, right? Or ignorant on that subject or statement, whatever it may be. So, Fabian admittedly has crossed over into stupidity. And these people are fine with being stupid. And the problem with that is that they will parrot narratives, and then, as we said, as we've talked about in Gina's case, has led to some sort of real world consequences that have been complete bullshit, all because they wanted to make something up or believe something to be true. And maybe even, and I can't say that in the case of Gina, I think for some other guys it does, maybe even it's like, hey, well, I don't like this fucking person.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm getting something through on the headphones here.
Yeah.
McDonald's asking you, would you like to supersize stupid to retarded?
Yes, I'll take that. I will take that. It's not much extra. I will absolutely take that.
It's a free upgrade.
Oh, even better. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Comes with the meal. Perfect.
Free upgrade.
Free upgrade. Yes, these people are fucking retarded. Yeah, for lack of better terms. But like I said, the thing that really gets me is the real world consequences of it all. And this is why these people have, they have no problem saying the fucked up shit or doing the fucked up shit it is that they do. Right? It's that, well, she existed among a bunch of people, and we're speaking about Gina Carano, among, let's say, in a field that they feel like the authoritarian left, that is, feels like they own. They inherit, it's theirs. A person that, let's say, wrong thinks cannot be among their ranks. So if you read the lawsuit, that rightfully documents, they had it out for her, right off the rip. She was
100.
getting too vocal about, and again, mild. It was very comparison to what the shit that we talk. Gina Carano is pretty fucking mild, but that was enough. That was enough for them. It just was not going with the bullshit narrative, and they had to get rid of it. And the reason why they were rid of her, and the reason why they were successful is because people like Fabian. We were talking about this on Rip in the Silverback, right? Where that shit happened in Vancouver, Gina Carano, Vancouver Expo. And you had these like that cosplayer going around, and we were like, you know, you could ask most of these people that think Gina is this evil person, what did she do that was wrong? And they could not actually give you the answer would be like this. It was like, well, I think she did this.
I think it was anti-vax, anti-LGBT stuff.
That would be the answer.
That would be the answer. Correct.
Anything concrete. It wouldn't be like she said this. Here's the receipt. It would be nothing like that. It would be like, I think, which more so I was told by the people that I listened to that she had this position or she said X thing, and therefore she must be punished. It's fucked up. It is fucked up, for sure. But like I said, this stuff has real world fucking consequences, and this is why I think these people are especially evil, right? Because this shit is like, for one, it's not really funny, right? It's like, okay, she basically, and she was on a you know, kind of this incline with a trajectory of her career. I think we all would agree on that, right? Acting in this role that people like that she was a part of, okay? And that all went away like that. It was gone, right? And even if people knew the truth, studios for sure they weren't gonna touch her. They were not gonna touch her because the narrative that was floating around, albeit, was completely fucking false.
Yes,
completely false. It was not. It was nothing. There's nothing true about it. I can say this as a person that actually knows Gina personally, right? She's an awesome person, man. Like, she is one of the nicest people that I have ever had the pleasure of hanging out with. Like, not even fucking joking. Not even joking. And you see her and you interact with her. You see other people interact with her. She goes to these cons. It's nothing but fucking love. And that's the people. Or there's a bunch of jackwagons that are telling us that we're supposed to believe that this person is evil, not because of anything she said, but because they want it to be true. And that's really the extent of it. And it's fucked up.
Yeah, but in all fairness, Eric, I think she said some anti-vax, anti-LGBTQ stuff, but I was pretty indifferent to that noise and I didn't pay much attention.
You don't know. You just are completely unaware.
This guy does know, Fabian does know that Gina could fucking snap his arm in 5 seconds.
If she wanted to.
If she wanted to. Because he's that much of a fucking vagina.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So, let's continue with this, because this is where Fabian goes, John, go stick a comic book up your butt. Preferably a Treasury edition. Big fan of Tim Sheridan. And you
shout out Elton John, by the way.
Stop it, Elton.
Cut that stigma.
Fucking cut that shit out.
Gotta stop that AIDS stigma, man.
You take that stick out of this, whatever. The stigmatas out of this, whatever. I knew you were baiting debate. No, he didn't bait shit. He said, I don't follow Star Wars. What exactly did she say that was so bad? He asked a question. You fucking soy cunt, fucking absolute embarrassment of a male. It's called a question, Fabian. Questions. Do you understand them? You answered it by saying I ain't got a fucking clue. I'm retarded. But I'm gonna have an opinion anyway because I got no fucking balls. I got told what what to believe. I have no mind of my own whatsoever.
Oh,
no creative thought. I'm a writer for mainstream comics. Duh. Should have put 2 and 2 together. And then when he says, right, so you've just said what we have just said because it's there in black and fucking white. So you don't know what she said, but you think she got what she deserved. That's not a debate. That's not getting fucking dragged into baiting. You answered it, you fucking numpty. And your responses are shove a comic book up your ass. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just made myself look a fucking moron because I am. And I got called out for being the fucking moron that I am.
Holy shit.
And I'm just going to tell this sick comic book, preferably a treasury edition, up your asshole. This is a big fan of Tim Sheridan and J. Edgar Hoover. Shout out.
Shout out.
J. Edgar Hoover.
Shout out, JJ. And the truck stops, man. You gotta fucking.
How did I get here? How did these cocks get in my hand? Oh, well. Green Lantern in a comic book store not selling near you. I knew you were baiting debate, but I gave you the benefit of the lead and you fucking shit! You showed everyone what a tard you are! I gave you the benefit of the doubt. Look, what exactly did she say that was bad? Where's the bait?
It was a simple question.
Where's the bait? As, why don't you like the comic book industry for the mainstream right now? Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you. It's not bait, it's a question.
Well, legitimately.
Legit question. You should go watch one of my Real BBCs. You should go watch one of my Ripping the Silverbacks. We really go into that stuff there. You'll get a lot out of it. It'll be a good time. We try and make it entertaining for you, unlike fucking comic. Disney thought whatever. Look at this, fucking hell. Let's just run to protect $1 billion corporation. Disney thought whatever she said warranted a preference to not be associated with her. So my opinion isn't even part of the equation. You responded to the question! Holy fuck, can we get an IQ test on Fabian? Stat! It's definitely 2 figures, but I want to know how fucking low it goes. It's just your IQ. It was 24, then it went down to 6, and now it's currently 2. Is that your fucking IQ scores, Fabian? Fuck my ass, mouth, and tits, man.
God, this fucking jackass. I mean, like, oh man, what really gets me is the question is, okay, yeah, we first of all, we already know that much that Disney. They admitted themselves, which may end up coming back to bite them in the ass.
Oh yeah,
that they found something that was abhorrent. That it was that she said, right? That may be what blows this whole thing up to shit. When they came out publicly, be it through a spokesperson, basically a representative, approved narrative, conjured up or presented from Disney themselves, saying that she said things she never fucking said. Right, so we know that bit is true, right? And you, Fabian, have just said that you think potentially may have possibly something happened, and something was said.
Something Disney.
Yeah, something went down that you feel like was anti whatever alphabet, anti X, Y, and Z, and you had no issues bringing that up. You don't get to try to pull the punch, or rather, you already threw it, and now you're trying to hide it behind your fucking hand and act as if, well, I don't know what they felt that it was this. You're still perpetuating a false narrative, Fabian. And that's the problem. That he doesn't give a shit. He had no problem saying some things that were not true, and even just perpetuating the narrative, even in the same fucking sentence, admitting he doesn't even fucking know. He has no idea. It's just, it must be true.
Billion Dollar Corporation said it must be true.
Must be.
Because they've never lied.
Never once.
Never once. You know, Disney have been absolutely stand-up company.
Squeaky
never
clean.
once got caught doing all kinds of fucking shenanigans, from fucking pedo shit to child trafficking, you know, going on right in their theme parks with their staff. No, don't worry about that. Don't need to report on that. Don't need to get that going out there or anything like that whatsoever. No. I don't know shit about shit. And I got called out for not knowing shit about shit, and now I'm having a teddy tantrum because I got made to look like an absolute fucking fool. Do you know what I would do?
Yeah.
I would tell Fabian
to go fuck himself.
To get the fuck out. Hey Fabian, can you come in my office, please? Sure. Fabian, can you get the fuck out my office now? And when you go, shut the door behind you, keep walking, go past your desk, keep going to the stairs. You can take the lift if you really have to. Walk down, get to the reception, hand your fucking card in. Keep going to get to the front door. When you get to the front door, open it, walk out. You're free, baby, you're free. The world is your oyster. Because you're fired.
You're out. See you. And the trip is, of all of this, right, is, I mean, this is a person that has a little bit of pull. I like to think, I know they were doing some X-Men stuff. Actually, and maybe this is perhaps why they are taking the positions publicly that they are, because they recently got brought back to work on some more X-Men stuff. And this just happened, right? So he's probably, maybe, feeling like protecting his bacon, right? Because they look like shit in this situation, and they should. What Disney did...
I definitely smell a pig, Eric.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a council pig.
Yeah. He's right there. But yeah, seriously, guys, like, I think that if nothing else, the good news, if there is to be any of this, is that we're watching with this, we see in real time kind of what happened.
Sure.
We are reliving that. And that is just how quickly just a false narrative can spread, and how easily people, comfortable, I guess, people feel in perpetuating false shit. We watched them do it. We all knew it was horseshit. I mean, especially when you had folks that were acting as if, and this is what mainstream cats had said about Gina, the Gina situation. And they would say, well, it's basically because she was, because for whatever reason, that's off limits. The era of funny mustache man, you can't make any comparisons to anything that happened during that era. Well, I just find that really, really funny, because there's a fucking coworker. We don't even have to reach that far. We don't even have to go any further than the same goddamn show that she was working on to see another example of someone else. Same show.
Yeah.
Same fucking show that was making comparisons. His was worse because he conflated half of the fucking voting population to Nazis.
Well, in all fairness, I think what's planet Earth are now pushing 8 billion people. I think, according to the far left, 7.9 reoccurring of them are Nazis now. But if I could be so bold, Eric, I think what you've just been saying is highlighted very well in a tweet that Gina Carano put out, saying Jews were beaten in the street, not by Nazi soldiers, but by their neighbors, even by children. Because history is edited. Most people today don't realize that to get to the point where Nazi soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, The government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being Jewish. How is that any different from hating someone for their political views? Like, I don't know, somebody calling people that voted a certain way Nazis!
She was right, and if you remember the context, we were especially going through this whole COVID bullshit, right? All across the entire world, and where you had people that were willing to snitch on their fucking neighbors because they were going in certain places without fucking diapers on their faces. We were watching this shit go down. We all saw it go down. So she was right. Make no mistake. We all saw it go down. And all it is that she was saying and sharing that is that we're at the beginning stages, man. It doesn't get like that overnight. It doesn't just become everybody always is like, well, something like this in this day and age could never fucking happen.
Oh, okay. Well, can you explain this? Pedro Pascal, losers in 1865, Confederates, losers in 1945, Nazis, losers in 2020, Republican. Hey, Eric, I'm ignorant on American politics, being British. Without doing a Fabian, I wanna learn. Can you explain the comparisons here to me at all?
Well, the comparisons is that everybody here,
yeah,
we know what you're doing, Pedro Pascal. It's fucking evil and the worst of the absolute worst. This is why they throw that shit out there so easily. It's like, look, if I could convince everybody that the people that you have deemed as your enemy, right, is doing things like, even though it's not remotely comparable, we already know this shit is not just because someone wears a fucking red hat there. Like that's all horseshit. But that's not what it's about. It's about legitimizing anything it is that they say or do against those people. Right? And it's like, well, it's like even when they would go around, you get these scrawny pencil neck motherfuckers talking about, well, we're gonna go punch Nazis. You think they were talking about actual fucking Nazis? No, there's like two of those that may be around and butt fuck nowhere, somewhere. But it's not like there's a bunch of those guys walking around, right? And especially economically, I make the argument easily, if we're talking factual information, and you can go watch, I did a 45-minute essay on this. The people that are screaming and hollering and calling other people Nazis have a lot more in fucking common with them than they like to think.
Oh, you mean projection?
Oh, it's so.
You mean the very people who are going after Gina Carano because she has her own mind are wanting her to conform, are wanting her to compel her speech. That sounds like some freedom shit to me.
Yeah.
The very people that are calling people fucking Yahtzees, trying to get people to go after them, try and turn their neighbors onto each other.
Yes. Yes.
Just like was fucking explained in that tweet, are the ones who are crying wolf. Now this shocks me.
Yeah,
shocks
it 100% is a projection.
We can't have freedom without war. We can't have free speech without censorship. We can't have freedom of movement without being locked down.
It's a projection, but all it is trying to. It is. They feel justified in whatever it is that they do because you're the bad people. And that's all this is. It's about painting the picture that you are an evil person to everybody else, or to the people that they want to do bad things to you.
So what you're saying, Hugo, this is the way I'm reading it, okay? This is why I'm reading that, is you're telling that some people have got to vote the right way. That's what I'm hearing from that, Hugo. That's what I'm hearing from that. And that's some fucking horse shit. Just because two things are similar doesn't necessarily mean they have to be identical to actually be the same. Two things can be correct at the same time.
And persecution is persecution at the end of the
Persecution, yeah,
fucking day.
exactly. Doesn't matter whether it's for your color, your political value, your fucking shoe size, your height, your weight. Persecution is persecution.
Yeah, 1000%. Like it is what it is. And look, it was bullshit. But you like, even if you go into detail, right, with what actually happened with her, for people that read the lawsuit, a lot of this stuff isn't anything that isn't public or wasn't public before this. But think about the shit that they tried to get her to do, even though, and to her, much respect to her, because 99% of the industry would have fucking folded had they been in a position, and they would have done it. These assholes had nerve to say, hey, Gina, this is how we're going to correct this. We're going to bring in 45 members of this alphabet shit.
40 members of the LGBTQIA2 spirit, divided by 16, multiplied by pigs, with a compound fraction of Viagra. 40.
Yeah.
At once.
And it's not that you're gonna get to say anything. No. What you have to do is sit there and listen to these motherfuckers bicker, bitch, and complain about you.
Let's just call it how it is. Shame you into compliance.
Yes.
That is one of the weapons of these vile degenerates, is to try and shame people into silence, shame them into being quiet, shame them into reversing their position. You don't get 40 people onto one and think that is a fair debate or a debate in general to be had. Gina invited them out to go out for a meal with them and talk. I don't think all 40, but certainly a few, they refuse. Because they don't want to look you in the eye face to face. They don't want to look you in, they don't want to be in the physical room with you, because then you become a human being.
Yeah.
And the whole point is to dehumanize you.
Oh yeah.
That's the whole fucking point. Once you dehumanize somebody, you can do whatever the fuck you want to them. Call them whatever you want.
Yes. That's what it's about.
Whatever way you want. But when you're physically with somebody, oh shit, that's a human being. And things change. And these are cowards that we're dealing with. Fucking stone-bred, jelly fucking spined cowards. They don't want to look you in the eye. They don't want to sit down in a room across from you. They don't want to be held accountable for their fucking reaction, their actions. No. You just sit there, away from me, so I can dehumanize you, and you take it. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds some like fucking fascist, commie, Marxist fucking shit to me.
It's all the same shit, all on the same side of the spectrum, that's for sure. But yes, like that's what it is. They wanted her to be dressed down. And they wanted her to have to listen to everything it was they said without her basically, they wanted to whip her into shape, whip her into compliance. And again, to her credit, she said, fuck off. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, and most people would have. They would have went through whatever sensitivity, bullshit training, and all that other gay shit. They would have went through all of that. But she said, no, I'm not good with that. And shout out to her for doing that, because obviously you start to see the writings on the wall where you're not gonna do that. And she knew what was gonna happen to her, and she still did it. But just imagine how much of a piece of absolute garbage you have to be to even suggest something like that. When she said nothing out of pocket, she had an opinion. You think Pedro Pascal got any sensitivity training for complaining half the voting population of Nazis?
We know that tweet that I put up from Gina had nothing to do with what's going on.
Yeah.
They went after her, that they wanted her gone the moment she went beep, bop, boop.
Oh yeah. 100%.
The moment that she refused to put pronouns into her profile, the stunning and brave, tolerant, far left, demanded that she do it.
It's crazy.
Demanded. No, I don't want to do it. I tell you what, I'll put some fucking R2-D2 droid noises in there instead. Oh. You're fucking
taking a piss.
insulting. You're insulting the fact that I want to call myself a Bimber, Zimfurf, Kit Kat, fucking Snickers bar. You want to fucking mock that? You want to mock the fact that every day we fucking make up new fucking names to call ourselves, and you won't fucking call us that? You won't be compelled to fucking call us that? Oh, fuck you. We're gonna get you. That's what happened.
Yeah.
That's what
That's all it
fucking
was.
happened.
That's all it ever was, man. Straight up. It was, we want you dressed down. We want you attacked publicly. We want you beaten and broken. We want you whipped into fucking shape. And that was her crime. Her crime was essentially saying, no, I ain't doing that shit. I'm not with it. I've done nothing wrong. I've said nothing wrong. But it went against the narrative. And that's all this shit has ever been. And I think why the Gina Carano thing, and maybe years from now we'll be looking at that as maybe a very pivotal moment in how crazy things was, is that it showed everybody what we had already assumed, that the only appropriate position that you can have publicly, definitely in the political or social political sphere, is authoritarian leftism. Whatever they say is acceptable. Outside of that, you risk being punished. You can't exist among them. And that's why the Pedro Pascal, and I'm glad that they brought that up, the Pedro Pascal thing is so it blows up everything, because you have someone, we don't have to go that far. We don't even have to speculate here. We're like, bro, there is a star in the same goddamn show that did the thing that you claim was abhorrent. It just happened to be against folks that you consider the undesirables, or the folks that you deemed as evil. The folks you deemed as evil because it was against them. Well, everything fucking Pedro Pascal does is fine. He can call you all fucking Nazis, Yahtzees, all sorts of shit. That's fine. Gina?
False equivalents don't matter, Eric. False equivalents don't matter.
Yeah.
Disingenuousness is part of the code.
Yeah.
Part of the code. Because when you can't actually truly engage with somebody and find out what they're about, you must go to an extreme. Anytime they start calling you a Nazi, they're already showing to you they have no argument. They have no legitimate argument. Why? Oh, you vote for Trump, whatever. You vote for Biden, whatever. You're a Nazi. Okay. Why? Because we say so. Well, do you want to know why I voted for them? Well, yeah, because you're a Nazi. No, because if I vote that way, I get better tax breaks, which means that I've got more money in my pocket for this. Or if I vote this way, that actually opens up better healthcare options for me and my family through work or whatever. You know, there's loads of different nuance. They don't want nuance. They don't want understanding of why you do certain things. Not, by the way, that anybody has to justify shit to anyone for doing what they do. They just want to put everybody into a big collective fucking bubble, because you know when you put people into a big collective bubble, Eric, you can dehumanize them all.
100%.
All. You dehumanize them all en masse. En masse. And do you know what that is? That's some Nazi shit! That's some commie shit!
Yeah.
That leads to tens of millions of dead people!
Yeah.
But hey, you keep projecting, you fucking idiot.
Melanie Mac words, man.
Yeah, you fucking hell.
That's what they are.
But that's why they love collectivism. It's the best and quickest and easiest way to dehumanize people.
They don't have to make an argument. They don't have to. They don't have to provide anything. This is not based on any sort of logic. It's, I need you to be these people. I need you to have these sorts of positions, and we've all dealt with these folks, these types of weirdos anyway. I mean, if you're in the public sphere like we are, we've dealt with it as well, right? Where you got people that were just flat out. I mean, that's the way I see it. You know, me waking up one day, I turn on, I put on X, my app, and pull it up, and there's someone just absolutely making some shit up. It's like, and often in regard to me. I know you've seen it. We saw the whole Starfield shit go down, and watching all these.
He had a meltdown on the loading screen when he was picking his bio.
It
wasn't
true.
No,
it was not true. Did it stop her from saying it?
No, but people would say this was 7 hours into the game, and the response back would be, "I don't care."
Don't care.
Exactly. You don't care. You don't care for the truth. You don't care for fucking nuance. You don't care that I played the game for 26 fucking hours. You didn't care. All you cared about was I went after your sacred fucking cow if I want to call myself a fucking Kit Kat. Call me a Kit Kat. Call me a Kit Kat. No.
I'm fucking.
No.
That's it. That's it.
I got
It
jumped
does-
by two. Oh
it
my
doesn't
gosh.
need, and this is like, I've had this conversation in the political space,
But
right? Of
they
definitely
jumped
with
up-
the
my
with
team
the
jumped
libertarians,
someone
and I've
else,
talked
and
about how,
I'm like,
look,
okay,
guys,
I'm good.
I get it.
I'm good.
I like to think we're the more logical people, right? Because you get to these positions, and oftentimes when you become like, let's say, a libertarian, it was something that you came to some sort of logical conclusion somewhere, right? Which led you to believe and value liberty in that way, right? Whereas a lot of these people's positions are adopted by emotion, right?
Oh, I'm good for
but it's all emotion, and it's very, very, very difficult to reason with these people. And so when you see myself go through some dumb shit, when you see Az or anybody in our sphere, and you'll get some idiot that gets a viral tweet or video or something talking about us, and like you can't even get beyond the first couple of sentences, and it's just made up shit.
Yeah.
It's just not true. None of it's true for the most part, but you don't even have to dig all the way into what it is they're saying before they've already fired off a few lies, right? But that person or groups of people need you to be something. Their arguments don't work unless that is to be the case. So you're going to need to be that. And they will try to, and albeit sometimes successfully, very successfully, convince other people that that's the truth, even though verifiably speaking. And I dealt with this personally with Az, right? I jumped to Az's defense, which I do. I do it every fucking day of the week, right? Starfield shit goes down. Some guy says, "Well, this happened at the loading screen." I'm like, "This is what I did." Got the link, and YouTube has this cool little feature, guys, where you can actually in the link provide the fucking timestamp, right? So I grabbed that. Guy has to do no fucking work whatsoever. None. No work. Just click the goddamn link, and all its context, you will see that fucking rant never happened in the loading screen. That did not happen. That's not my opinion. That is a factual fucking statement. Having provided that factual information, you think he deviated from his original position, Az?
No, double down, probably.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. Double down. Because these people don't give a fuck about truth. No, they don't care about that. They need you to be something. You're going to be something. I deal with the same goofy shit. X or whatever. Eric July said this. Can we get a receipt on that? Well, so-and-so said he said it.
Okay, hey, let's have a little look at this. This is an exchange that happened last night, which I took great pleasure in. So, one of the guys from the Eternals said that bad reviews gave him trauma.
That's what I did.
Right? Trauma. I do have trauma from the Eternals' bad reviews, right? This is not a man. This is not a man.
Trauma.
Ellen DeGeneres, who is a writer, I would put that in inverted commas. They probably bought coffee for somebody in the printing press room. A writer for Bloomberg, mainstream media, Bloomberg. Can't deny that. Writer for Bloomberg. You freaked out over pronouns. Okay. So I said, man who actually I could probably find the response. I quote tweeted him on that. Anyway, that's by the by. Let's just put this person here. They said that he had a point and gained thousands of new followers from this episode. So your point? No, he didn't. Now, just wanna go back to here. This is a writer for mainstream media publication Bloomberg. Okay.
They're not gonna move. He incapable of moving away from that position.
No, he didn't. He did not gain thousands of new followers from this episode. That's why he's a giant coward, because he won't debate me, bruh. He won't debate some married man that's trying to get into a transvestite's pants, a pedo defender, and I don't even know who that one is.
There's a guy who went after me before too. So
okay,
not a very
good news though. Good news. I don't give a fuck. Good news is I don't give a fuck. So I did this. Bloomberg mainstream writer can't do basic research and see subspike during Starfield rant, which I've highlighted for him. And this took me about 15 seconds to do. Social Blade, subscribers, September, which was the Starfield rant, 12,000. Big spike. Big visual for you right there. Big visual for you. Big visual. Boom. 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 12,000. No. What did he say?
It didn't happen.
What did he say? He said, one, where are we gone? Artie Bear, though. Shout out to Artie Bear.
Shout out Art.
Talking about. No, there you go. No, he didn't. Muted his ass, of course, because let him scream into the void. No, he didn't. No,
they need
right
to be
there.
true.
5 seconds. 15 seconds. 15 seconds to get to the website.
It doesn't take time.
Take a screenshot. Bro. 15 seconds.
Look, if
mainstream media,
the receipts are out there, right? Like when you're dealing with these types of people, like it's almost as if going to do the research, it's almost like they know that it would provide them a conclusion that is opposite of the one
exactly. Doing research would prove me wrong. Ergo, not going to do it, and will push the false narrative.
Ignorant and believe it.
Mainstream media writer, right there. The objective truth. The objective truth, is that not what journalism is meant to be about?
Nah.
Of course it isn't. Of course it fucking isn't.
It's about perpetuating
vagina.
Whatever they need to be true, that's what it's about. It's about perpetuating that. And that's what, again, you can be as reasonable and logical. Those are the types of fuckheads that we're dealing with. We're dealing with these types of fucking people who they cling to narratives. They don't give a fuck about truth. You can show them the evidence all you fucking want, and they don't care. They will double down because it hurts their feelings. It hurts their sensibilities. It hurts all of that for them to have to realize that maybe they were fucking lied to.
It did make up. It's actually 800. It did make up for the 800 subscribers I lost on April Fool's Day 2022 when I decided to spam all 26 parts of The Last of Us Part 2 playthrough I did into everybody's feed and fuck up their algorithms for and it was worth it.
It was worth it.
It was worth it. I'll do it again.
Price is willing to pay.
But you're absolutely correct. It's about it's about being a liar. It's about projection.
Yeah.
If you know that you're going to be proven to be wrong, now, if the guy just said, right? If the guy just said, I don't agree with this position on that, well, that's your right to do so. That's absolutely your right to do so. You might be somebody who is a great believer in calling somebody a Kit Kat. That might be your position, you know? Yeah. Okay, have a nice life. It's like when people come to me, I've had let's say half a dozen messages from people through email or Instagram saying, I saw you in a CM Punk hoodie. You do know he supports trans rights.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what does that have to do with his wrestling? So because he does something, I'm personally not into that myself.
Yeah.
But because he does, I'm not allowed to like him as a wrestler or appreciate. This is the stupidness of grouping people, collectivism, boxing.
100%. You can't be goal oriented or anything. There's no. And look, man, that once upon a time, this wasn't even a conversation that we were willing to we were even having. Like, this wasn't an issue, but that's just the world that we live in today, unfortunately. But to your point of what you're talking about earlier, you know, with the whole dehumanizing thing. I mean, you know, that's the often tactic that these guys use. I get, you know, unfortunately, it's a little disappointing. You see people that you think should know better. I've seen it before.
Sure.
Think should know better who participate in the same bullshit. Where it's like, we need you to have a position that you don't have, and that way we can lie. Therefore, that way we can lie. And even if it's about elevating a narrative again, like to what happened with Gina, a narrative that isn't true, but they need it to be true because maybe they get something off of the attack. I don't know. They pledge their allegiance. It's their form of pledging allegiance to whatever collectivist god it is that they
I'll
serve.
tell you what they get. I'll tell you what they get from this, Eric. They get for a brief moment to feel like they've got some power over somebody because their lives are fucking miserable. And they are miserable, and they are sad and perpetually depressed because they spend their whole eternal fucking life involved in this, thinking that this is their life, being misery. They're probably on antidepressants. They probably stick them up their ass like a suppository. They are fucking miserable, sad, lonely, pathetic people that can't formulate their own opinions because they're stuck in a group that if you have one bad fucking
you're fucking out.
Deviation, you're out of there.
You're fucking out.
You're
bro.
out of there. And they live in perpetual fear, absolute fucking perpetual fear of having their own mind.
Boy, we've seen a lot of that, man. Like we have seen a lot of that in multiple spaces of people that know some shit's fucked up, even if it's internally. But because they balls deep into this, man, they gonna keep fucking putting up with this fucking charade that is. And maybe that's what it is. It's like better them than me. Better her than me. Better whatever.
If you're always attacking somebody, it takes the pressure away from you potentially being attacked. It's group mentality horseshit. It's as if you're coerced into attacking your neighbor so that they don't have to do it, and then by time they've been so fucking beaten down and dehumanized, you can fucking stick them in camps and gas them in their millions.
Funny how that works, huh?
Nah, something like that, Eric, would never happen in real life. It never happened in real life. It would never happen in real fucking life. That would never happen in real life. It never has. Hundreds of millions of dead people. It never. No.
The dead bodies of yeah, we do have historical evidence of this stuff happen. But you know, I think if nothing else, it does show the dangers of this sort of hive mind collectivistic line of thinking, right? That to me is fucking miserable, right? I couldn't imagine being. This is one thing I love what it is that we do, especially in the space that we float around, and that everybody kind of has that. Not kind of. Everybody is free to disagree, right? Me and Jeremy, I get to scream and screech at his silly behind on it being wrong about Resident Evil 6, right? And
terrible game.
Me and him scream at each other about it, and I'm okay with that, right? Even though him and I, you know, he's more like, you know, he might as well be called a magatarian, right? I'm a libertarian, right? This is what it is that I am, and there's no fucking problems there. Whereas with some other people, right? It's to me that would be a miserable existence to have to be floating around a space or be involved in it's almost a cult, might as well be, where you recognize, you deviate at any fucking point, you're done. Like I couldn't imagine waking up living in that fucking world, right? Where I can't say shit, I can't have my own line of thinking, and should I have that line of thinking, everything's gonna fall apart. I'm gonna be thrown under the bus by people I thought were my fucking allies. I'm gonna do that's not a way to live, bro. That's not a way to live. Shout out Dan.
Yeah. I mean, can somebody kick Sheepsit in?
This is what But see, that's the thing. We're okay with that, and it's a better way to live. And believe it or not, most people used to live this way. I don't know what happened, if it was a social media aspect.
Well, what happened was a lot of our differences didn't mean too much because we understood the commonalities that we had.
Yeah.
And that's how we used to live our lives. We used to live our lives with dealing with the stuff that we have in common as opposed to the stuff which separates us, because it makes for a better life. Social media was constructed to cause arguments for engagement. That is how it was. That is legitimate. That's not even bullshit. Social media was created with small bursts so that context and nuance couldn't be used, which would then cause division and arguments, which would raise engagement because people would be inclined to go like that.
Yeah.
So then we started to develop a fucking whole generation of people who were brought up on arguing and arguing and arguing and arguing. Difference, 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 difference. And our commonalities got pushed to one side. Now, I could speak all day, every day to somebody like Robert Meyer Burnett, Paul Chato. We might have differences on certain things, but we would most likely 95% of the time be discussing stuff we have a commonality with, even if that commonality had a difference within it. So what do we have? We have a commonality, let's say, with Robert with Star Trek, and you can talk Star Trek with Robert, and there could be
and there's no problems.
Yeah, and he could say, well, I think this about this episode. I could say, well, actually, I think this on this episode. And we could just listen to each other and our respective point of view. And then when we're said with peace, we're back down to just shit that we like with each other. Or because that's how human beings used to interact. Now they don't. Every social media platform, Twitter, Tumblr, all these fucking rooms, all created around engagement. And the best way to get engagement is get people mad, divide them.
Yeah,
that's what we've grown up on.
And that, you put that perfectly, man. And it is sad. Man. Seriously, man, if you are part of that hive mind.
Shout out, Gary.
Yeah, shout out. But if you are part of that hive mind, I know that shit ain't cool, man. That's not a way to live. And you don't have to live that way. You don't have to live that way where you feel like you can't fucking be yourself.
I actually meant to get rid of them because it's clearly just troll baiting, but it came up on the screen. Oh well.
But
stop it, naughty.
But that's a miserable way to live, man.
Of course it is. But that's why you get people like Fucky McFuckwit there, who just been discussing that had his whole worldview annihilated when he admitted he was an ignorant twat.
Yeah.
And he couldn't handle that. He didn't have the fortitude to say, do you know what? I probably shouldn't have tried. Yeah, you're right. I don't have the knowledge to really chime in on this.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with saying that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with, I'd be the first to say like, hey, I'm ignorant on some shit. I'll be the first to say that. If I don't know, I don't fucking know. Like I won't have some fucking strong opinion on some shit that I'm just completely out of my wit on. Right now, that doesn't mean that we may, on the stuff that I do maybe understand, that we won't have disagreement. But I for sure, if I'm like, some people ask me, let's say it's something about Star Wars, something going down, and I'm not knowledgeable, and I'll straight up, bro, Eddie, I don't know. I don't feel like I have to inject myself in fucking everybody's conversation.
Exactly.
I don't feel that way, or I have to be a part of it. And that's unfortunately a way that some people feel. And when they do chime in, it just so happens to be perpetuating a fucking lie. And that's my problem. That's my core issue with it, is that they feel like they have to perpetuate something that simply is not true. It is not true. And I think these people, they're especially a problem because a lot of it doesn't require such vast research. Like we showed the guy from earlier, like you talking about the subscribers, or me in the case where we were talking about the same Starfield rant, and I present it to you factually.
Aw, Patty
right?
and Rennie Love are
Factually.
locked in
Hey,
here?
here it is. It's right here. It's right here. All you have to do is click it. YouTube has a cool feature. It'll take you right to the part. You don't have to do a whole lot of research. Just bam, click it right there, bam, and you'll see that rant did not happen at the character creation screen. It didn't. But even with presenting that, they don't stop. They stay at the position.
So let's take it away from Starfield and put it to Gina Carano, okay? Her anti-LGBTQ plus whatever they're stressing. What is that? The fact that she wouldn't comply and put pronouns in a bio? The fact that she put beep bop boop? That's anti-LGBTQ plus. The irony of that, of course, is let's say Gina did it to be playful, because she's a playful person. She's actually a very funny person.
Cool.
Let's say she did it to be playful. Oh, you want me to put something in? Okay, I'll put droid noises in there because I'm on a show, a Star Wars show. It's got fucking droids and shit. So let me put that there. How can you get mad at her for doing that when you are literally making up pronouns to call yourself? Do you see the hypocrisy there? Well, obviously they do not. They do not see that whatsoever. Because the stuff that they make up in their eyes is valid, but the stuff that other people may make up for these Kit Kats is not valid. It's compelled speech.
Yeah. There's only one right position to them.
Them.
Anything that deviates from that is incorrect.
Correct.
Right? You know, we've had this conversation also. It's funny, talking about even like some of the Riververse stuff, right? I was like, I live in a world where I'm perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. That someone might not like a book that we put out. Perfectly fine with that. That's not the end of the world. But can you live in a world where people do? Shout out John. Or where people feel the opposite way. Some people can't fucking handle that.
They can't. They clearly can't.
Yeah. That's the difference. That's the fun. It's the same shit. It's not even about truth. Obviously, it's a narrative. And anything that exists outside of that can exist. And you must be punished. You must be punished, Gina Carano. You didn't want to sit and listen to 50 gay motherfuckers.
Actually riding a horse. Or unicorn. Well, it's a robot.
That sounds like watching an episode of RuPaul's Drag Race.
Well, that's what they wanted. They wanted 50 people of the alphabet.
I think this is the best.
I would like to ask a question. I would like to ask a question. Why do you want me to call you a Kit Kat? Why? Why do you want me to call you a Kit Kat? You're clearly not a Kit Kat or this Zimzer, Bimberg, Ginger, Genghis Khan. You're clearly not. So why? And I think for the most part, if they were hit with sodium pentanol and they had to give a correct answer, an honest answer, a lot of it would be 99.9% of the time, I'm seeking attention.
Yeah.
I'm seeking attention.
That's what it'll boil down to, yes.
Yeah. I'm sad. I'm depressed. I'm on antidepressants at the wazoo. Literally. That's the way I take them.
Ass, bros.
Yeah. I can't get off social media. I think it's reality. I'm cripplingly lonely and I'm desperate for attention. And so I put in my bio a shitload of flags and gained other people's opinions as my own and call myself a Kit Kat.
Yeah. That's pretty simple.
I'd be like, okay. Thank you for the honesty. I would advise maybe go out. Maybe get some exercise. Go out for a walk. Just walk. You don't have to engage anyone in conversation if you're not feeling up to it. If you're not feeling like you're ready. Feel a bit socially awkward. Just go out though. Go out. Have a walk. Go into some shops. Have a look at some things on the shelves. Maybe go to a coffee shop. Sit down, get yourself a coffee. Just
maybe go to a con. Maybe go to a con. There was one that happened recently where Gina Carano was at. She was there.
Quite popular, I heard. Quite popular.
Yeah, could have met her. And maybe you find out that this person, you know, not what you think that they are. They're not who you think they are. And this is why I love doing those, by the way. And yes, we got to get you out there, as man. MegaCon really put a lot of things into perspective, man. You know what I mean? For me, obviously, this isn't my first con. It's the first one that the Riververse had like this big presence at like that. But holy shit, man, it's so important for people to do, because look, man, a lot of this, Az broke it down about as good as someone could break it down. What social media is, what tends to trend, what people tend to gravitate towards, and it's not representative of the real world.
No,
not even close, to be completely honest. No. You know, like people that, it's funny, after, you know, the con, and I had a bunch of people ask the same question. Hey man, did you guys have any problems with any like weird like haters come? No. Why would we? That shit's not real. It's contained to a certain space, yes, but it's not representative of real life. You know what? So just, yeah, I know. Right, or you know, shout out to, I saw you know, video by Riververse Gold Post of a guy that actually called. He did call in and sent a bunch of emails and all kinds of shit to MegaCon to try to get us canceled from this.
How'd that work out?
Didn't work out too well.
Oh.
We had the longest line in the motherfucker. So unfortunate for that guy. Didn't quite work out because it's not.
A shame.
The social media shit's not real.
Got it, Usa?
It's not, and that may hurt some people's feelings because they want to believe this is what it is. I mean, we've dealt with this every fucking campaign with the Riververse, right? It's got to fail at some point, they say, right? Which maybe it will at some point.
Maybe book 17.
Yeah, potentially. Maybe at some point it will. Maybe at some point it will. But it's this hope, it's this wish, it's desire. Guys, that's not a way to live. Seriously.
It's a way for them to attempt to feel better about themselves.
Yes.
Because what tends to happen is somebody goes out and does something proactive. They get off their ass and they say, do you know what? I want to do something. I'm a regular guy. I'm into all this shit that we're all in, but I want to make a difference. I'm going to go out there and try and do something. You try and do something. Maybe you create a comic book company. And people are just like, yay, fucking yeah, you go for it, man. You go for it, man. And so you go and you create a comic book company, and then you release a comic, and it does $2.7 million. The first comic. It's 3.7 million.
Yeah.
$3.7 million. It's like, holy fuck. And a lot of people are just like, fuck yeah. Good on him. Good on him. And then there gets a portion of the people that were clapping that went, oh, he succeeded. Okay. Well, that makes me feel bad because I haven't succeeded. So now I got to tear it down. I got to tear him down then because he's had his success and I'm feeling a bit envious of that. And now you got to go. Now you got to go. That's what happens. People seem to, for some reason, some people, not everyone, some people seem to want somebody to achieve a level. And if they think they're above the level they wanted them to get to, they want to pull you down.
Oh yeah. Crabs in a motherfucking
Crabs in a bucket. Crabs in a bucket. But the majority of people would be like, fucking go.
Our
Smash
space
it out
is an
next
example
time.
of that. We were just talking about this last night. Our space is an example of that. There was once upon a time, I remember so vividly, Gary had like 6,000 subs. Myself, G, all had more subscribers than he had, right? He has almost double what the fuck he's getting there. He's not there yet, but he almost has double the subscribers that I have. at any point in time did I ever have, or you, or you know, G and Jeremy have any animosity towards him?
No.
I think we can all argue. It's not, it's a factual statement. He passed us all, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Not once was there any sort of animosity. There was any sort of knock. There was any sort of like, oh man, well, what the fuck? Like, who does this guy think that he is? There was never any of that came from our space. All that man will ever get from me is love. That's fucking it. That's it. That's all he's ever gonna get, because I actually want this man to go be great. The same can be said for anybody else in our space that goes to do awesome things. We want to see it, right? I want to see these guys go fucking be amazing people. I don't feel some fucking kind of way because they became more successful in some individual capacity than I did. That's just not a way that is. I don't know. I don't have that envious bone in my body. It's not a thing that I've ever been equipped with. So I can't really quite understand it or even empathize with it, right? But it's just not a way to live. That's a miserable existence. Right?
Gary's the same person from the day I met him to the person he is now.
Facts.
He's never changed.
Yeah.
He's as authentic as they come. And even meeting him in person, he was even more of a sweetheart than when I talked to him on the phone or if we're doing streams together. He's a fucking lovely person.
Yes.
When you're with good people, whether it be yourself, Jeremy, Gary, Ryan, whoever it is, you want them to succeed. You can't base your success or lack of success on what they're doing.
True.
That's a crazy way to live.
That is.
So Disbrew's another one, right? Disbrew.
Oh yeah, he exploded.
I fucking love his shit. I love his shit. And Disbrew said one of the kindest things to me I've ever heard. It was just like, I used to watch your Batwoman stuff, and I was just like, oh, that, I'd love to do something like that. And it kind of made me sort of get proactive. And I think Disbrew's got a great wit, great opinion. He's gonna fly past me soon.
Yeah,
he's gonna fly past me soon, and I couldn't wish it on a better person.
Yeah,
I want him. I want it. Go, you fucking go to the moon. I was subscribed to Drinker when he had about 2,500 subs. I was there really early doors.
Yeah,
I had about, I think, 130,000 at the time that I was watching him, and he had about 2.5. And I was just like, this guy is going to be massive.
Yeah.
He is so fucking good. His takes are incredible. The way he breaks it down, the intelligence of it, plus adding the wit to it. Great book with the drunk. Because it kind of it disarms people. Ah, look at this drunk. Then you listen to what he said, and it's really fucking smart.
And he's also
really
a hell of a talent. He's done some creative stuff, and he's a hell of a talent.
He's a writer, Will Jordan. He's a writer, published books, all kinds of shit. And so Drinker just went stratospheric. He's never changed from the first moment that I have ever had any dealings with. In fact, we were actually texting each other today about fucking Resident Evil, because that's the shit that we do.
Yeah,
that's the shit that we fucking do. All we do streams together, whether it be Gary, Drinker, yada yada yada. We do streams together, but we communicate out of streams.
Yeah,
we talk out of streams. We legitimately get on with each other.
Yeah,
this isn't just this is a professional relationship. We enjoy doing what we do with each other. Yeah, I vibe with this guy. It'd be great to do some stuff, whether it's just one stream or a show. You and I vibed really well when I came on as a guest for your show.
Yeah.
You were just like, fuck, I'd like to do this on a reg, right? I got this day free. Why don't we try and do something then? Boom, Ripping the Silverback gets made.
Yep.
Real BBC. I start off just fucking bagging comics and talking to my chat. Gary's like, can I join you to bag some comics? Because I need an excuse to bag some comics and chat. So we do that. And then boom, suddenly the Real BBC fucking happens. Yep. FNT, I was a guest on FNT. And Gary's just like, oh yeah, we're not gonna let you go. You're You know, that because we get on well, we have so much more in common than different. We argue on FNT, we laugh, we get on.
Yeah.
Commonalities are what unite people. You're a anarcho-capitalist libertarian. I don't even know what the fuck that is, Eric. I don't even know what the fuck that means. That's just fucking words to me. I don't fucking care. Because I like you for you fucking. I like your takes. I like where you're coming from. Like as a person, you fucking. You're humorous. I like your fucking drive, your desire. It's great. It's great stuff. Commonalities, stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff which you can gravitate towards. Let the crabs try and. You have your bucket. You stay there. Stay in your little bucket. Have fun. Keep dragging each other down. You fucking stabbing, sticking knives in each other. You do that. You do that. We'll be over here, actually really enjoying what we do, getting on with each other, arguing with each other, making up. Because it's all fucking what the stuff that we're arguing with is all fucking.
Yeah.
Just shit.
Yeah.
It's just what nerds do.
Yeah, that's what it's always been about. It's never been about, and then that stuff has never manifested itself to hate. But that's why it works so well. I mean, it was so many of us this past weekend, right, at MegaCon. Myself, Drinker and Ryan, Gary, and obviously it was insane, obviously, and there's a lot of crossover, right, between obviously the audiences there. And I'm sure there were some new people that may have come from the Riververse that now are fans of those guys and vice versa. And that to me is what it's about, right? And why I think it's so important that we do stuff like that. We do, to your point, actually get along with each other. You and I, we will chat. We'll chat in private. Same thing can be said. Me and Gary always text each other. Me and Jeremy, probably more than anybody. Him and I, it's always on the phone screaming at each other about some shit like that. Just what it is that we do, right? And it's all good because we actually give a fuck about each other, and the audience picks up on that, right? That's why I think it's so beneficial to us and why they come out in the great numbers, because they pick up on that authenticity. Right?
Authenticity is the word.
That's what it is. It's like it's like I'm giving it to you straight, man. I can't really be anybody else. There's really no off switch I can hit. Like, this is just what you see is what it is. You get. I'm not another person like, off screen. This is just what it is. Like who it is that I am. That's what it is. And again, maybe it's the upbringing, but I love that you keep mentioning the commonalities. To me, that is what matters more than anything, right? This is why I don't even I've talked about this publicly before. When somebody ends up that I cross over audiences with, maybe they feel some kind of way, and maybe they have a different mentality than me. I will go out of my way to not go to war with them.
Yeah.
Right. I will go out of my way to not do that, because that shit's it's too much in common. There's too much at stake. There's too much of a cross. I don't want to make it awkward for the audience. It's not what I want to participate in. It's not, that shit is not important. I'd much rather focus on those commonalities more than anything. And I think that's what this definitely our little corner of the internet. They get it. They for sure get it, and why we get to do these events, and the turnout is amazing. Guys, I think people need to understand there were some massive names at this fucking MegaCon. You'd be hard pressed to find a line that was longer than. Maybe the only one that rivaled it was Gina Carano. Perhaps. When I say the bitch was pillar to pillar, bro, it was a line going.
You don't have to call Gina that. Come on. That is fucking out of line.
Pillar to pillar, going two different ways, man. To see all of these lovely people, man, it was a hell of an experience. But I also came out of that with even a new gain, sort of. I'm motivated as I fucking ever been, man, because it's like, dude, this shit is real. This fucking shit is real, man. And to be able to talk with all the people that were there, that were part of the panel, and just be able to actually look people in the face, shake those hands, man, and talk about kind of how we all got to this point. That shit's awesome, bro. Well, I think we all came out of that in just great spirits, man. big time good spirits, and I would love to do it even to a bigger degree. You know, like I said, we talked about getting you. There's some other people in our space that I would love to get there. I know Yellow Flash was in the chat. You know, he talked about, hey man, look, fuck, if we're doing Fan Expo Dallas, he's up for it, right? He wants to get out there, and like that's what it's about. You know what I mean? It is about the love being shown, because people that benefit are the fans, people that benefit are the customers. I love it. I love it so much, man, and it's that to me is the way to live. You'll be a lot happier, right? For sure, by focusing on those commonalities and maybe getting out there and, like, to Az's point, just go take a fucking walk, man. Don't let this social media shit have you thinking the world is something that it's not, because it ain't like that. Just go out sometime, bro.
Go out, go into a shop, see how many people talk about fucking Biden or Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the fucking politics of the Conservative Party. Nobody. People are fucking normal.
Yeah.
They just get on with shit. We get on with shit. Whether it be buying food or looking for shoes. It's just normal fucking shit. If you get yourself so tunneled into this and believing in fucking social media, it's gonna rot your fucking brain. It's gonna be like rock and roll. It's gonna rot your brain.
It is. Don't be that guy, guys. Get out there, go chat with people, have a little fun, understand that this shit ain't real, man. Like, a lot of this shit ain't, like, a lot of the social media stuff, man, in that perspective is just not a thing, bro. It's just not. And the perpetually online person perhaps wants it to be, but it's not that way, man. It's a miserable existence to act as if it is, man. It's all good.
Yeah, chase your own success, not somebody else's.
That's for sure.
That's what you can't control someone else's success.
No.
Chase your own.
Yeah, those are good words.
Be great yourself. Where can I change? What can I do to do this or do that? How can I improve?
I think we've all done that, right? Like, it's like, in some kind of way, you just brought up like this for, right? It's like, hey man, I like what it is that you do. I'm gonna take this idea and I'm gonna maybe apply it to myself, and it is off like a fucking rocket, man. And that's kind of what we pick up on each other. And like, there's not been anybody in this space that I've ever like reached out to and they declined to chat with me, like if it was about advice or if it was about anything, collaborative efforts or anything. That was never the case, because again, we all genuinely are we're cool with each other, and we don't feel that kind of, I don't know, like I say, I can't even empathize with it, bro. I can't even empathize because I don't understand it. I don't understand living a life where, you know, you feel some kind of way because other people are existing and being great. You know what I mean? Like, I don't fucking get it. I can't. I'm sorry. I try to empathize with it and understand people's perspective, but I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't. And I guess our space does prove that you don't have to be that way. It's all good. It's all good that Dan Vask and Gary are fucking having a goddamn fight.
Oh, that's great. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's great banter, and it lifts both of them up.
Both, right? It lifts both of them. Everybody's looking at it. Everybody's keeping tabs on it. It's a fun little competition. Those guys fucking love each other, for sure. But that's what it's about. That's fucking
Dan,
what it's
particularly because Dan's gay.
Yeah, that's for sure. I get it. That's true. I can understand that. But seriously, like, that to me is
no, he seriously is gay. Yeah. All right, go on. Got those 20 gifted subs back. Yeah, sorry.
Shout out Dan. Shout out Dan. But seeing those guys about to hit 1 million, man, I love it. Hopefully they hit fucking 2 million goddamn soon.
They're both hitting 1 million within a couple of months, you know, both of them.
Easily.
Regardless of who gets there first, they're both on a stratospheric course to hit 1 million. Couldn't be happier for either of them, really couldn't. Drinkers on the verge of 2, if not now past over 2 million. You know, you're having ridiculous success with the Rippaverse. Flash has got a comic coming out soon. You know, you've got it's just like, I'm happy for all of these people. It's great. It's great stuff to see. It's inspirational stuff to see. And so, you know, I'm very happy about where I am. I'm very happy with how things are going for me. And you look at the success of other people around you, and you're just like, great. Yeah. And I think to myself, okay, what can I do anything to like elevate myself? What can I do to maybe push myself a little bit further? And so I started to edit the videos a bit more.
They look good.
And they do well. You know, they've done substantially better since I've started to bring in the editing. Yeah, I don't churn out like 3 videos a day because of it. But if I can put out, you know, 4 videos a week, 3 videos a week, let's say, then the streams, I've been like, yeah, I want to bring myself back into the gaming sphere.
Yeah,
because that's something I really enjoy. So let's make sure we do a little bit of video, a little bit of gaming stream, and just have some fun with it all.
Yeah.
We don't know how long we're gonna be. I mean, you got your Rippaverse shit. But I don't know how long YouTube are going to be going. YouTube could just say tomorrow, we're done. Fucking, you know.
That's true.
But this shit.
That's
and we have to look for alternatives. So to me, it's just like, enjoy the fucking ride. It's nearly a dozen years.
Yeah.
A dozen years in April of this ride. It's been fucking amazing.
It has.
Enjoy it. Don't get envious. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. Like it's. You know, I'm aware that I'm blessed, man. I'm in a fucking position, and not even just with the company, man, and the success that it's seen, man. I mean, fuck, dude. I'm working with Chuck Dixon, bro. Like, I'm working with Mike Barron, Saskas, you know, and this I get to, and this is what I get a lot of fulfillment out of it. This is me. I'm not saying that you should get fulfillment out of it, but being in the workforce, you know, like I was, one thing that I really did set out to do is, if I ever had got the chance, was to provide a solid work environment for the people that I employ. And the fact that I'm able to give people decent, to be honest, good paying jobs, and they actually have fun doing it, right? Like, these people love what it is they do. Dude, that means fucking everything. This is a big reason why we want to make sure that we keep the Rippaverse at what it is, because it's an economic issue, man, that I wanted to correct as well. Yeah, a lot of people saw me bitch and moan about the creative stuff that was happening with comic books, but you know, looking at being able to employ people in comics, but also, again, giving people these solid paying jobs and people that are able to, again, it can be a little fulfilling for them. That's fulfilling for me, just as a business owner. I fucking love being in that position. So I'm having a blast. It's not even just about what the dollar amounts, you know. It's about what we're able to do with it, man. Like, that's employ a bunch of people.
But this whole thing came because you had a passion for comic.
Yeah.
That's how it all came about. It came about through seeing the industry, seeing what the industry is going through, being pissed as fuck. Like a lot of us.
Yeah.
But unlike a lot of us, you went, you know what? I'm gonna try and do something. I'm actually gonna try and be an alternative. So that's been born from a legitimate passion that you've had. Not just identifying a marketplace, which is nothing wrong with that whatsoever, by the way.
Not at all.
It's not just about that. There was a legitimate personal investment in trying to bring an alternative to the table. People see that, they identify with that, they understand that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would rather be going down that sort of route than having a fucking teddy tantrum and a cry because somebody's doing better than me. How does that improve me? No, it doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything whatsoever. Be great. You tweet that out most days. Be great.
Yeah, be great. No, it's a lot of greatness to be had. I mean, you look at just where we're at with entertainment. You know, it's a big demand out there, man. For not just, I mean, shout out Mike and what they're doing with the Epicverse. Mm-hmm. I mean, these guys ain't fucking playing around. Like, I saw that trailer that they put out, and I'm like, The fuck, man? Like these guys, they're taking this very, very seriously, and that's awesome. There's a demand for that. There's a demand for that in filmmaking, right? And that's all why I feel like it's more conducive to our end game of fixing entertainment, to just show love. You know what I mean? Like,
there's plenty of room at the table for lots of different people.
It's not a fixed pie. No. It never was. It's not a fixed pie. It never was a fixed pie. People that feel like it, that look at it that way, probably are fucking socialists. And some, even if they don't say it, right?
Well, we see how they go to bat for $1 billion corporation, fucking throwing themselves in a line of bullets. I'll save you. $1 billion corporation, I love you. Even though you're fucking me up the ass every fucking week, but it's like did you see there's a guy yesterday, and when that news broke that the guy from Eternal said, "Oh, I've got trauma because of the bad reviews," and then somebody put beneath it, "I like the Eternals," and it got like 1.3k likes. Didn't get ratioed, got about 1.3k likes. I like the Eternal. And then there's a guy in the commentary sphere, I believe, and they put, "I thought this was gonna get ratio, but it's nothing but positivity. We won." Mate, the movie was shit. It lost money. You've got this absolute fucking window licker talking about being in trauma because of bad reviews. But one guy on Twitter said, "I liked it." So it's a win.
Delusion, perhaps?
That's not a win, sunshine. That's not a win.
Delusion. I think that's more or less, again, that's been the theme of the show, narratives.
Yeah.
It's like, even if it's not there, just make it up.
It lost a lot of money. Nobody liked it. Never gonna get a fucking sequel. But one guy liked it and didn't get his tweet ratioed. So that is as good as success.
It's that Dungeons and Dragons means. It's like, it's magic. I ain't gotta explain shit. It's essentially what it is. Again, if nothing else, these guys are dedicated to living in a completely, it's a world that doesn't exist.
yeah.
It's
fantasy land, you know.
Yeah, fantasy. I mean, if glass half full, you have imagination. Even with some, talk about stuff with me. I mean, I see some creative things that get said about me, and I'm like, that's, I mean, it's not true, but congratulations.
I like the stuff that people make, and they make it up in an insulting manner, but what's actually going on is the complete reverse of that, and you're sort of like,
yeah.
I like that. That's my favorite one.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, you got no idea. No idea. No clue.
Whatsoever. No whatsoever.
We're going to tell you exactly what's going on in your life. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's
fighting crime with such power. To be able to do that, that's impressive. If nothing else. But seriously, guys, if you are watching this, go outside. Go for once a day. Go on a walk. Light jog, even maybe, if you're feeling really good.
And let him build up. Just get some fresh air. Just get some fresh air.
Yeah, just that'll do. Yeah. That's a fight.
It's pretty healthy for you. It's pretty good.
It is. It's very good. Speak to some people, maybe.
I've been a big fan of it this last year. Big fan of it.
Yeah, exactly. So just understand this shit. And if you are one of those that on a more serious note, I know that there's a lot of people that get caught up in that stuff as well. Like, you know, I've had people that have seen some of the crazy shit that gets levied at me, and they're like, man, I don't like, this is one thing I don't like here. Well, you get some people that are deterred from giving something a shot because they feel like that's what's going to end up happening. And I will say this, yeah, you kind of got to be prepared. You're going to see a level of success, or if you see some level of success, there are going to be those that are going to try to ruin you. But you shouldn't let that deter you from being great.
That is everything in every industry ever.
Ever, yeah, so it's inevitable, right?
It doesn't matter if it's a comic, doesn't matter if it's a film, a movie, a fucking promotion at work. You're going to get people that are going to gun for you because of it, regardless. So you might as well just fucking give it a shot.
Give it a shot.
It's like on YouTube. You go under the radar when you're a small channel. You get some subscribers. Get a lot of fucking jealous people. A lot of jealous people causes a lot of hate. A lot of hate creates conversations within those spheres, and then you just get narratives of all kinds and varieties made up.
Yeah. It should deter you from doing and I think that's, you know, this whole fellowship, whatever you want to call it, I do think is important. I'm always shouting out to, you know, folks that go to bat for myself. I've seen some of these, some other even creatives on the Riververse space, because, you know, I appreciate y'all 100%. But yeah, it's a thing that you're gonna have to deal with, and there's gonna be those that got your back. I think you should focus on valuing them, but don't let that shit deter you from greatness. Because you see what's happening to me. Once you start seeing a little success, it's just gonna happen to you at some point. It doesn't matter how nice you are. I'm rough around the edges, I know, but you got others that aren't so rough around the edges, and they still hate them fucking dudes. I mentioned Jay 3PO, who I accidentally banned one time, all the time. If you've met, you hear him talk
all the time.
But if you've met him, and you know that he is probably among all of us the nicest fucking person, very charitable, very, very just down to earth, just authentic as all get out, and just a nice fucking dude. He puts out an all ages book, and ironically, some of the same people that were going after me went after him. And he's as nice as all get out. Doesn't matter. You're gonna have to deal with it. So don't let it deter you from being great. You shouldn't. Go give it a shot. Why not?
Or are you scared that you might actually succeed? Is that what scares you?
Some people, I guess that's what it is. Because that's what comes with it, right?
Yeah.
That's what comes with the success, is exactly that.
My box is safety. What happens if I actually expand out of that and become something? You know, and maybe just identify where that fear could possibly be, or there's shitloads of room at the table. There's shitloads of room at the table.
All sorts, man. It ain't not just because one person going out, just because Dan and Gary are about to hit 1 million views doesn't mean that all of us can't get subscribers. It's not how the shit works.
No,
it's just not how it works. So
no, you do control a lot of your own destiny.
I would argue most. It's fine. I say be great all the time. For those that don't understand the context of that, the song that I wrote with the band backward, that's what it's called. It's one of our most popular songs, called "Be Great." And if you listen to some of the stuff it is that I'm talking about, that's the type of stuff it is that I am discussing. Right. I know Alex posted about this recently, our other vocalist and also financial operations manager for the Riververse. And there's a lyric where I say, if you spent as much time working on your craft, if you did complaining, well, you wouldn't have the time and energy to be worried about everybody else. And like, even the hook where I say, get up and be great. If I fail, that's all on me. Like, you know, it's about that accountability. It's about that control your own destiny mindset, and it very much is a thing. But yeah, it's ultimately going to be determined by you. And that should be liberating, if anything. I find it look great because it's like basically what I put in is what I'm gonna get out.
I mean, if you keep going the way that you go, I can see in, let's say, within 2 years, you could be writing a comic about a gay Green Lantern sucking off truckers.
Tim Sheridan, you looking for work?
We'll have a chat with you. Come on, Tim. Come on the show. We'll have a chat with you.
Hit me up, man. I didn't see you at MegaCon.
We'll stick it to the haters together. We will 100% not stigmatize
that
Elton John.
Sure. I can at least promise you that we will not be stigmatizing AIDS.
Maybe a little bit.
But just not so much.
No. And all the profits that we make from the show, we're gonna donate to the Guatemalan hamster steroid fund.
Yes, that would be very important. But at least, Tim, one thing I could promise you is that if you somehow worked with me, if you somehow got in, you'd at least get royalties to give to other people. That much I can promise.
Yeah. Hey.
You will at least get royalties.
As long as the credits keep rolling in, life good.
You'll at least get that because
and you can give it to Elton John.
Yeah, John can finally get the money because he's not gonna get it for Green Lantern. So over here, you get the royalty. So that fucking Elton John could stop stigmatizing AIDS.
Which to me is bizarre because I would have thought that Elton John was kind of a bit more progressive in that area, to be honest with you. Tim, tell us, why does Elton John hate AIDS? I mean, stigmatizing AIDS. Come on, man. Come on the show, talk to us. We'll listen. We'll push. We'll give Green Lantern a good little thing.
Yeah, for sure. Hit us up, Tim Sheridan.
Yeah. Heel versus babyface@gmail.com, Tim. Let's start a conversation. Okay? Let's start a conversation about AIDS. And royalty. And why you're not going to get it.
John, I'm sorry, man.
That is the safest virtue signal you could ever do. There is not a chance in fucking hell that this book is going to sell any number of copies that will warrant me qualifying for royalties. So I might as well just be the biggest fucking grandiose. Well, when I get my royalties from this book, I'm gonna give it all away, baby! You're not gonna get any. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
There's no royalties to give.
No.
But if I had them, they would go to AIDS, stigma, and Elton John.
We make more money on this stream, Tim.
We made more money in the last 10 minutes than you're ever gonna see in a royalty from Alan Scott's
$2 super.
We've officially got more in royalties.
That is. I'm only kidding. Tim. I'm only kidding. It was actually a whole $5. That $2 was just one from earlier, but I thought $2 would be funnier. But it's actually fine.
John, hit us up.
When's the first gay character going to the restaurant?
I haven't even pondered it. Not even like a thing. that I think about. Not even. I'm pretty sure I'll give us about 10 years if CBR is still around.
Oh, both know that's not gonna happen. Both know that's silly. Come on now, stop being silly. CBR around in 10 years. But you fucking like. Maybe Tim will be Tim, seriously, Tim, get in touch. Come on the show. Come on the show. We will treat you with respect.
Yeah.
And it'd be nice to have a conversation with somebody that delusionally thinks that a tiny minority can actually be successful in the industry.
Yeah, that's I'm awaiting. CBR again, to your point, won't be around.
Eat it again.
Oh Lord.
Eat it again. Eat it again.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll write some sort of hit piece at some point, maybe, and say Ripverse it's not progressive enough.
Well, guys, that's actually just insulting Tim now.
Well, you probably got more on that right there than it's probably
than the book sold. Then the book is sold.
Then the book is sold. Yeah.
That's more money than the fucking book has made.
Yeah. That's hey cheap. Guy Incognito, shout out.
Yeah, we'll get to that guy later on. Give you a proper thank you.
Yeah.
Mega thanks to.
Holy shit.
No.
Man. But yeah,
I'm gonna give that to Elton John.
Well, he might finally get his stigma money today.
I think that's enough to make a banner going, fuck you, AIDS.
Yeah, fuck you, AIDS.
Fuck you in the ass, AIDS. AIDS could go fuck itself in the ass.
Oh my god.
Elton John, 2024. Or maybe. But seriously, Tim, here's a call.
Yeah, hit us up. Hit us up, Tim. But progressive. I'm pretty sure, yeah, they're preparing a hit piece at some point. This verse doesn't have enough progressive. Not progressive enough.
It's not what I heard recently.
That's true. To your point. Hey, what's the flavor of the day? Are we right wing? Are we left? What the fuck? Who knows?
Bunch of SJWs, I heard.
Yeah. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? Because apparently, hiring people that wrote what is arguably the best recent run of Black Widow was blasphemous. We shouldn't have done that.
No reasons. You need to stick in your bubble.
Yeah.
Don't hire on merit.
Wow. Yeah. What?
Why you got to do a fucking stupid thing like that? Proven talent, fuck that shit.
Black Widow, no restraints play, taking it to pedophile. Why on earth would you think that they could write this cutthroat character back there? Fuck. Why would that happen?
No.
Yeah. No. Why on earth? Yeah. So to your point, I guess whatever the flavor of the day is, because when we were right wing, alt-right when Chuck's book came out.
Yeah.
And now we got Yaira Saskas and apparently SJW, whatever bullshit.
It's a Jimmy Hanna.
Yeah. What's it gonna be with Mike?
It'll be back
back to alt-right.
Yeah, back alt-right, all that shit.
That's why I really want Hannah.
Yeah, that'll be for sure. What
She's got
he
a fucking
did.
pile
What's it gonna be when Tim Sheridan, right?
She's got a little head.
Whatever the AIDS stigma, I don't know who has that, what side of the political aisle is responsible, hasn't adopted that as their platform, as part of their platform. But whoever has the AIDS stigma, once Tim Sheridan does a Rippaverse book and actually gets a royalty, because that'll be the only time he gets one. I would say it'll swing whatever way that is. So just depend on who you can always know who is who's up next, depending on who's getting attacked. for us. Because now we announced the Horsemen, and now everybody's at Chuck again.
So what are you? A white supremacist?
Good question. Well, and again, depends on who you ask, what flavor of the day. Because I'm apparently Glenn Beck funded, right? They tell me. So that means right wing. But then I hired the Soskers, so that means left wing. So damn, I don't know which one am I.
I think you are an alt-right, progressive, anti-Christian SJW racist.
I'll take it. I'll take it. All the buzzwords.
Yeah,
all the buzzwords.
Yeah, that's it.
Throw them all together.
I love it.
Like kind of super salad, whatever, and just kind of that's what it is. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. But yeah, whoever's up next, once Ice on 3, or whatever else we have up our sleeve, then it'll be back to me. But yeah, whoever's up next, everything that we do is the wrong thing or it's some politically aligned. We watched that. No, seriously, think about that. We went from being supporters of well, according to these weirdos, alt-right because of Chuck Dixon.
Yeah.
Right? Because God, they say his affiliations are boring in the words of Disney, right?
Because those are times she does fire it.
Has it even been a month? Barely, maybe.
Most of the time, she'll just.
And now all of a sudden, SJW left is.
Gosh.
In a span of a month. That's impressive.
I actually think it's consistent with the disingenuousness of the cancellation crew. They'll just latch onto anything, like a fucking leech.
Oh, you see it and those cancel pigs. Usually we expect them to come from leftists, but it doesn't seem that.
All we have to say, we hire on merit.
Yeah.
And just watches that gets them fucking mad.
Get them angry,
from
man.
every side, just so fucking.
How dare I do that? How fucking dare? I'm sorry, guys. That I hired based on. I mean, all I did was do what I said I was gonna do in the first fucking video that we ever released. And I'm sorry that I am keeping my word. That
I apologize, audience.
Yes, I apologize that us keeping the political shit at the door. This is what I promised you. I am sorry that I am sticking to that promise, and I'm showing you through action. Sorry, cancel pigs. Of whatever side that you on, because I can't do anything. I'm all right today. But no, today we're SJW.
Too busy making money in an empire.
Yeah.
True. Worry.
True. We got too much greatness to be had here, and that's just what it is. But hey, like I said earlier, to those that are watching, you have to deal with it too. But you'll get over it just like we are. Your haters may not ever get over it. That's fine. Who cares?
Do you know who doesn't have to worry about any of this?
Who that is?
People who had talent.
True.
It's because the person that's actually got legitimate talent doesn't have to be insecure about their talent.
That is true.
Because they have a proven track record. I think Scott, whether you like these people or not is irrelevant. Who I'm going to mention. I want to go into the mainstream to mention them, okay? Like people like Scott Snyder, Sean Gordon Murphy. Do you think they're awake of a night thinking, ooh, shit, I'm feeling insecure about my talent, which has sold shitloads of stuff, or Capullo's art, or whoever it may be, just thinking, oh no, of course they don't. Of course they don't, because they're only going to get worse. Kelly Jones doing his own stuff with Dracula. Kelly Jones doing covers and whatnot for DC as well, because fucking legitimate talent.
Shout out Kelly.
Talent will always get picked up, regardless of where it gets picked up. Chuck and Graham, wonderful people, been doing a lot of independent stuff for a long time, doing a lot of stuff for other people for a long time. Chuck, of course, now doing stuff for the Rippaverse. Whose gain is that? That's Rippaverse. I think Chuck fucking is worried about, oh no, my talent. No. Because he's like, right, this is what I do.
All day long.
I'm gonna get on my shit.
This is what he does. I'm eating bread. Quite literally. He's fine. We're fine. We'll be okay as the audience. That's the thing. That's the beautiful thing about this, right? We're all, where we go is all dictated by those that have invested in us, that have become fans in us, and have become customers, and that's who it's about. You know, cancel pigs and squeal if they must. It's not about them. It's not hope. It's not why I do what I do. It's not why I'd advise anybody else to do. Shouldn't be doing anything or altering anything to satisfy the desires of those pigs. It's not necessary.
For people who feel under threat,
even if they have to make the threat up in their mind, speaks to maybe some insecurity there, but just go be great. That's my advice. If I have no other, you don't listen to shit else I've said during this show, guys, go be great. You hear me say it all the time. There's a lot of money out there. There's a lot of customers that are willing to give you their eyes and ears. A lot of people that are willing to take a chance, a gamble, on a property that maybe it just got created. Go for it, bro. Go fucking go for it. You have absolutely nothing to lose. And don't let cancel pigs kind of deter you from getting out there being great. And speaking of, I just sent you something in the private chat that just broke. I don't know what this means.
Oh yeah, this is the Fortnite. Is this the Fortnite?
Yeah.
$1.5 billion investment in Fortnite.
Yeah.
Yeah, Disney and Epic Games to create expansive and open games and entertainment universe connected to Fortnite. The Walt Disney Company and Epic Games will collaborate on an all-new games and entertainment universe that will further expand the reach of beloved Disney stories like The Black Mermaid That Drowned and Beauty and the Homosexual. Disney will also invest $1.5 billion to acquire an equity stake in Epic Games alongside the multi-year project.
Where did they get that fucking money? Where did they get? I'm serious. Where did they get that?
1.5 billion.
Yeah.
BlackRock, Vanguard. We all know. It doesn't matter. Why does Warner keep getting its money? It's 50 billion in debt, 45 billion in debt.
That's true.
And yet they always find billions to buy shit, you know? Sure. I mean, recently Lego Fortnite came out. It's just done through the Fortnite engine, but it's just a Lego survival game.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of fun. To me, this is Disney trying to get into a massively popular game that is, I would say, majority played by kids.
Young people, yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So, if the stuff they put out is fun, it's Disney. you just don't know. It's like you shrug your shoulders because if they actually want to create some fun shit.
See, that's the problem. That's where I lean towards. I mean, they're investing a lot of money, 1.5 billion. That's a lot of zeros, guys.
A lot of money
to acquire equity stake in Epic. So I think that's probably, if nothing else, fuck the universe, which maybe something will come of that. I'd imagine. If there's anything to be worried about, it's that right there.
I mean, chat saying, Jeremy, I told you it's a game played by kids.
Yeah. It's that 1.5 billion, if anything, should be what people were. I don't know where people are with Epic Games. I'm not like, hell, the only game that I think I do play of theirs. What? I mean, I know we're supposed to be playing Fortnite later today.
I haven't played Fortnite in donkey's years.
Yes,
I did play some Lego.
Yeah, I saw you playing
Lego.
that. Yeah.
But I've not actually played Fortnite in donkey's.
Yeah. Where the fuck did they get $1.5 billion?
From all the money they made from stuff.
From Eternals? The Eternals money, that's where they got it from?
Yeah. And the profits of the Eternals, and because that saved lives, man. And you can't put a price on that. You cannot put a price on those lives that are saved because a dude kissed another dude and it took about 3 seconds of the whole film.
That was brave. It was the first, how would they market it? It was the first ever gay kiss. I forgot all the
It was the first ever gay kiss that day in a Disney show that was shown between 2 p.m. to 4 p.m.
Yeah, those ESPN
First ever.
Yeah.
In that remit.
Yeah. That's stunning. That's stunning and brave. What, don't they have like an investor call soon?
Today.
That's today. Yeah, today, right?
It might actually be going on right now.
Yeah. I'll be interested to know where everybody's at with that, if there's some nuggets coming out of that. But these guys just, where's the money, Lebowski? We're like 1.5 billion that they have to invest. And they've been holding on to a lot of L's. And they said, fuck it, we still got billions of dollars that we're just gonna invest in, despite our L's. I mean, they've lost more than that on streaming in a quarter.
3 billion, I think, was their losses over the year with Disney Plus. 3 billion.
So half of what they lost, not made, lost in streaming, they somehow got it and are investing in Epic Games.
Yes, sir.
That is impressive.
It's well, I mean, it doesn't matter how big corporations are and how much money they're losing.
That should tell you that we're playing a different game, guys.
Exactly.
I can't imagine losing that much, losing all that money. And that'd be like, we assume that we had somehow Riververse had a struggle here. And then we said, yeah, man, we're going to invest $5 million in this. And it's like, where the fuck did that money come from?
I think Yellow Flash is onto something here. If only they had released that in the Ukraine,
would have ended the war.
The Ukraine is so fucking big.
We wouldn't need Tucker Carlson to go.
No, to Russia to speak to Putin. Yeah. Because if you interview a guy, it's treason. But if you take money from them, apparently it's kosher.
That's true. Because of reasons.
Isn't it illegal to be gay in the Ukraine? Ask him for a friend.
Did Eternals release in Ukraine or in Russia, actually, for that matter? I'm actually curious about that.
How much? Well, we all know that bit would be cut out because those scenes are made specifically to be cut out.
Yeah.
Of the film for audiences that are not progressive in that.
Makes sense.
Is it gay marriage that's illegal in Ukraine?
Not sure. But
Something like that.
Fucking Disney, man. That is I don't money, funny money, bro. Like to be able to lose so much money. I mean, I don't know if anything has come from that last conversation or that reported conversation that was being had between two mega debt conglomerates known as Universal and Paramount. But somehow that can happen. Abolish the Fed. I'll throw my politics in there just for a second there. That needs to be fucking eliminated because that for sure is the only way that they can get away with this shit. Like, I love markets, and the more freer the better they are. But when people are allowed to, and it's not people, only certain mega corporations are allowed to do that. I can't do that. I can't just spend $1.5 billion on a whim. That can't happen. But they can after losing it. After losing a lot of it, they have the money to still buy into property.
Fucking had this as a flying tackle across the screen.
Yeah, sorry. I just thought I'd do some research.
Push it,
me 2
soldier
seconds,
or
to
unknown
do the
131
research.
right out.
Is same-sex activity in Ukraine legal? Yes, it's legal. Is same-sex marriage legal? No. Is the recognition of same-sex couples? No. Is it legal for a same-sex couple to adopt? No. Is it legal for a stepchild to be adopted by a same-sex couple? No. Okay, so yeah, so just
if I understand correctly, Tim Sheridan can.
Is homosexually declassified as an illness was in 1991.
So basically, Elton John can.
Conversion therapy on minors? No.
So Elton John.
Yeah. I don't think he'd like. I don't think he'd like Ukraine.
I wonder if Ukraine got any of Tim Sheridan's Green Lantern at the Ukrainian comic shop.
Alan Scott turns up in the Ukraine to suck Austin truckers.
Ooh, high score ranking 2.
We were going to adopt a child, but they said no. Fucking AIDS. And then you go.
Fucking AIDS, man. Fucking AIDS, man. Stigma, man.
Wait, am I the only one doing this? Is that
Stigma. I am. Me
sense.
too. Fucking tired of this.
Headed up to here, man, with that damn stigma.
Oh, those truckers were prostitute. Oh, I never knew. Oh, this dick just fell in my mouth. My bad. I think he creates a green hand construct that.
Boy, that is a vision that I did not need implanted in my head.
I think I might have just given DC something there.
Oh man, it'll be on the next Black Label. Is that even still a thing?
Why you gotta be black?
Yeah, that's a good question. What's up with that, DC? I'm pretty sure I have one here.
I got Batman's dick.
Oh, this was not that good. This is Dead Earth. Black Label.
Dead Earth. That sounds like the DC.
That sounds like the state of comics.
Yeah.
State of mainstream comics. Dead Earth.
Yep.
That sounds about right. Properly named. Yeah. Is this still a thing? That's a serious question. Is Black? Do they still do Black Label?
I think Black Label still does exist.
Okay.
But I think it's more in a floppy format now as opposed to
like these books,
like a premium.
books.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was difficult because when I went into those comic shops in Leeds a couple of weeks back, and it was just full of fucking Ms. Marvel, Captain Marvel holds a fucking pussy in her hand. I was just like, oh, I wonder why the fucking mainstream comic book industry is dead. I did see reprints of Death in the Family, Year One, and Hush.
That for sure has to be the
not Death in the Family, just Year One and Hush. And I was just like, oh, yeah. Look, you're putting comics out that sold in an effort to hopefully sell some comics. Imagine if this was your current run in terms of talent. Wow, you might sell some.
Potentially.
Sheridan said no. Green Lantern.
Yeah, that's what the people want. They want.
J. Edgar Hoover's gonna blackmail me, gayness as he wears a dress. I don't know.
That's stigma, man. Fucking stigma. You gotta watch that damn stigma, bro.
It's Elton. I'm getting a little bit sick and tired of you. You need to fucking buck up, you hater.
Fucking stigma.
Actually, do you know the irony of that? One of the comic shops I went in actually had 3 parts of Year One, and I was actually, if they had all of 4, I was going to buy them from a friend.
There you go.
Of the reprints, I would have bought all 4 parts from a friend and told him to read that, but they only had 3 of the 4 parts, so I ended up not getting it.
Yeah, comic shop nearest to me is no longer a thing, so because
I had to go to Leeds because all the ones near me are dead. They're all gone. There used to be 3. None of them exist anymore.
Yeah.
None of them. Not a one. So I actually ended up having to travel to go to Leeds to go see the fact that they don't have fuck all.
I'm gonna look it up right now. What the closest? Let me see. What's the closest comic book shop? One that I went to. Like, wait. Yeah, the closest.
If I do that to me, it brings up all the comic book shops near me that are fucking closed.
So, all of them are at minimum. For me, there's not one that's less than 30 fucking minutes away of a drive. It's on the other side of DFW. And the people that know where I stay, you know, this is one of the largest metroplexes in America. And I live in one of the fastest growing cities in America, and there is not now a comic shop near me anymore.
You know why that is?
It's barren. Like I'm looking at it like, hey, it's having comic shops near me, and I'm looking at the map, and there's just nothing there. Not my city, the city next to me.
That is Elton fucking John's fault.
That is. That's because of him and his goddamn stigma. How fucking dare you, Elton John? Lone Star is an online shop now. Anyway, they moved to online, and they're based out of they're way on the other fucking side of town. Like where they're at now, and like Arlington, that shit's like, how far is that from me? If I would like to just drop a pin roughly where they're at from where I live, that's an hour away. Like a legit hour away, full hour away. They're all online now anyway.
When I went to see my mum at Christmas, I did a search for comic book shops. I wanted to see. No, the comic book shop that I had gone to in the past was closed down. Showed you the picture on the stream. The one that they said was in this shopping center was a stand, was literally a stall with just all kinds of crap, and there was like 2 comics, just 2 comics, but they wanted to class themselves as comic book store. Then found one, and it showed pictures of it. Looked like boxes and boxes and boxes of back issues in like a warehouse. It's just like, I'm hitting this tomorrow. I'm just gonna Google it, just to make sure I get the right address and everything tomorrow. Let's hit it tomorrow. So I Google it that night, and it's just like, oh, we're online only. You can come to pick up your order, but that's the only thing that we do. You can't come and peruse the boxes or.
Yeah, they're all online.
Online only.
Yep. Crazy how it works.
Yeah.
That is damn. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Should we do some soup?
That's after 2 hours and 17 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe bring the audience in.
Maybe at some point we acknowledge that we're not just like shooting the shit.
Yeah. Oh shit, we're actually doing a show.
No, we're live. The camera's on the whole time. Man.
Oh, camera's on. Oh, the camera's been on the whole time, man. Hello. Okay, so we got HTK bass player with a membership for 3 months. Thank you, dude. I'm gonna give these a thumbs up, by the way, now that you can give the super chats a thumb up. Josh Kelsey coming in, slapping a 20 on the counter.
Shout out.
Flicking the tip of me dick on the way out. Just like that. Just did that. Like that. Right. Fucking tip. Killed. Sheepsidian with a 20. Says for the Casa de Az. For the Castle de Casa de Cabera de Az Fund. Also, Gina is justified. Also, hashtag release the prototype hat.
Damn hat.
Damn. Okay.
Everybody wants.
Finally, taxation is there.
Absolutely.
Damn right. Holy shit, when you go down that taxation rabbit hole, oh my god.
Boy, it'll turn anybody.
Oh. Yeah.
Fucking look what you go down that fucking.
Yeah, I'm fucking setting up in fucking Monte Carlo. That's where my head office is gonna be from here on in. Thank you, Sheepsidian. Oh, that's it. Heel vs. Babyface Productions based out of Monte fucking Carlo. Or Dubai.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where.
I feel you. I feel you on that.
Graf Web with the $2 says hashtag cancel Disney Plus. Already have, but good advice. And then Graf Web again with the $2 says for Gina, cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. Oh yeah, she's gonna fuck them up. Because Elon, not a big fan of Disney. Not a big fan of the hypocrisy of it, more likely.
True.
Sheepsidian has become a member as well. Thank you, Sheep. Those come up as well. Project Taco with a 10-month membership. Thank you. Snake Oil Sean with a membership for 5 says Hail Ripper and Silverback holding the line in the culture war. Can't stop, won't stop.
Shout out.
Won't stop. Dan Vask dropping a 20 gifted membership bomb to the stream. Thank you, my LGBTQIA plus 2 spirit. Kit
Shout out Elton John.
Yeah. Shout out to Abe.
Shout out.
Shout out to Abe, man. Fucking root.
But we're trying to get rid of that stigma for you.
Yeah. Yeah, we're fucking sick and tired of you being stigmatized. And we're fucking on your side, AIDS. Fucking with you, bro. Bruce with a membership for 4 says, hail to all. Much love to Rip and the Silverback. Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. The Killer Spotlight with a £5 says, we need to go back, I think, to a time where we used to agree to disagree. That was a saying. Let's just agree to disagree. It's actually, in actual fact, it's a saying I use with my friends on a regular basis because we all just argue. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Go, let's just agree to disagree, or we just go, oh, fuck off. Now, then the next sentence is, all right, what should we do now? Let's go do this. Okay, you know, because that's reality. Resident Evil 4 is the best of the series, correct? Hope you both well. 100% correct. Followed swiftly by Resident Evil 2.
Shout out.
Angmar. Stars, baby. Fucking stars. Put me in the team coach ready. Angmar WK with a bard for 2. Thank you. Boosh. There you go. Joker's Disciple with a $10 says, Eric, have you had a moment yet where you had to tell any of your creators to ramp it up or dial it back in terms of violence or sexy time stuff in future books? As is right, Resident Evil 6 is fucking boring.
To answer that question, no. Because the way that, I mean, everybody knows, all the writers here know what it is that we're attempting to do. And we know that, I think all the boundaries are respected, right? And look, we're an expanding universe. Funny, we're just talking about Black Label. So I do believe that the Yaira book, I will say that will be, and we do age mark all of our books. That will be the highest of the rating. And so, I mean, it is so fucking good. So but I would rather hire people, obviously, that respect kind of what it is that we're doing, that they wouldn't do anything fucking just outlandish. They know that. Everything's like within reasonable kind of taste, but also we make sure that all right, if it needs to trend or be marked age appropriately, that's maybe older in age, then that's what we do. Opposed to me saying, don't do that shit. They respect us. They respect us to be company too much to even go there. Yeah, obviously, if I had to absolutely make the call, I made the call, but I've not had to do that yet.
Cool. Shadow Saiyan 737 with a $10 says, shout out to our beautiful mods. Always a big shout out to my lovely mod. Shout out. Appreciate you all. What happens to the Tower Tard with a $5? Me come from Wizard and Frank show to watch Black Stanley and the Gorilla Guy. I like pickles, yay! I think I got a clue who that is. Yeah. Thanks, Blabs.
Appreciate it.
I'm not going to stigmatize you. Great US treasure hunt with a $10 says, there's one thing almost everyone can agree on. Everyone loves the treasure hunt. Let's go.
Got to speak with him at MegaCon. So shout out. Great US treasure hunt.
And it's true. Everyone likes a good treasure.
Oh, yeah.
DS with a €5 says, I work with 2 Gen Z females. Believe me, there are people IRL as retarded as they seem online.
Yeah.
This is not just an online thing. In all fairness, there's retards throughout the whole of time in memoriam.
Yeah. There's always going to be your retards. That's for sure.
Nick Ruoko with a $20 says, as love you and rip is my heart. How helped me shape my libertarian views. Just want to say that not all of us are on antidepressants. Our weird blue-haired Kit Kat. Not everyone, absolutely, but every one of them is. Every one of those fucking blue-haired weirdos. They got prescriptions coming out the fucking wazoo. They got tattoos of Big Pharma on their buttocks.
They love them for sure.
Oh yeah. Look after me. Plow me full of fucking drugs. Plow me. Scotty with the $5 says, can't tell you how many streams I've watched where Ryan called Jeremy a cocksucker or as yelled at Gary, then everyone's laughing. Good friends do that. Of course. True. It's banter. It's called banter. And yeah, Gary rips the shit out of me. I rip the shit out of Gary. Jeremy and I have had plenty of screaming matches. Lots of disagreements going on because you don't have to agree with everyone all the time. Crazy. The one thing that we can all agree on is that stop fucking with AIDS.
That's true. Goddamn Elton John.
I don't know why that message, but am I? DB with a £2 says, ass looking sharp, dude. Fitness inspiration. Work in progress, buddy. Thank you, DB. Work in progress. Progress being made. Progress being made. And after this stream, I gotta hit the game.
There you go.
I gotta hit the guy. I think I'm gonna have to go to my other gym today because the one that I usually go to is gonna be closed by time. But I gotta hit that game today. Gotta do some chest and triceps today. Get my titties aching.
There you go.
Sheep after I've just boom, 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 boom. Just sticking those big old Hill versus Babyface love hearts on those stupid. Sheep City with a $10 says, even more success to you as is how you drop weight like it was just a fat suit. You've made personal strides and I wish more success to your endeavors. This is also the Mojo Dojo after the as done in the book. Sheep. Thank you, Sheep.
Shut up.
Yeah. Shit needed to be done. So I did it. Still doing it. Still got a ways. Still got a ways, man. But shit's happening. Shit's happening, and you can all of you if you want to join on this journey, come on. Let's go. DB with a £2 says, Eric, if you shaved your beard, would you lose your power? It's a big question.
Maybe we'll never find out. Let's hope we'll have to find out.
You like Samson?
Yeah.
Black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such is true.
Goes off. Suddenly, you're not the next Stan Lee. You're not Black Stan Lee. You're Black Tim Sheridan. And every book is
gay.
Is some guy sucking another dude off at a truck stop.
Man, I will. That's rough.
Community knows that did not happen.
That's rough. That's rough.
Not as rough as the anal sex that they'll have.
Oh man, that is gay. Extremely gay. Oh man.
I can't drink. I can't drink it. God. Oh. That is a lifestyle. Hot Dice with a $5 says 60% of the time Eric bans Jay every time. Yes.
You know it.
Let's give that a big old love heart as well. Gollum Wolf with a $5 says, Hail, I'm starting trucker school on Monday. Nice. During the whole enrollment process, I was never asked about my pronouns. They only care if I crash. Well, they sound like a bunch of bigots.
I know, right? They're not asking the important questions.
No. Did you see the airline that says, we want to hire you if you're fucking retarded?
Yeah.
And put you in a control center trying to guide planes to land.
Yeah. Won't be flying that shit.
No, I'll walk.
Yeah.
It's across the ocean. I'll walk.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I'm back canoe.
We will figure that shit out.
Joey Nobody with a $5 says, whether you like it or not, you have to take the bad with the good. Right, that's called life.
Very true.
That's called life, Joey. Guy Vermectin with a $2 says, here's another royalty. Tim's just taking these L's today, man. That's $2 he'll never fucking see.
Very true.
Guy Incognito gifting 50 memberships to the stream. Guy,
that is not cheap.
Massive. That is not cheap. That is 200 fiddy currency.
That ain't cheap, bro.
That ain't cheap. Unlike Tim Sheridan's Green Lantern, which will be on sale in the $1 bin.
$1.
Buy one, get 58 free.
Yeah, I was about to say that's gonna be one of those that's they giving them bitches away at checkout.
Oh, dude. I can't. What can I do with it? I can't wipe my ass with it.
What
can I do with it?
Fourth redemption is what it's gonna be.
Is it? They're flying off the shelves. Yeah, straight to the counter for free.
Very true.
I'm just amazed that he was delusional to think that a person in the mainstream industry could actually get royalties in general.
Yeah, not today.
Not today. Not today, DC. Bruce with a 9-month membership. Thank you, Bruce. Ira Brownridge Jr. with a $5 says, thank you, Guy Incognito. They must have been a recipient of one of the memberships. Thank you, Ira. It's really kind of you to give him a thanks. GJJ has been a member for 2 years. 2 years. Woo! Oh, yeah. Thank you. That's big up support. Warbreaker with a €10 says, 20 years from now, there was a cold case investigation. The murder of Mr. Gaming Industry. It was determined that the killers were Mr. Blood Type and Mrs. Enter Pronouns. Mr. Body Type, man. Fucking Body Type. Are you Body Type A or Body Type B? I'm the one without tits. That's Body Type B. Oh, you mean male? Okay, okay. DS with a €5 says, Eric, you just now realized that they have rigged the game and that they have infinite money. I don't care about burning it because it's not real.
Oh, bro, you talking to guys that talk about the Federal Reserve for the last well over a decade.
Yeah,
well over a decade.
Quarter Black Epic as with a $1 and a image which will haunt me for the rest of my life, just because I'd love to have that hair. That's yeah. Rubbing it in there. Darth Gavel with a 10-month membership. It says, so it's okay for Ms. Marvel to grab them by the pussy, but not Trump. Game's rigged.
Always was.
Yeah, always was. Offer Nave with a $5 says, Eric, negotiate to place a rack of Iron Age comic books, including Rippaverse, in Tim Pool's new coffee shop chain.
I thought about that. I could have some conversations with him. Perhaps. We'll see.
Careful of those black pills. Avery Parker with a $2. Hear me out. Official Silverback and Ripper intro.
Working on it.
NDA. Oh, I was gonna say it.
Yeah, NDA. Yeah.
NDA. Sorry. Warwick of Legion Cast has been a member for 16 months and says, oh, hi. Oh, hi, Warwick. How you doing? And Daniel Moore has been a member for 5 months. Thank you, Daniel. Brass Monkey with a $10 for the hoops. And of course, you get your salute, sir. Hot Yaira Winter is coming. Rippaverse for life.
Shout out. On the way, baby.
Are we just asking questions? Is there an announcement anytime soon? Yeah.
Could be.
Ooh. Any idea?
Potentially, man.
Oh, okay, we're going there. Gotcha. Okay, we're going there. Okay. I see. Kalioth with a $2 says, think Roseanne Barr should get Elton John for a show. Elton John top performer.
Yeah.
For some reason he hates Abe.
Yeah.
We got Durag Vince. Durag Vince with a $10 says, if the Silverback ever wants a spot on Raw, I still have some connections, my brother. Also, shout out to Young Grifter. Maybe we can do an item WWE comic link one day. Really make him big time.
We'll see what happens, Durag Vince.
Yeah.
Appreciate you reaching out.
All you have to do is shit on your face.
No. Sounds like some shit. Never mind. I'm not going there.
I knew exactly what you were thinking.
Yeah, I'm not going there.
No.
I'll leave that one alone.
Yeah. Shout out to Sheridan.
Yeah.
And his Green Lantern book. That's complete. The chat. That's nothing. No correlation to what was just spoken. I just wanted to give Tim a shout out. He's got a Green Lantern book out at the moment.
Doing very well.
He's doing great. Green Lantern's gay and totally did not suck off any truckers at a truck stop that he confused with prostitutes. That is bullshit, and that never happened. Buy it. Every book that sells, Elton John likes AIDS a little bit more. I don't know. That Raging Cajun has been a member for 2 months. Thank you, that Raging Cajun. I nutter in butter. Wow. I'm gonna warn Melanie Mac about that.
Please do.
With a $1 super, thank you, I nutter the butter. And Brian McCann has been a member for 28 months.
Shout out.
Shout out, Brian. Which takes us, boom, to the end of the show. Eric, sir, anything that you'd like to plug before we go?
Well, yeah, man, we're working. Obviously, Yaira's the next big book, so you know, we're getting everything prepared for that release right now. Man, you guys are gonna thoroughly enjoy it. Go watch the latest announcement of our new property by Chuck, as well as Joe Bennett, called Show. You can check that video out of him chatting about it on YouTube, Rippaverse YouTube. Go check that out. But other than that, I'm just gonna be working, man. I'm just gonna be working every day. Actually, right after this, that's what I'm about to go do is go work. So,
love it, love it, love it, love it. What is it? Wednesday today. Friday, FNT. We got Dean Kane and Gabe Al-Taib on the show. We're going to speak to we're going to speak to Superman, which is going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that one big time. I think maybe after I don't know whether or not after this, do I go to the gym immediately, or do I do a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo stream, then hit the gym afterwards? I'm going to make a decision about that. But one way or another, I'll be playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo either later today or tomorrow. Because I don't think I've got anything on tomorrow apart from whatever I want. So massive thank you to everybody who came and watched today. Massive. We got hit about 2,500 at one point. Fantastic. Mods, thank you so much indeed for giving up your free time. Appreciate you greatly. Everybody who super chatted, membered, remembered, gifted memberships. A couple of big ones. Guy, massive thank you for 50. Dan Vask, massive thank you for 20. And we'll be back not next week because it's St. Sexy Time Day. Eric's a married man. He's gotta make sure that Mrs. Ripper is a happy lady. You know?
Very true.
So we will be back the week after on Eric's channel on the 21st. So until then, you take care. Goodbye, Balooble.
Next podcast, the Nerdrotic Nooner. God damn it, Gary, you boomered the start of the podcast. I did all the battle mechanics. Hold on. Cool, baby. Oh. I'm sorry, I really like the LeBrook, like, visual style. I really, really do. Do this. Okay, so looking at the list, the Soul Volca Wing R is the last reward for doing volcanic stuff, and I think I do have that, because it's, yeah, I already did it. Oh, actually, there's an easy way for me to check, huh? Because I got medals. Ah, here we go. Right, so what mission do I still have to do for 15 times? Still need to do Gigendorf. Because I don't got the 15 medals for Gigendorf. If I do 15 times on 131 Buster, there's like 3, 6, 15. So I'd have to do 131 Buster 2 more times to get the next one. Next reward. And if my first reward was a Chibi, Chibi had a... The second one would probably be... Well, I don't know. You know what? Yeah, let's just do more 131. Because I just want to see what the dang rewards are going to be for getting the medals done. Well, there's also the Misty Hollow one I haven't done yet, all the way through. But kinda like playing with the Lebrook. But oh, never mind. Oh well. You know what? I think it's actually time to stop playing for now because it's getting a little bit late. A little bit late. Been streaming for almost 7 hours. Oh god, it was almost a full work shift. I had a little bit of a snack, but I haven't actually like ate again since breakfast, so I think it's time for a meal. Yeah, it's time for a meal. Time to get back to doing some other stuff and end the stream here. Yeah, I was overcome with nostalgia, so I decided to play some Cosmic Break for like almost 7 hours. So, and listen to podcasts at the same time, and that really helped. So this nostalgia's gone. Well, I mean, all right. So Cosmic Break, I still don't think it's like the thing I really like about it are the character designs, to be honest. You know, the character designs are just great. I mean, I think these characters, I think this entire setting would be great, but in a if the game was executed differently, like a different game design, because I could totally see this being fine. I mean, it's already a gacha game, damn it. So, I mean, like, I mean, you could get a lot of stuff from missions. Like, you know, just complete a single mission 15 times and you'll get stuff. You know, you'll get stuff related to that mission. But I think they're just too stingy on rolls. Like, it's a lot. They fleece you a lot. And, like I said, I like the character design a lot. I think it's really great. You know, the character designs are really great. The premise is interesting. But I think if they were just to take, God, I mean, just take this game, create it into something else. Like, I'm just going to use this as an example off the top of my head, because I could see this working for this game, is take all the characters, the chibis, the normals, you know, the normal characters, right? And do something like, say, Blue Archive, right? Just do something like Blue Archive. You know, it's Blue Archive at the core is not entirely complex. You know, what makes this game complex is, you know, you could freely equip stuff. But, you know, make it where, you know, the characters have, you know, it's the same characters from Cosmic Break, but just set abilities. You know, set abilities that can't be changed. Because like I said, there's some really great character designs here. You know, I mean, you don't have to make it a waifu gotcha game or, you know, a thirst trap game either, you know. Not saying that Blue Archive is devoid of like thirsty content or anything or stuff like that, but you know, there's just a lot of great stuff like character design in Cosmic Break that really does, for me, satisfy that itch of like mecha girls. You know, it's just period. Oh, I didn't want to go to the ground area. I actually wanted to go to the normal area, central area. But you know, there's a lot of, I think, are great character designs. Even if you don't do like 3D models, I think you could do a pretty good, you know, like mobile game. I honestly think that you could just take the Cosmic Break, you know, universe and just do something different with it. I know they tried with Cosmic Break 2, but that was just, I was already like, because, you know, I don't even know if it's the same company that's running this, but like, you know, Cyberstep, yeah, they really dropped the ball, you know, in regards of, you know, fixing their game and allowing like some exploits to just stay around for a really, really long time. God, I love this little rabbit running around. I really, really do. But yeah, like I said, there's just some great characters. Like this is like a fucking Metal Gear Rex with like fucking shoulder missile straps and little like beam cannon arms. It's it's kind of like a Metal Gear Rex cross, like the blockiness of a Metal Gear Rex, but it's got like cool shit added to it. I mean, yeah, you know, there's just like a lot of cool designs in this game, and it just makes me sad that a game that has so much potential design doesn't try to, I don't know, do something different. I mean, Model 131 Sweeper. Rabbit Faction. But yeah, you know, there's just like I might be making little sounds when I land. Oh god, I am. But you know, and like I said, the LeBrook army designs, I really liked a lot. And I also like Lopt and Rennie-chan's, like their art. Not really their 3D models, because their 3D models look, well, I mean, let's be honest here. This is like I'm not going to say this is exactly PS1 graphics, because some characters look better, but the like it's definitely an aesthetic, and it's an aesthetic I don't mind. I actually kind of enjoy this blocky, low pixelated aesthetic, you know, like 540 size textures. Oh, Ibis. I remember when she was a fucking nightmare for me. Oh, no, I don't want to read the manga. You know. And yeah, I'm just like me personally. I'm like, just, you know, just something else with these character designs, art. I mean, if they can't do it because it's a licensing issue, I understand. But I just think there's a lot of good here that I like to see done, you know, just done. And some people say, well, if you make a different game, you take all the, you know, equipment aspects. I'm like, yeah, you may. Or just do something like, I mean, this kind of goes hand in hand to me, is doing Cosmic Break, you know, just take all the aesthetic, right? All the aesthetic. Hell, you could probably even take 3D models and animations, right? And shove that in like into a framework of like Final Fantasy Tactics or Front Mission series, because, you know, just that whole, I mean, I think this would be, if you took this and made like a Front Mission clone, pick whatever Front Mission like of the main series, or it's the tactical RPG game. You know, you know, because like, and the reason why I'm comparing it more to like Front Mission is Front Mission has a lot of like robot building customization. You know, Cosmic Break has a lot of robot customization. Like no joke, I really mean this. And I really love fucking robot games. Like, I'm a big old fucking mecha nerd, okay? I really am. Like, you know, well, I mean, let's take, you know, Sylvia here. She doesn't really have a lot of attachment points, right? Really doesn't. You know. And she's got stuff, right? She's got stuff to attach, but she doesn't have like an overwhelming amount of like customization. She's basically fixed. You know, she's got the sword and yeah. You know, there's like a lot of that. But there's also some bots that got a lot of weird customization. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Oh. Yeah. Sorry, my dude. I'm streaming. Oh yeah, so like this guy, like the Metagear, is a support bot. Like I could totally see this being like a you know, like a deployable unit. You know, like let's see who. Well, I mean, you know, then you got a support bot like this, which is more of an actual girl, but yeah, you know, there's like a lot that you could do. Let's see. You know, because basically on the head, you know, like if I were to make an equipped game, right? Just an equipment game, or like the type of equipment you could have the unique equipment loadouts. I'm trying to find a character that has. Oh, here we go. You have a very unique equipment loadout, Temple. like, it's like, what is this abomination? Someone might be like, what the... Yeah, I'm gonna put that on my freaking team just so... I mean, it, you know, yeah. So you fire everything, but it's like a tiered robot with like equipment, like, and it's a quadra, pedal robot, but it looks ridiculous as all hell. But, and I do mean but. Let's see, where's Hannah? I'm gonna put you back in the leader slot, but where's Temple at again? Oh, there. So the reason why this is all weird as all hell is there's body joints. See? I took away everything, but here's the cool thing. I could use Temple bodies to add more body, or more Temple. And it's like, what? It's weird like that. Or I could just cap it off with a head. It's like either I could use the Temple body, and just keep going. Or, wait. No, that's the head part. Oh, yeah. Yeah, body 2. Then you could slap body 3 on. And then you can slap a head, or you could put a Temple body on. But it's, like I said, it's... Oh, yeah, and you could do a right arm, or left arm. Yeah, let's do some side arms. I mean, it's over cost, but you could put legit arms on the body. And if it's over cost, okay, well, let's take off that one. And let's go with the Temple body, and let's put some actual arms on, for whatever reason, right? Just for whatever reason. Some side arms that could fire missiles, because it can. And then just slap a head on it, if you want. That will fit, but, it's like, this is like one of those interesting things. It's like, how do you translate this into an equipment menu, right? Well, like, let's say in a normal, like, mech equipment game, like, for this, right? This is the core, and there's some parts that are connected to the core. They can't be taken off. Oh, actually, you know what? I can change the legs out. But one of the things that's locked is this core. Yeah, this is a core. Because if we throw on another core, yeah. So, there's like interesting things. This part's the body, this lower part. I mean, I really hate this view. But, this is the base body. This is the, well, it's a locked part because of this little symbol off to the side. But it's just like interesting. Return, yes, cancel my customization. But, I could create a robot from scratch, if I want. I start with a body, and then you just start adding crap onto it. But not everything could be, oh yeah, there's arm joints too. I forgot about arm joints that you can place in between. Do I have... Oh no, that's a head part. I need a booster part. So that would be... Cannonballer, you got a booster in the back, right? Oh, it's all locked. What would have... Oh. Yeah, so this is a flag, but that flag can allow you to put a booster on again, or another flag. So you have 2 flags. So you have 2 flags, yay! But, you know, this one doesn't allow you to put another flag on, but this flag allows you to put another booster on the back. So, you know, cool, I guess. But, yeah, so, you know, like I said, I really think this game had a lot of potential 14 years ago when it came out. And I think it still has great character designs, but I think it's just been managed poorly. And I also think it has done nothing to really make it be better within the community, because I remember when this came out, there was like 2 packed servers practically when this came out, and now it's like dead, like absolutely dead, and it makes me sad. And the reason why it makes me sad is because I really think this game could be like more fun if it had like you know, it doesn't have to be like a serious game. It could be like oh god, what's the strategy game I'm thinking of right now? Laharl, Etna, that series. God, I am stupid. It's on the tip of my tongue because I'm seeing the characters, I'm seeing the Dark Assembly, and if the Dark Assembly doesn't vote the way you want, you could brawl with the Dark Assembly senators and just force them to pass something you want to happen in the game. Oh! God dang it. Dude! Oh! Disgaea, right? God, now I have to look it up because I'm all... Shh, my brain is old and shit. And there's no one in the chat. Yeah, it is. Disgaea series. Yay. Yeah, and I never have anyone in my chat to tell me, yeah, you're right, or yeah, you're wrong.
Awesome.
Right.
I've reached the first dungeon, a suspended tile No.
Yeah, that was some Josh Stripe Haze I was playing momentarily. But yeah, yeah, like I said, I'm a little sad. It's like this game really needed all the help it needed at the start, just to bring in new players. And like I said, I think these character designs are absolutely fantastic. Like, even these new ones, like, you know, this one is a bit weird, but, you know, from what I know, is that it's a future tech Japanese mech. And because of the way the Cosmic Break mythos works, is that robots from across time and space, I know, it's weird. Robots across time and space get summoned to the Cosmic Arc and basically battle! I know, it's a weak, thin veneer of a storyline, but, you know, it just works. And if you actually play it and get invested into the different characters, the interpersonalities, and the just weird random shit that happens in this game, it's like, dude, it sounds like it's Disgaea, you know, where it's like, you know, the things that happen. It's like, oh, so this character, you know, it's like weird stuff like that. I'm just gonna say it's weird stuff like that. I'm not gonna try to draw actual comparisons because I'm not firing on all cylinders. I'm thinking about something to eat. But it's one thing in this game where I'm like, yeah, what do you actually do? Avoid enemy attack with agile movement, so what, it's just like a step with like iframes, I guess. Attacks by checking ink bottles. So, but she's just, oh, land. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. Wait. Is that? Oh yeah, there it is. Oh yeah, I forgot. She has an airbrush gun. That's what she came with. I was like, wait a minute. Wait, did she have accessories too? I know, I can't remember. Oh well. But let's see. Exclusive airbrush gun that sprays the most potent gold green. So, I mean, it's got a lot of ammo, but crap range, projectile speed is not all that great. Man, yeah, the range is crap on it. It really is. Oof. But yeah, there's just like some things about this game. Like character design-wise, I know some people love it, hate it, but even if you just took like the 2D art, because 2D art basically exists of almost every single character. You know, I never played with this character. I don't even know if they're good or not. Huh. But, you know, there's a lot of, to me, right? There's a lot of like, great character designs on this, and even if you just did, you know, one image, you know, like you know, you know, do one main image, blank the face so you can like paste on different expressions for when you need them, and like a visual novel, right? Even if you did like the visual novel approach with like 2D sprites, you know, I think you could do like some really, like a really fun mobile game. But the thing is like, what do you do that hasn't been done, or do you clone something that's kind of popular? And this is why it's easy to look at stuff that's like, the reason why I brought up Blue Archive earlier is that it started with a really low population and hype, and then it just grew. I mean, it just grew in people joining and fans. And I think the reason it did is because, you know, the devs are really fucking passionate. You know, they just want to make a fun, they mostly made a fun, lighthearted game. Yeah, there's like perverted stuff, but it's all like fan servicey humor, basically. But they also write characters and stories where you're like, oh, I could get behind that. And I think that's the reason why it just gained in popularity so much. Whereas other game, or whereas this game, I really don't think, like, even after they relaunched it in, what, 2021? I mean, this is basically a dead game again. I mean, they always say never go back to something you loved. You know, they say never go back. Never go back. You'll only be disappointed. Which is why I didn't go back to Bethesda. Oh boy, after Fallout 4, I'm like, not Bethesda. Not Bethesda. And the next game you're gonna have to prove, and I'm gonna see what everybody says about your next game. I ain't buying it blindly. And Fallout 76 came out. That was a travesty, and I was just like, no, that's gonna be all kinds of mistake and a mess. Like just things they said like beforehand, and I was pretty much right. And then after Fallout 76, there was what's it called? Oh, I hear a jet overhead. Whistling. Its engines are whistling kind of loud though. But I feel bad for the pilot because if he's headed, okay, I gotta explain where I live. I live close to a naval air base, as well as 2 airports, civilian airports, small scale airports. However, most flights that happen overhead in my neighborhood are mostly civilian flights. So I just heard like a civilian, possibly private jet, and its engines were whistling kind of bad. Like it's the kind I don't really get to hear that often. I'm not saying it's crashing or anything, but it was just weird to hear jet engines whistling like that. And so I got a lot of like familiarity with like, oh, seeing certain aircraft or hearing certain aircraft. And trust me, when the Naval Air Base decides to dispatch a jet and it's like, yeah, we got like, like if they want to go ahead and break the sound barrier, they'll break the sound barrier overhead. If they got some kind of unidentified thing in the ocean, in the airspace, so they'll scramble is what I'm saying. But the jet was like overhead, and it sounded like it was decreasing in altitude. Like it was dropping speed, probably on approach to one of the civilian airports, the closest one to me. And it's not uncommon for private jets to take off and land. We're not the closest private airfield to Los Angeles, but let's just say there's a lot of connection flights between Los Angeles and this town in regards of private airline jets. So what I mean by that, there's a lot of flights that happen between, say, what's it called? Orange County and mine. Like Orange County and mine. A lot of small connecting flights happen that way. And it's mostly because from where I live, or the area from where I live, people could go up to more, farther north places, which don't have airfields. It's a lot of people think, when they think of like Los Angeles, they think of only like San Francisco and probably like Los Angeles, but California's pretty effing big, north to south, and from coast to desert. It's what, like, literally, California is one of the few places in the world where in the same day, you could go snowboarding, hiking, like in the morning or evening, and you could be on the beach and surfing in the morning or in the evening. It's one of the few places in the world you could do those activities in the same day. And I'm not saying it's going to be pleasant at the beach, because freaking wintertime at the beach in California is kind of terrible. But, yeah. What was I complaining about again? I'm just ranting, aren't I? Yeah, I was just ranting about Cosmic Break and how I wish it would just take its character design, its models, and put it in like a different game format. Because I know they tried, but I don't think they got the right strategy. I really think that this game could deal with like I know some people think it's a dirty word, but there are some great, phone games out there. There just really are. And I know not everybody finds the appeal of mobile games, but there's just some mobile games that do the gameplay very, very well. Where, you could translate it to like a different platform other than mobile. Arknight's still one of my top favorites. Blue Archive is I like Blue Archive because it's it's just fun. And what I mean by it's just fun is like the storylines make me laugh, the characters make me laugh, the little chibi models, are just it's hard to describe the appeal of Blue Archive, and people are gonna say, "Oh, cute moe girl characters." That's why. I mean, if you want to say it's just like waifu content, fine. I guess you could say that. But to me, it's always been more than that. It's more than waifu content. It's actually there's an actual overarching plot. Sensei is just put in ridiculous positions sometimes. Like if you ever get Yori and do all of Yori's story with like relationship stories, it's all like there's always a misunderstanding between Yori and Sensei, and Yori's like, "Die, you perverted teacher." It's like, and it's not. It's like well, which one was it? It was when Sensei dropped something down a sewer grate, and he was like, "Oh crap, I gotta go down into the sewer," right? So he goes down, he does go down into the sewer, and tries, like I said, I think he dropped his keys or something down the sewer grate, and he grabs his keys, basically underneath the same sewer grate, right? But as he is looking, he looks up in triumph holding like his keys, he upskirt looks Yori basically. And she's like, she catches him. It's like she just like drags him through the sewer crate, Sensei through the sewer crate. And it's just like, oh my gosh. It's like I said, it's misunderstandings, and it's just hilarious. I think it's just hilarious because it's like that kind of writing, or oh god, I forgot about this one too. Or or the time when their motto is eat or die. It was the gourmet club, and the gourmet club is club members. They're all about like eating the kind of food that is like just amazing, basically. So for some reason they did something again and pissed off like the discipline committee? Yeah, the discipline committee in their school. I know I'm talking about a totally different game while I'm in Cosmic Break, but I just like this story a lot, and about the gourmet club. So Izumi is the first one that gets caught and carted off. Then there's the other three members. I'm trying to remember their names off the top of my head, but I know I can't. Akari. Yeah, actually, Akari is the probably next one I have to mention. But so the other three members of the gourmet club are like running, and they're hiding like in a wooded area / park, and one of them smells truffles, like actual truffles, like, and they have to like stow it properly, and And like they're like, does anyone have a bag or anything? And they're like, and Akari is like, I have silk panties. We could wrap them in. And I'm just like, what? and oh, who's the leader of the gourmet club again? I forget her name. But then she's like, the leader of the gourmet club is like, Akari, are you telling me you're not wearing panties? I think she says that. But basically she proposes the question of, Akari, are you wearing panties, or why do you have 2 pairs? It's something along those lines, right? Like I said, my mind is old shit. It's been a long while since I played Blue Archive and read this event, but I remember it because of the highlight notes I'm going over. So Akari explains like, oh no, I got 2 panties because you never know when you're gonna need another pair. And that makes me that alone makes you go, Akari, what would you do that would need you to have a second pair of panties? And after that, your imagination goes off to the races. Because I've known plenty of women. I know some of them who had a second pair of panties. I know the reasons why they would have a second pair of panties. Or would not be wearing panties. So yes, the imagination of mine flew to all heights and depths of depravity. So, look, getting this little event wrapped up, the rest of the gourmet club get caught by the discipline committee. The discipline committee basically confiscates their weapons and food items. But they let Akari keep her second pair of panties that had the truffle, right? And Sensei happens to be caught by the discipline committee, so they're all put in the same jail cell, right? And and they're talking about the truffle that they found, right? And how it's like a gourmet thing, and like I said, they're the gourmet club, so they like gourmet food items, basically. So they're talking about how divine the truffle smelt and everything like that, and then Akari pulls out her silk panties again, and she sniffs them, and it's like, really, you're gonna go there, game? You're writing this? And remember, I said at the start of this that Izumi got caught before they found the truffle. So Izumi was like, oh, I wanted to smell how good this gourmet truffle was, and so Akari pulls out her panties that were clean, but held the truffles in them. And she sniffs them, and she's like, they still smell like the truffles we found. And so Izumi's like, let me smell. And it's like, oh no, we are going there. You cheeky writers, you're writing this. And then, of course, the whole gourmet club gets another whiff of how good the truffle smells, and then Akari's going to put her panties away back in her pocket, and then she looks at Sensei, which is your character in the game, and she's like, Sensei, do you want to smell the gourmet truffle? So you can see where this is going. Or even worse than what it was before. So Sensei takes a whiff, and then Iori from the discipline committee comes in, and she's gonna let Sensei out because his story checked out and he wasn't doing anything perverted, quote unquote. And Iori just sees him sniffing Akari's panties because it has truffle smell on it. And fucking Iori basically throttles Sensei, and It's hilarious. It's just like a hilarious setup. I think it's the side story for the Gourmet Club, like their intro story. And if you're wondering why the Gourmet Club like gets into all kinds of trouble with the discipline committee, is that, well, the leader of the Gourmet Club has been known to use explosives to level entire restaurants that make bad food. That's the problem. So the discipline, like Blue Archive is a wild game. You have because Blue Archive, you have some student characters that like order entire artillery battalions to fire, and you're like, what? That's their ability? They have a full support artillery battalion. Some characters have tanks that they summon in, and it's like a wild game. It's not a particularly great game. It's not a particularly complex game. Hey, brother, you tried calling me. Brother, this is my brother. So, yeah, I was streaming still. So I was like, I'll get in touch with you later, but you're in the chat now, so. But yeah, I'm just on this tangent, talking about, I missed this game, but it was fun. And you could probably just never go back, you know, because this game relaunched recently, and it's basically dead. It's basically dead. I still like playing the, yeah, there's like no one in the arena. Oh, wait, but, oh no, that's the shop. No, I don't need to buy anything. That was a Shino X Road, isn't it? Yeah, that's a Shino X Road. Wait. But I'm gonna be logging off soon, but might as well say hi to my client or something. Die. But yeah, I just really miss the fun times of this game. Ah, Cannonballer! Oh. You got Cannonballer? Could take a while to change. Ha! I got a blue Cannonballer. But no, it's I just miss like when this game was actually fun. It's been like a good decade. Ah! We're both blue Cannonballers. Just doing like this is what happens when the game's like dead. You don't actually play the game, you just do stupid stuff. There's like nobody in the lot. Oh wait, actually there is. If it's full though. Aw. should I watch? Should I spectate? White stuff's in there again. But nah, I'm just like, it's just been a long time. Me looking to end it, and then the clan leader who's like, you're on. I'm like, sure, talk a bit. Eve.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
The stubby boy.
Brilliant.
Dark. Friendship windmills. Why the fuck did I decide to join this damn clan? Like, seriously. Gets random invite. Plans on playing just this once for probably a year. Because I was feeling nostalgia, but... yeah. After I find out, you know, there's a LeBrook mission, I'm like, you know what, I'll probably play some more. Because I really did like Hannah. Like, playing as Hannah in that.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Upskirt gremlin. That's all that's coming to mind. Upskirt gremlin. if you're able to get under me. Spider. Oh, yeah, that's a Sturbanger back.
Brilliant.
Oh yeah, that is the mid joint. That is the mid arm joint, so he could have actual arms off on the side. Oh. Oh. Nice.
Brilliant.
Jeez. Yeah, that's a good paint job too. That's another thing I missed doing in this game, was just making custom textures on my favorite robots. But I really should end the stream because I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. God, I had a rant, and then the clan leader comes on and starts talking to me.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Alright, since I logged out of the game, time for me to end the stream. So, thanks for watching, hanging out, blah 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 blah. You all know the routine. Nobody ever watches this. VOD's going up. Also going up on the YouTube channel if you want to watch. I don't care. I just do this because I could do it. See ya. No, that's the record button. I don't want to record. I want to stop streaming. There. Yay.